Okay, good morning everyone. Our first council meeting here at the new time of 10:30am. Great to see that the house is full. A special mention to Grammar for coming in and supporting their fellow students who will be a part of today's agenda with deputations there as well. It's really exciting not only to see a deputation coming in from a vocal young person interested in influencing the decisions of the community, but also to see the town hall filled with young people in support of that as well. So in opening today's meeting, we do have a few apologies here. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Walker and Councillor Britton is on leave. But as we do meet here today, we do also acknowledge that we meet on the unceded lands of Palawa people. They are the ongoing and original owners of the lands in which we meet today at 10:30. We'll be very interested to see how we go. So please be seated. With the mayoral acknowledgements today, I won't go through all of the acknowledgements that the City of Launceston seems to be curating its momentum of, but we are being recognised on a national and on a state level in numerous amounts of initiatives, particularly in our sustainability. So I really want to thank the teams at Council for the ways in which they are pushing a council agenda and a community agenda of innovation and of really looking into that future-focused sustainability and how that's really resonating with our counterparts and our peers right across the country and right across the state. So great work from the team. I'm loving that our trophy cabinet out the front is just getting wider and wider, and it's great to have councillors going and doing representation at some of these award presentations as well. So thank you for that. Declarations of interest, noting that we do have some proposals in the agenda today. Looking for item 3 with councillors that must declare any interest in a council that has any matter in before any of that discussion on that matter commences. Do we have any decks? Okay, Deputy Mayor. Mudlark, yep. Further, okay. So Deputy Mayor at 7.1. We'll move forward through the agenda then with the confirmation of minutes at 4. 4.1, we have the recommendation being that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of the City of Launceston Council held here on the 29th are confirmed as true and correct record. Moved by Councillor Palmer, seconded by Councillor Dawkins. Any comments around the minutes? Any contributions? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. At 5, we have council workshops. 5.1 is council workshop reports 5th of June to the 12th of June. Recommendation being that council notes that the council workshops were attended and described as published. Somebody please to move. Councillor Gibson.
Move with an amendment.
Amendment.
At point 3, Launceston Waste Centre, the presentation wasn't in fact about the Launceston Waste Centre, it was regarding waste in Launceston. So if we can please update that, it specifically was around a particular site that councillors received an in-confidence presentation regarding, quite topical. So if we could amend Launceston Waste Centre to reflect the topic of waste.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll just work with the governance team. Kelsey, just on that wording before we look for a seconder. Councillor Gibson, that reflection on the screen.
Regarding waste in Launceston, perhaps more appropriate, without mentioning the specific address of the new property.
So councillors received a presentation regarding waste in Launceston. Yeah. So waste in Launceston. Council's received a presentation regarding waste in Launceston. Councillor Gibson?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, we'll keep moving with that. Somebody to second? Okay, got the Deputy Mayor on the second. Councillor Gibson, would you like to speak to the workshops? Deputy Mayor, any further contributions around the table? Okay. Just noting that proofreading has changed. Okay, moving to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. At 6, we have no council leave of absence identified as a part of this agenda. I don't believe we have a community report today at 7. So we'll move into question time at 8, public question time. We've got those have been received at 8.1 that are published as a part of this agenda. We'll move through to public questions without notice. So this is the opportunity for members of our community to ask questions, total of 3 questions. We've got the rules and the regs. They're available and displayed as you enter. Thank you for those with prior notice coming in. You may ask that total of 3, as I said, each. If you wouldn't mind, please starting with your name and suburb. Mr. Ginnon.
Seeing there's no one else. Ian Ginnon, 20 Pine Avenue, Newstead. Last questions I asked at the 29th meeting, one of those was about a more comprehensive budget, and I was told that someone would come back to me with that. I still haven't got that information, which I'd appreciate, to get a better understanding of Council's proposed 5.7, 6.7% rate increase. At the last meeting, after the last meeting, I was disappointed to read in the Examiner where aldermen went overtime, and that's cost ratepayers additional salaries. And I can't help but say one item that I did sit here and watch was the Lilydale Football Club. For $6,000, I really don't understand why that wasn't delegated to the General Manager and would have saved more than half an hour of council time. Secondly, Alderman Andrew Palmer gave a really good presentation, and I don't think there were many questions, or I can only think of one question that was never asked, but other than that one question, I think he gave a very comprehensive report, yet nearly every alderman had to get up and regurgitate what... Councillors, is it?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Not aldermen. Okay, councillors. Councillors had to regurgitate that again, over and over and over again. Just, again, wasting the communities and ratepayers' money, whereas I would believe that after his presentation, if anyone was against it, they could have spoken against it and then had their debate. But as it was, the thing went through unanimously, and I didn't.
No.
All but. That's right. All but it was never going to not be passed. So I just think that there's probably an opportunity there for council to save ratepayers' money by thinking whether they really need to get up and put their point if someone has really made a good presentation in the beginning.
Sure.
Secondly, I got an answer back on the Queen Vic Museum, and then I saw in the minutes a written answer to Ray Norman's question on the Queen Vic Met. I mentioned about the really good exhibition that I went to at McWilliams, and disappointed that they didn't charge for it. I'm interested to know what the budget for that was and what the actual for it is. Secondly, Mr. Norman mentioned he'd like to know how much it costs per person to run the museum, and secondly, the overall turnover. So that's been shown as 6.9 million is the actual turnover, which in the limited information I've been given is shown as about this coming year, last year, 8.9 million. Then he asked how much per head it would be, and there are 475 visitors into that 6.9 million, which worked out to $49.07 for every visitor that goes through the museum. That's what's costing ratepayers, $49.08. However, my figure shows that if you look at their turnover shown, or their actual cost with everything in there, it's more like 10.8, and that figure goes to about $70.88. So I think that's extreme when you've got youngsters buying their homes and things like that, and life's very difficult for them. And along we come with a, or the council comes along with a 5.7 or 6.7 rate increase, and yet we're offering the Queen Vic free of charge. We certainly don't see that at the football. And I got a really good letter from Taylor Murphy mentioning that historically it's been offered free. But how long does that go for? Does that go on forever? How much money does the museum have to lose? Last year, as I said, nearly 7 million. This year budgeted for 7.8 million. How much money does that museum have to lose before the council stands up and looks at it and go, we can't afford to continue to give exorbitant rate increases to our ratepayers to put something like that on for nothing? And lastly, the visit from Akita. I was looking, the delegation apparently went out and saw schools, which was great. Saw the Launceston Airport, but I reckon they've seen Tokyo Airport. But there was nothing in there economically, and I thought that being the city of gastronomy, that they could have had a food tasting, a whiskey tasting. They could have put some restaurants have their menus in Japanese for the future and advertised. The city of Launceston could have had a website converted to Japanese that would make those ties a lot closer to Akita from an economic perspective. And I noticed that you've got the Economic Development Department working on a future visit to Akita. And, you know, rather than just make it a junket, I think it'd be nice to look at some of the things they're doing well over there, like their food. And maybe, as I said before, you could have an exchange of students or apprentices that work in hospitality do an exchange with Japan. They do homeless very well, or I don't know what the word is when you don't have homeless. You don't see very little homeless over there at all, and they've obviously got a system that works over there, and that's a problem Launceston City's got that I think would be worthwhile asking. And they've got a very good recycling program and rubbish disposal in Japan as well, apparently second to none. It's an item, I think, again, everyone suffers worldwide with recycling and rubbish removal, and I think it's another area the city could explore whilst they're visiting Japan. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Ginnan. And those questions that we'll decipher throughout that conversation, we'll ensure that we get that information to you, and we'll follow up that process and make sure that it is coming to fruition so you do have that information that you're asking for. Thank you. Further questions without notice?
Hi, my name's Michael French from 371 Hobart Road, Youngtown. It's just in regards to my question, an agenda item, which is number 11, which is a scheme amendment for 10 Dollarite Drive, Kings Meadows. My question is, how does the rezoning align to the Greater Launceston Plan of 2014? In the plan, it states that the focus for the Kings Meadows precinct is a retail district area within its centre. It also seems strange that a small local supermarket will be adjacent to large transport networks.
Thank you. As that's a live item on the agenda, we'll do some further discussing once we're sitting in Planning Authority, but just know that the councillors have heard that question and that will be, I'm sure, addressed throughout that conversation, which won't be too far on through the agenda item number 11.
Thank you.
Cool, thank you. Doctor?
G'day everyone, Jerome Wilson from Launceston. Thanks for meeting today to discuss an item. I've got two questions for the elected members today. The first one reacts around how you'll answer to the Launceston community about a $5 tax per patient of attending the Launceston Health Hub. The history of this is discussed later on in the motion, but I've got patients to see today, so I'm getting my 2 minutes in now. So in 2021, we had the Health Hub approved, and then in 2023, the council brought in a fee that charges $6 per bit of dirt used on a footpath or road. You'll see in the agenda items we've kept 2 lanes of traffic and the footpath open outside the Health Hub for most of the time. Then at the time, council imposed a retrospective $43,000 fee. I worked with Shane Eberhard at the time, and he said, we had a discussion, he goes, look, it's not fair, but just write me a letter to say why we should do the fee, which is in the minutes today. And Shane said, great, all sorted. I hadn't heard anything until Friday afternoon, walking to the Hawks game of football, from a female person that works under Sam that says, by the way, we're uncertain what's happened, but we're recommending that this fee isn't waived and it will be on the council meetings. I'm like, what? There's a letter I sent to Shane. She's like, yeah, we found that, but Shane's no longer with us. I said, can we have a meeting about that? She's like, no, you'll see it's uploaded in the board packs. So I'm very disappointed. And one of the questions related to this is to Sam, is to how you collaborate with people trying to make a difference and not do a one-way thing and not even have a meeting before it's uploaded to a pack, which is disgraceful. So that's the first question for Sam. My second question for Sam is how we work together in this city. It should be developers and council employees working together. This is my third time now up here begging for the decency, humility and common sense approach of elected members to overrule Sam and his employees since he's been in the role. I would much prefer to be working in alignment with employed people that makes common sense. I'd much prefer him to be putting up motions that are agreed at by elected members. And to the person before, we're not wasting time arguing. We're saying in a community like Launceston that needs some health services, how, Sam, can you change a culture to work together, that you're not fighting me and you're not fighting the members and you're doing it behind closed doors by uploading it to an election with 5 days to get here to talk? I've only got 2 minutes. My third question is, how do you have a fair discussion? Because later on, it will come up that the employed officer will have as long to talk. I can't refute any of the facts that they say, and so the process is flawed. Leaving on a positive message. So that's my questions for the day. I'll get back to my day job of being a GP and trying to make a difference. My next question is to say thank you to the Launceston City Council and elected members. It was heartwarming to wake up and see that Hawthorn deal had been signed with the Launceston team today. Nice to see elected members and governments having a crack and looking at a forward future way rather than looking back at fees. So well done. I love taking my daughters on to the football, and I'd like to finish on a positive message, and hopefully moving forward, next time I'm here, we can be having positive discussions where we stand hand in hand and see what we did and not stand up here arguing about things that don't make sense. So thank you.
Thanks, Doctor. Thank you. Further questions without notice? Mr. Shaw?
Tim Shaw from Tallentire. At the last meeting, I asked 3 questions, being that has the infrastructure framework for the St Leonards and Waverley plan been finalised by May 35, as that project was attached to a grant and that grant was reliant on it being done by May 31st. I thank you for the answer, but I just asked, had it been finished? I've got 3 paragraphs, but the answer is clearly no, it wasn't finished. But it does state in there that it was extended for 12 months, which is longer than they had to initially do the job. The second question to ask was, will Mesh be paid any further monies or will they not be paid? As it was said, if they didn't, and I quote, if they don't deliver, they have to deliver to be paid. Or will they not be paid, or can they give us a sizable discount? The response just says that they'll be paid in accordance with the contractual agreement. That contractual agreement may have clauses in there where they get extras. The question 3 is, does the council have something from the 112 landowners that say they intend to develop or sell to developers to turn their land into housing within that time frame? Because if they didn't, all the money council's spending won't deliver the density of housing that they've said they can deliver, and that they've said that this project will deliver. The answer is clearly no, and there's a 2-paragraph answer to that that's in today's agenda. So my questions are, it was also said at the meeting on the 8th of August last year, where we debated whether Mesh should receive that tender and be awarded that tender, that they were receiving, and I quote, less than 250,000, and the balance of the 527,000 was from other consultants who would invoice Launceston City Council directly. Can we please get the costing to make sure that that has stayed in with budget? And can we be given the information on what is actually being paid to Mesh and the fact that there's been given a 12-month extension, will there be further monies paid to Mesh? So that's the first question. Second question, does council take into account the costs that flow on from people not delivering the projects that they are paid to deliver? Because I'd make the point that this council and our state government are plagued by blowouts, and not little ones, big ones. Mr. Gannon's talking about, where our budget is. A big portion of that is caused by blowouts. This project blows out by a year. We've got an extension for a year, so it looks like it could blow out by a year. What does that cost the city? It's not delivering the 325 houses that every year that the City Council says that we need to deliver. There are developers that are holding land. It says in one of the answers there's two major developers. They're holding their land longer. They may have investors in part of those projects that may disappear. And nothing is actually happening. No shovels are being turned. Money is going out, not coming into the council. And the council are not getting rates from those 325 lots. And the third question, aside from that, and it relates to blowouts and value for money. And I'm not exactly sure which the agenda is because I apologise I was late getting here. But we have amongst the things that we've asked to approve, we've got 95 metres of footpathing going in near the Kmart. I think from memory, the council's putting in 150 approximately, and I think there's a grant for another 150. 95 metres of footpath, and I think there might be some signs and some road marking. I did the sums yesterday, I think, and I'll stand corrected, but it's about $6,700 per metre. I've done the odd bit of civil works. I reckon that should be somewhere around $600 a metre, including traffic plans, all the rest of it. So I think it's about inflated by about 10 times. I stand corrected. But our council staff put this forward and ask our aldermen to vote on it. But unless the aldermen understand what's behind that, or unless they've got a civil background or a building background, very difficult for them to understand that. But I think there's a number of things on there that stand out to me. But I think if we're talking about putting rates up, maybe our council should be looking at being more efficient, like private enterprises needs to be. You don't go for a meal down at Alex Britton's restaurant and he says, look, it's all gone up, could you pay $300 for your meal, We've had to get extra staff into a day. No, it's on the menu at $30, you pay $30. I think we need to look at not just chasing it with rates, we need to look at tightening our belt and being efficient and delivering to ratepayers services and infrastructure works at sensible monies. I'd ask that the council maybe look at that particular one. I think there's half a dozen on there that are exactly the same, but I think that's a really simple one, 95 metres of footpath at about 6,700 a lineal metre. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Shaw. And we'll take those on notice also. See the CEO scribing. Excellent. Thank you. Further questions without notice? Okay, there being none, we'll continue to move forward through our agenda. At 9, we don't have any petitions that have been identified, but at 10, we do have a deputation, 10.1. We've got Sawyer Hart with the rostrum voice of youth speech. So, Sawyer, if you wouldn't mind, we're going to provide the microphone just up here, somewhat on the stage or up 2 steps. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Councillor McMahon, for inviting me to speak today, and thank you to the City of Launceston for this opportunity. The speech I'm about to read is one I wrote for the Rostrum Voice of Youth competition, where I represented Launceston Church Grammar School. When I was deciding what to write about, I knew I wanted to choose something that really mattered, something that could make a difference. So I chose the topic Break the Cycle. My speech is a personal pledge to speak out against violence and disrespect towards women and children, and to use my voice to positively influence other boys and men. I was honoured to share this speech at the Candlelight Vigil in Civic Square, part of a national event that remembers those who have lost their lives to intimate partner and family violence. It meant a lot to be a part of something that raises awareness and supports such an important cause. I've been raised by strong, kind and loving women, my mum, my gran, my nan and my aunties. I love and respect them deeply. Because of them, I understand how important it is to protect and stand up for women, and why it matters so much that we create a culture where everyone feels safe. My dad is a probation officer who runs programs to combat domestic violence, and my parents have never been afraid to share the harsh reality of the impact of domestic violence with me. The cycle I believe we need to break is not just one of violence, but also of silence and disrespect. And breaking it starts with everyday choices, speaking up, standing alongside others, and leading by example. Last year, I watched the Netflix series Made, and it opened my eyes to how trapped and powerless some women can feel. The main character, Alex, leaves her angry and controlling boyfriend, Sean. Even though he never physically hits her, Alex lives in fear every day. It showed me that domestic violence isn't just about being physical. It's also emotional control, verbal, and financial abuse. Watching Alex's journey made me realise how much courage it takes to leave, and how important it is that vulnerable women don't have to face it alone. We need to do more to support them so they feel free, not trapped. During my research, I also read about Rosie Batty's story. After losing her son to family violence, she turned her grief into a movement for change. She showed me that tragedy doesn't have to define you. You can turn pain into power. But it also made me think it's heartbreaking that she had to find that kind of strength in the first place. And the numbers remind us why this matters. Around 25 children every year are killed by a parent due to domestic violence. Half of them are under 2 years old. 1 in 4 Australian women have experienced violence by an intimate partner. And on average, 1 woman a week is killed by a former partner. When I hear these numbers, I feel emotional, angry, and frustrated. No one should fear the people they love. Everyone deserves to feel safe in their own home. So how is it that in 2025, we still hear dangerous messages telling boys it's okay to be angry, controlling, or disrespectful towards women? Misogynists like Andrew Tate promote violence and hatred. They glorify abuse and try to make toxic behaviour seem powerful. This isn't just disrespect, it's dangerous. And it teaches boys that hurting women is a sign of strength. Then there's incel culture, which I learned about watching the Netflix series Adolescence. It teaches boys that they're entitled to something from women. And if they don't get it, women are to blame. This mindset is toxic. It encourages boys to see women as objects to control, not as equals. I was shocked when I heard about a video game called No Mercy, where the goal is to hunt down and harm women for fun. When the people spoke out, the developer said, it's just a game. But it's not. It's simulated abuse disguised as a game. Every time we brush it off, we normalise hatred and make it easier for real people to get hurt. We need better role models, men who show that strength isn't about dominance or control. It's about kindness, respect, and the courage to stand up when it counts. I've seen what standing up looks like. At a soccer tournament, a middle-aged male umpire told me and my teammates we should stop kicking the ball between games and go and watch the girls in their short shorts. I told my mum, and she didn't stay silent. She confronted him, made him apologise to our team, and explain why his words were so offensive. Girls deserve to play sport without being objectified. The umpire was removed from the tournament. That moment showed me the power of speaking up. The Our Watch campaign, Doing Nothing Does Harm, shows that staying silent perpetuates the problem. Speaking up, especially with friends, can feel awkward, and it might not change things right away. But when more of us call out disrespect, it sends a message that this stuff isn't okay. That's how change starts. If I hear a sexist joke, I'll say, that's not cool. It doesn't have to be a big argument. Most of the time, it's not meant to hurt. It's just ignorance. It's not about calling them out, it's about calling them up, giving them a chance to do better. In a powerful poem, women's safety advocate Mia Finlay showed how, when women face violence, people often focus on what they wore or where they walked, instead of holding men accountable. We tell women to stay alert and be vigilant, but not enough is done to change the factors that put them at risk. That made me even more determined to speak up and stand for women. Let's be the generation that breaks this vicious cycle. Let's not wait until we're adults. Let's start now. Because if I can use my voice to make even one person think differently, then I'm already breaking the cycle. And that's the difference that I want to make. I'm not a lone voice in my generation, and I appreciate that the City of Launceston Council values that young people of today can do and will do what is right by the community and each other. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Sawyer. Very well delivered. But not just that, the content. Excellent, excellent. I don't know how we just move into Planning Authority after that, but we will continue through the agenda at agenda item number 11, which is Planning Authority. So under the provisions of the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act of 1993, Council acts as a planning authority in regard to items in this agenda under 11 Planning Authority. 11.1. We have the 10 Dollarite Drive, Kings Meadows, combined 40T scheme amendment. Before we get to the recommendation, any further speakers on the item? This is an opportunity for the public to speak before we get to the recommendation. George? Oh, Debbie's here. Oh, and Mr.
Dear Mayor and Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the combined planning scheme amendment and development application for a new IGA at 10 Dollarite Drive, Kings Meadows. The application before you has been several years in the making. However, its key purpose remains the same: to provide retail amenity to the industrial estate of Connector Park and the residential estates of Mount Pleasant and Oakton Park, which do not currently have convenient access to a small service supermarket. The scheme amendment represents a fantastic opportunity for Council to contribute to and improve the amenity of the residential industrial estates, which have evolved and grown over the past 2 decades without a local retail offering. The proposed supermarket, which will be facilitated by the scheme amendment, will provide significant benefits to its immediate catchment. It's readily accessible by vehicles travelling from Midland Highway and Kings Meadows Link for residents travelling past and from residential estates. It will provide a small retail offering for employees and visitors of Connector Park, which does not currently have one. Both of these benefits will reduce vehicle trips. It will be supported by and integrated with the planned new pedestrian and cycle link, which is proposed to connect the industrial and residential estates with Kate Reid Reserve, which will in turn provide walkability between the residential estates and a local retail offering. The design and siding of the proposed supermarket building and development, including its landscaping, will provide a focal point for Connector Park at its primary entry from Midland Highway. Importantly, the proposed scheme amendment and supermarket proposal stacks up from an activity centre network hierarchy from a spatial and economic perspective. In this regard, the retail analysis, which has been peer reviewed, details that the size and scale of the proposed supermarket will serve its immediate catchment, which primarily consists of the industrial and residential estates and peripheral residential areas of Kings Meadows and Youngtown. The proposed supermarket will not become a destination retail offering and draw significant trade from surrounding activity centres, including Kings Meadows, Prospect Vale and the Launceston CBD. The proposed supermarket development will have a larger value added compared to other industrial uses, which will directly support the industrial estate. About 2 seconds left. It has been demonstrated that the proposed scheme amendment aligns with the requisite strategic planning principles that govern the land use planning system. The proposed design and development of the supermarket building also demonstrates compliance with applicable use and development standards of the planning scheme, subject to the recommended conditions. On this basis, we welcome Council's support to initiate the proposed scheme amendment and supermarket development. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mr Walker. Further speaker, Mr Baxter?
Good morning, Mr Mayor, councillors. Thank you for the invitation this morning. It's been a great pleasure to be here. Just a brief history. I started with Rolfos Supermarkets some 48 years ago. Was involved here in Launceston with the development of, at the time, Rolfos Newnham. Opened Wellington Street Coles today in 1977. Kings Meadows in 1992. Prospect 96. Involved with Mount Street Burnie. Devonport with the move from the mall to the new site there. So over my career, 22 years, I've been personally involved with development with Mr Voss, Barry Gaskus, Angus Richard at the time, and Chester Bullock, head of 60 Degrees. Chester did Mr Voss's work over the last 40 years, 4 decades, and done a marvellous job. I had the opportunity to work in Hong Kong and China for 6 years with the Dairy Farm Company. We had 2,000 outlets across Southeast Asia. I was headhunted for the job to be Global Procurement Manager. I was given the task, they just invested $500 million US dollars in a brand new fresh food facility. The triads had infiltrated their supply chain, not dissimilar to what's happening here in Launceston right now with the illicit tobacco trades, another issue that we've got to deal with. So supermarkets, a people business is my history and expertise. It's a people business. I love working in this industry, the customers we deal with, the staff we employ, the trade people we deal with. It's a very collective industry that I enjoy immensely. It's been 3 years, March 22, when we first submitted the plan to Council for the development at Connector Park, which I identified there after talking with Debbie, the owner of the property, seeing what was happening there. The area was originally industrial. Council made the decision to change it to residential, where there's now in excess of 1,000 properties there, and with more development with what was Bill Allen's property, Helen's Garden Centre, you'd all recall, which is further development there in the residential. So there's certainly a need there now for a general supermarket. You can't buy a litre of milk within Cooey there. I operate Prospect IGA, Blackstone now. We've got some other projects on the go. So I'm not looking to do something that's going to be detrimental to my business already in Prospect, just, 10, 12 minutes away. The density here in Launceston, I think, is about 77,000 people. Where I worked in Hong Kong, we had 7.5 million people in this area, not dissimilar to Launceston, with a density of about 7,000 people per square kilometre. Here in Australia, the average is about 200, one of the biggest continents in the globe, with the population the equivalent of Shanghai. From a business point of view, the money we spend to get to this stage has not been small money. It's been outlaid with 60 Degrees and the time spent in conjunction with the council. In what way disappoints me a little bit is that 3 years it's taken to get to this point, which I'm very pleased to be here today, to talk to you all, and I'm hoping today we'll see the green light go ahead where it can be fast-tracked now and finally go off to Hobart for state sign-off. But there is a huge opportunity there. The building industry will gain another project, probably at least $5 million to build the property. I'll employ another 70 staff here in Launceston. It's about $1.5 million a year in wages. So increased rates for the council, which is another positive. So it's a win-win situation all around, and particularly for our consumer, the customer, where people today are time poor and don't want to travel too far, for those, basic core household essentials. And historically, food is number one, banking costs number two, fuel costs number three out of the disposable income. So that's really it. I just thank you listening today, and I'm just hoping that we can now get this project, through the process signed off by the appropriate key people in the areas. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Baxter. Thank you. Any further comments or questions from the floor? Okay, well, we'll move to the recommendation then, with that recommendation being that Council agrees to and initiates a scheme amendment to the Launceston local provisions for the schedule as published. Somebody please to move. Councillor Gibson has moved, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. Certainly happy to support the initiation of the amendment, noting that if it's supported today, a 28-day advertising period begins and then any reps come back to the council table. Also, certainly appreciate the journey that has been taken to see us arrive at this point, but conversely also understand the decision around the timeframe, which I think is clearly articulated in the report, noting the need for adherence to the hierarchy of ensuring that this particular development is able to be lodged and substantiated in terms of the retail hierarchy and all of the things that surround it with regard to exceeding the 1,000 square metres of space. All of that being said, I do believe that the tenacity and work that the developer has put into this point proves that there is a clear demonstrable need for a local supermarket within the area. I think others may speak about the pedestrian and the cycle connectivity or not. Despite all of that, they're still willing and wanting to proceed with the development, and I think it is worthy of support. It supports the hierarchy. It does nothing to damage the hierarchy that we as a council have fought so ardently to preserve over the years, and I think it should be supported.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. I also stand to support it. I thank Mr French for his comments earlier, and because this is all about retail hierarchy. And whilst I understand Mr Baxter's frustration with the 3 years that it's taken to get to here, I think what it does is show the diligence that our planning staff have actually gone through to ensure that we can get an outcome where we can actually meet the retail hierarchy. And I know in my conversations with officers and Mr Baxter and others in regards to sort of that tension that existed previously and the size and scale of the development and so forth like that. So whilst 3 years is a long period of time, and I appreciate that for anybody who's trying to develop anything, that is a hell of a long time and usually a lot of money involved in doing that. But we are here today and noting, as Councillor Gibson has, that we actually need to go through an advertising process, which will give Mr French and others an opportunity for them to challenge whether that retail hierarchy is being met in regards to the development. I think today is a really good positive step given the amount of residential activity that's been undertaken in that area over the last few years with the advent at the back of Connector Park and also on the other side of the road in Raglan Street and there around. So I believe now, particularly with the connectivity of the proposed footpath and cycleway through there, that will actually make it a lot more active and available for people to walk there rather than just drive their cars. So I'm supportive of today's start of that process.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. A question, Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, a question just had the retail hierarchy talked about, and of course this land is zoned light industrial. So are we able to explain why we feel that we can convert or allow this land to be used for what is clearly not light industrial and still meet the retail hierarchy explanation? That'll be the first question. I'll let that be answered.
Senior Town Planner, Policies and Projects, Ian.
Thank you. Look, I guess that forms part of this amendment. It's a site-specific qualification which allows this use to occur. I guess the information that's been provided by the applicant and then determined against the regional strategy and all local policy has determined that the best use of that land is for a use that is currently prohibited there. So this amendment will allow, I guess, a use which will make a use and operation which will make best use of the land.
And just to follow up on that, so should this be approved today, will that then change the zoning to from the current zoning, or will it be site-specific while it is only being used as a supermarket? And should the supermarket, fail at some point in time, and perhaps groceries are directly delivered to our homes from by some other form of us going down to the shop to get the milk, what can happen there to this particular thing? Could I put another retail store in there?
No, is the short answer. It's a site-specific qualification. So what that does is it references the title, puts into the table, into the local provisions schedule, that limits it to a supermarket with a maximum, gross floor area of 1,000 square metres. So if you're wanting to do something else in the future, so something that's not a supermarket, and someone would have to follow this process again.
And so just on what you said there, the less than 1,000 square metres, it is about 970 odd. Should a future development application to expand the footprint of the building, what would that require?
It wouldn't be possible unless another amendment was applied for.
Okay, now that particular area of Launceston, there are a number of other stores that I'll consider perhaps operate in a retail market, Bunnings and the petrol station up there particularly. Are they similarly zoned, or are they able to act in under the light industrial?
They're permissible within the light industrial zone.
And another question in regard to suitability of other sites that might be perhaps not on a 80 kilometre an hour highway to access, or arterial road to access. Are there other sites in the area that could have been rezoned or utilised by the proponent to build a 970 square metre supermarket that might be either zoned residential to be changed to commercial, or perhaps already be zoned commercial?
I don't believe there are any within that immediate local catchment with an appropriate zone. And I guess this property is unique in terms of its spatial qualities, which it needed to be to meet the regional land use strategy policies and objectives.
And Councillor Harris, just if we speak directly to the proposal.
No, that's all right. I was just about to finish on that one, other than to say the development seems to refer to the proposed footpath that is to be constructed by council, I believe, through a industrial estate and then up the side of the arterial road owned by State Growth. Does that meet the requirements for a neighbourhood store for pedestrian and cycle access, as you are crossing a 80 kilometre road, particularly from those in the Oakton Park subdivision?
Yeah. Well, the short answer is yes. So in the interim period since they'd lodged the application up until now, we were able to obtain a grant for this pedestrian access along the Kings Meadows connector. So that greatly assisted supporting the proposal, especially against all the relevant transport policies and legislation that was required to be addressed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great questions. Thank you. And thank you. We like short answers. Mr. Gannon is still here, so I just want to remind councillors not to feel that they need to report back to us the report. So great. We'll continue around the table. We've had a mover and a seconder. Some good questions. Any further contributions? Professor?
Thank you very much. I would like to ask a question about where is the evidence of the economic benefits or the need of the local community for a retail food store like that, in the view that there are already like big shopping centres close by. You've got the Coles, Woolworths in Kingsmeadow, and you've got also the IGA in Youngstown. So where is the evidence actually that local they need more shopping centres?
Yeah, sure. So the application was submitted with a economic report, which basically had a look at, well, what sort of supermarket could fit here, and what would its impact be. So this is classified as a small supermarket, which is between 500 square metres and 1,000 square metres, and it's serving an immediate local catchment. So that is the Oakton Park, Mount Pleasant Estate, and that industrial area where workers occur. That's the immediate catchment that it's primarily serving. That's a necessary, I guess, step to understand, because what that also indicates is it's not taking away from what's called the activity centre hierarchy. So that is those Kings Meadows, is that primary sort of service centre. It's not anticipated that this sort of shop is going to be somewhere where someone's going to go and make their weekly shops. It will be, you can stop in there, you might go there to get milk or something for dinner. It's not a primary destination location. So it is only servicing an immediate area, and the economic, I guess, report has demonstrated that it's not taking away from other businesses.
Right, thank you. Further contributions? Anything to close, Councillor Gibson? Want to speak? Councillor Harris?
Yeah, thank you. Just before we close, I would like to say that whilst I don't like the idea of rezoning industrial land to other commercial or residential users, because I think it does create future conflicts. We obviously have had this type of development back up against because of history, and Invermay is one that rings wrong in my memory. However, at this point, I think the officers have done a great job to determine that this is probably the only suitable site for what will be a convenience store that will, in the way that the other IGAs have over the last dozen years or more, and my own personal experience is of the Norwood one, and that this does provide a very valuable service to the local community to access it. My only concern is that unfortunately most people do tend to drive to these rather than exercise by walking or riding their bike, but nevertheless a large car park has been developed, and in fact having additional car traffic use Dollarite Drive, I think it is, would actually make the roundabout work better to help some of the problems we have with that particular roundabout, because there's more traffic coming from other than just coming up from Hobart Road. So I stand to support the actual development today. Thank you.
Thank you. To close, Councillor Gibson?
Thank you. Lots of words spoken, some relevant, some other. What I think is important is that here we have a developer who has withstood the test of time, has seen that there is a need, and in the absence of council's ability to be able to appropriately plan and construct new subdivisions and new housing lots as we're doing in other parts of the municipality, here is someone who's seen a need and has been able to work with council officers to achieve what is, to me, sensible and needed in the area. Attachment 2 provides a detailed assessment of how the developer has been able to work alongside the relevant strategies, both state and, importantly, the Launceston and Land Use Planning and Approvals Act, to achieve what it is that they are seeking. And as I said at the outset, this is the initiation of the process. 28 days for members of the public to comment, to provide representations with regard to what is sought. And I believe that ultimately this is a good outcome for that part of our city. It's not something that we had creative influence on at the outset, but through our plans, processes and ability to work with the developer, I believe a great outcome is derived at for our community if this is supported today.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Okay, putting it to the vote then. All of those in favour? Those against? Councillor Professor Raze against. The rest in favour. The motion is carried. Continuing on through Planning Authority, we have 11.2, the rezoning, partial rezoning from agricultural to rural at 43 Los Angeles Road, Swan Bay, described as 729 to 739 John Lees Drive. Before we get to the recommendation, speakers. I've got Tom and Chloe have been identified for this one. Great. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name's Tom Bertram, the owner of 729 to 739 John Lees Drive. Thank you for your time today. My wife Ange couldn't be here due to work commitments, but please let you all know that this is important to both of us. We are property developers looking to make millions. We're a family that have built our forever home on our farm with no intentions to move. Our aim is to stay on the property and raise our 3 children until hopefully one day we can also have their children enjoy it as much as we all do. To help ensure that can happen, we need to make our land as financially viable as it can be, which is where this request has stemmed from. There is a large portion of our land that is classed as agricultural, however it is tidal flooded wetland and has been for many years due to the inundation of the Tamar River. At low tide you can see the muddy landscape which becomes fully submerged with every high tide. This flooding even surpasses John Lees Drive and floods the adjoining neighbours' land at high tide too. We graze sheep on the remaining property, however on this section of tidal flooded landscape of approximately 100 acres this cannot be done. I've watched the tides come and go, seeing how the impact of the salt water over time has impacted its capacity to ever return to what it once was many years ago, which was grazing land. It's certainly a grazing paddock no longer, and for that reason I hope you can see that this rezoning decision makes sense. We hope that you can consider rezoning as its current agricultural label does not align with its purpose. If there's any questions, yeah, feel free to ask.
Great, thank you.
Cheers.
Excellent. Thanks, Tom. Chloe.
Hi, Chloe Line. Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak today. I just wanted to follow on from Tom and I guess reiterate what the Planning Officer has written in his report, which I think is comprehensive and picks up on all the relevant reasons why this land is appropriate to be rezoned from agriculture to rural and why the rezoning accords with planning strategies and policies. We approached this amendment application with seeking an agricultural assessment from a well-recognised expert in the first instance to determine what would be an appropriate area to be rezoned. He had a look at the capacity of the land and
Just wait, that's fine. Cool.
I had a look at the capacity of the land, and I'm assuming you've all been out there, seen the slope of it, seen the state of the wetlands down the bottom, and was able to, I guess, provide advice as to what was suitable agricultural land that makes up the property and what isn't so valuable, which sort of is conveniently split by the road. So that's therefore where we landed in terms of the proposal. The constraints mean that it actually fits better with the zoning criteria application for rural zone than agriculture zone. And I note that when the new planning scheme, the statewide planning scheme came in, most previously rural zone land transferred straight to agriculture, and there's minimal rural zone land around. But once you've done a more site-specific study of a property, it is appropriate to look at whether it can be transferred to the rural zone, which is what we've done here. For these reasons and those that Tom has outlined as the property owner and operator, we would love to see the amendment initiated today, noting, as I've heard you speaking to the previous amendment application, that this is only the start of a process that is quite long. There's still opportunity for public advertising, and of course, once it's been through council, the Commission considers it, so it's by no means cut and dry at end now, but we would love to see you look to initiate it today so we can see where that journey takes us. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have any further speakers that might not be noted? Okay, we'll move through to the recommendation. Recommendation being that Council agrees to and initiates the scheme amendment to the Launceston local provisions as published. Somebody to move? Deputy Mayor? Seconded by Councillor Harris, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And look, I think it's all very well set out in the report, to be quite honest. As proper analysis has been made of the property through opinion to determine whether the property in question is really appropriate for agricultural any longer. I guess I take my hat off to the owners of the land to try and preserve that land that is agricultural and separate that from land which is clearly changed in its nature over years. Again, as Chloe said, this is a change, this is the start of the process. There's an opportunity for others to represent against that in the next 28 days and then come back to council before it goes on to the planning scheme for when they may also initiate further things. So there are a fairly major number of steps to go through in this process, but given the land enabling to have more flexibility, which is what the rural zone will enable this family to get on with what they need to do for their family.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Harris, further contribution? Excellent. Further contributions around the table? Anything further to close? Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. 11.3, we have got 189 George Street, Launceston. Before we get to that recommendation, are there any noted speakers? I don't have any written down. Anybody like to speak? Okay, we'll move. Yes? Okay, thank you. Oh, yes, I do. Bottom of the page. Sorry, Matt as well.
No worries. Hi, my name is Pippa Jensen and I'm a registered architect and the director of Pippa Architecture. I'm also a member of the Tasmanian Institute of Architects Significant Architecture Committee, and I have heritage architecture experience both through my own practice and through my previous work as an associate at Cumulus Studio. On behalf of my client and the owners of 189 George Street, I'd like to briefly outline our intentions for the project. The residence, originally designed by Frank Haywood in 1935, was in a significantly deteriorated condition when they purchased the property in May last year. Despite this, my clients saw the value in the home's heritage and are committed to restoring it as a beautiful family home and garden for their retirement. This is the second development application we've submitted for the property. Throughout the design process of both applications, we have consulted with Heritage Tasmania. Following the representations of our first DA, we spoke directly with the neighbour in January to better understand their concerns. We made several design changes in response, and this process caused considerable sacrifice to our clients in terms of design and amenity compromise, time and financial investment. Many of the recent representations repeat concerns that have already been addressed. Some points raised appear to be inaccurate or unrelated to heritage impacts, such as comments on the location of the outdoor shower. One representation correctly identified a minor drawing error regarding a door size, which we have since clarified. Please note there's no plan changes to existing external windows or doors apart from restoration and new LED lighting in line with the original Haywood design. Where alterations are necessary, such as minor adjustments to the driveway, brick edging or relocating planting, we have worked closely with Heritage and will continue to ensure compliance with best practice. Ultimately, this project aims to respectfully restore and enhance the iconic Launceston residence and garden and bring it up to modern living standards while honouring its heritage character. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Pip. And I've got Mr. Hurst.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Yes, my name's Matt Hurst, and I'm actually the neighbour of the property, and I'm at 191 George Street, known as Hargate, which is on the Tasmanian Heritage Register as well. It was originally designed in 1901 by Joseph Humphreys, and this house next door, the subject of today's matter, at 189, was actually built for Mr. Humphrey's son some 30 odd years later, and occupies the site which we understand was the tennis court of the house, which I'm currently the custodian of. So yes, we note that the current DA has attempted to be quite sympathetic to a number of heritage concerns, which of course are our major concerns as the neighbour and ourselves having quite a significant property. We want to see the integrity of the two together maintained as much as they can be, since they are so closely interrelated as being intergenerational family developments. And my wife is a heritage architect. I'm actually a qualified town planner myself. So we felt well placed to actually put in our submissions. We're quite pleased to see that in the Heritage Council of Tasmania's recommendations that they've put in a number of conditions which we fully support. We also noted in the planner's report the acknowledgement that there appeared to be errors in the plans as submitted, particularly with regards to the window on the first floor facing the street facade. I'm quite intrigued by those errors because the previous DA that was lodged only before Christmas actually had an accurate representation of the brickwork in that facade. It was quite well represented, and for it to have been so significantly altered in the subsequent drawings appears like an unusual oversight to have occurred, and for it not to have actually been noticed upon submission would seem unusual. Nonetheless, it's been noted and apparently will be appropriately corrected, although the plans which are being recommended for the endorsed plans still contain said error, so I had hoped that the amended plans may have been submitted to correct the mistake. So as long as it's well noted that that mistake is still on the plans and that the conditions that have been brought by Heritage Tasmania specifically address that those amendments are not to occur to that facade. Both I and my wife, if I may speak on her behalf, are quite pleased with what's proposed and with the conditions as they currently stand. Thank you for your time.
Great, thanks, Mr. Hurst. Any further comments? Okay, we will move to the recommendation there. Sorry, I turned the page one too quick. The recommendation is that a permit be granted for residential construction of alterations and additions to a dwelling at 189 George Street, Launceston, subject to the published conditions. Somebody please to move. Deputy Mayor has moved, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Deputy Mayor.
I don't think there's really a lot more to say. I think it's been summed up very well by the speakers, to be quite honest, and I think that provided the integrity of the conversation that we've just talked about flows through with the amended plans, and the fact that Heritage Council have approved it subject to certain conditions, I think is really all that needs to be said.
Great. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Pentridge. Excellent. Further contributions? Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. Just briefly, also appreciating that it's very normal that sometimes small errors that are picked up are not amended on the plan specifically, but are captured through the process. So there's no anomaly there. That's certainly part of standard process. Certainly appreciate the contributions of the written representations and those that have spoken today. And I guess in the absence of the neighbour not purchasing the property themselves, it must be wonderful to see that there is some ability for the heritage integrity of both properties to remain intact. That's wonderful. What I'm delighted to see is that someone is willing to invest and preserve what is a really important part of Launceston's heritage scape and an important part of George Street, and bring it back to continue to ensure it's protected and bring it back to a way that that all, including the neighbour, can be proud of.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Further contributions? Anything to close? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Okay, we no longer sit as Planning Authority under agenda item 11, so we'll move through to announcements by the Mayor. Thank you to our planning team. Thank you to our speakers today as well. At 12.1 mayoral announcements, they're published as a part of this agenda, but I just will add that tomorrow we're going to start our conversations with councillors. If anybody's free from 11 till 12, we'll be in the Brisbane Street Mall with our first pop-up. 13, councillor reports. Professor Rose.
Thank you. On the 17th of June, I attended the Shekinah House dinner night where Louise Cowan gave us a presentation about the history of Shekinah House and the future vision. As we know, it was set up in 2014 to provide and support people who are experiencing homelessness and people who are really experiencing social and financial disadvantage. And it was amazing how since 2018 they provided more than 8,800 Sunday meals. And also, since 2020, it provided 2,750 showers and similar laundry. And they have got a great vision on how it can work with other non-profit organizations and businesses and supporters and donors to build places where they can also accommodate people experiencing homelessness, but most importantly, providing all supporting services for them in the future. I also last week I gave 2 presentations at the Australian New Zealand Society of Geriatric Medicine. So one of my presentations about dementia and New Hope, and it was a specific actually presentation about how the narrative had changed the stigma of dementia. And I mentioned how the book changing the stigma in northern Tasmania. For example, we had comments by one of the readers. He said he gave the book to his dad, who's 87, and after reading it, he decided to do more walking. And how that then led for me to organize Dementia Walking Day, which was on 30th of March, and we had more than 100 people. And I remember we contacted one of the lady who attended. She said, since that walking day, I've been doing more walking. And I felt how wonderful, here in Launceston, how we are working and changing the stigma toward dementia. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Professor Rozzo. Councillor Harris, then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yes, just interesting to reflect back on the past 3 weeks. It seemed a long time ago that we attended the state budget up at the casino and saw what was happening there. Of course, things change quickly in politics. I'll continue on to say the Launceston Running Festival, and congratulations to Richard Welsh and his team. In talking to Paul Seaman, who's the manager of the Silos Hotel, and speaking with other accommodation providers around the city, the Launceston Running Festival was like having another AFL game. Only they didn't sit around and drink beer and eat pies, but they went for a run first. And so it certainly filled up our accommodation and does show how successful our sponsorship of certain events, along with the state government support for that event, can really fill the city up and help our winter tourism. Continuing down, I also attended a TASCOS event on behalf of the council with the opportunity to meet opposition leader Dean Winter. That was booked before he was out on the campaign trail. It was interesting to hear him speak, and I think we can probably expect this to be a unique election where there'll be very few big financial announcements as far as any of the major parties go to spend our capital. It's very much a tight financial situation. We did also have the last meeting, and I'm sure the Deputy Mayor might talk about this, of the Council and UTAS working group, which has been going since the UTAS relocation from Allenvale to the CBD, or to Launceston Central, we'll say, was for 9 years. And certainly I want to tip my hat to Councillor Mackenzie, but also we had former Councillor Janie Finlay with us, and those early days, which I wasn't part of that committee, I'm sure there were very robust discussions about how this project can be brought forward and actually to be completed. Whether it was done on time and on budget, I'm not sure, but certainly it has been a great boon for the city, and I think it is setting Launceston up to be a university city for the next decades to come. And finally, I attended something last night that was the launch of Rosie's Reading at St Luke's Health Building. This is a program which will provide for those who are born initially in the collection areas of Newnham and Mayfield, I think it is, with free books under the Dolly Parton Imagination Library process, where a mother can register their child and each month for the next 5 years, they will receive a free book with the child's name on it for them to be read to by the parents. The success of this in other parts of the world, but particularly here in Australia, in the Tamworth area, has been outstanding, to the point that once the first 3 years of those students started to attend what we would call daycare, the daycare providers had to change their curriculum because all of the children could actually read rather than be read to. They already knew the books. So it is very pleasing to see Rick Martin and the project he's got going under the Rosie's Reading. Interestingly, in Tamworth, the local council sponsors the provision of the books to boost their reading and literacy levels. And as we know, Tasmania has literacy levels somewhere around about 53%. So whilst Rotary and many other organisations, Peter Underwood Centre will continue to do what we can. This is another new one, and I do wish to congratulate Rick and his committee for getting this off the ground, as it is very, very critical and a way to change the future for all of those children, because if you're not literate and able to read by the time you leave grade 2, you really are struggling for the rest of your life, and that's how critical it is. But there is a good way forward. So it was very uplifting to attend that on Council's behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just want to note that I attended the state budget luncheon back on the 30th of May, which might have been a seminal event, as it turns out. In regard to, I think, with Councillor Palmer and Councillor Harris, I think were also there. So that was interesting. As I say, it was probably the start of things to come, unfortunately. The day after that, I went dancing with my good friends, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Raze, with the Baps Festival down on Royal Park, which was a very entertaining afternoon. It showed that some people can dance and some people can't. But anyway, it was a very uplifting, and the joy that spread out of that festival was quite significant. And on Tuesday, I attended UTAS to a thing called the adaptation game, which is sort of a new. I think we got a grant to do it from council. So basically, it's like a board game. I think it's Dungeons and Dragons-ish type thing, where effectively it actually talks about Launceston, and it talks about flood events, it talks about fire events, it talks about high temperature events, and you're in there and you're working out how you're actually going to work your way through a lot of those things. And I think if we get this right, I think it's a great opportunity for our community to engage in the sorts of things that potentially could hit Launceston. So I'd take my hat off to our group, because it's actually been effectively adapted to Launceston, and it's a quite interesting game, so watching how it evolves. So whilst we were, it was the emergency committee members mainly that were involved in it, getting it out and seeing how community actually deal with something like this will be really, really quite interesting, I think. So I'd really take my hat off to the team that actually pulled that together. And as Councillor Harris said, we did have the final meeting of the City of Launceston and UTAS working group on Tuesday as well, which I think just brought a close. It's not finished because there are still 2 or 3 things like accommodation in the city. There's still the new master plan that still needs to be confined. But we felt that really the large part of what the UTAS redevelopment really had been completed. So we thought it was time to draw a line in there, and I like to sort of acknowledge all the people who were involved in it over the 9 years that I've been there, and the fact that we now have a university in the city. What I did challenge at that time at the dinner later on with Professor Black and others from UTAS is about what we now do with this university that we built. I think we truly are a university city, and there's great opportunities. I think there's benefits to the City of Launceston, there's benefits to Launceston Airport, there's benefits to lots of different players about having a university in here, and how do we really want to take it to the next level was my challenge to them. And I think that we will sit down and design how an ongoing connection between UTAS and City of Launceston, and maybe the airport, which we're involved in, and maybe others, can actually elevate the opportunities that a university in the city can have. Now, I also did take the opportunity is that we're finished. There's a few problems going on down south. That's maybe make the hay while the sun shines. And certainly, with some of the amazing things with the health sciences and so forth like that, and Professor Black was extremely positive about what's going on with the educational programs here in Launceston. So very excited to see where we go from here. We've just built the bricks mortar now. It's now putting the people in the buildings and how that can sort of evolve out into the rest of the city. I just want to finish 9, I think, June 9 to 15 was Men's Health Week, and the Mayor sent out a really stirring email during the week, and I did jump on something which I then stepped back from, fundamentally just to let people know that mental health is an extremely important part to all of us. Some may or may not know that I went down the funnel about 20 odd years ago and nearly didn't come out the other end of it. I have a son that didn't come out the other end of it, so it's an extremely important thing to me. But to sit down and work through the process that I went through, finding good counselling, using medication to get myself back on order again, it sort of became, to use a sort of almost sort of a version of Paul Keating, the depression I needed to have, because what it did was change my perspective on my world back in about 2006 to 9, which changed the direction of where I went to. And I have to say, out of my mental health journey, it turned into the most positive thing that's ever happened to me. So I would say to people that our health and our mental health in particular is something that's extremely important to all of us. There are people out there, and there should be no stigma about having mental health issues. You should be prepared to sit and talk to people. You've got to go and find the right people and work your way through it. And actually, what come out the other end of it can be actually quite life-changing, which it was in my situation. So I just finished that little story to complete my journey on Mental Health Week.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further contributions around the table? Councillor Gibson.
Thanks. I want to stand to recognise the announcement that past Councillor and Mayor of the City of Launceston, Albert Van Zetten, was made a member of the Order of Australia in the recent birthday honours list. Significant service to local government and, of course, significant service to community, specifically via the role at the City Mission. Obviously, Albert made an incredible contribution to the fabric of our city, to this organisation and to the broader region. As a result, he was someone who did never seek public recognition or accolades for the steady role and roles that he has had. But I thought it was wonderful that he was honoured in the birthday honours list as a way of recognising a lifetime contribution via paid and other roles that I believe continues to this day via his membership of the Teen Challenge Board, I heard in a radio interview. So recognise certainly the outstanding contribution of Albert Van Zetten and recognise that it was wonderful to see him named, excuse me, as part of the member of Order of Australia.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Further councillor contributions? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yes, I too attended the McGrath Launceston Running Festival. That was wonderful to see. I think it was their biggest ever so far. You also were there, Mayor, and also on his bike was Councillor Harris. It was wonderful to see him there leading the pack. Well done to Richard and his team. Outstanding. They're going bigger and better next year, I believe. And also attended the Hawthorn match, and we do love the Mighty Hawks. And thank you very much, Mayor and CEO, for the mountain of work that you've done in relation to that, in securing our future with the Hawthorn Football Club. And I'd also like to say a big thank you to David Cox for the work that he does throughout the community, right across Tasmania, throughout schools and in everyday life. He's always championing our connection with Hawthorn and Tasmania. On Friday, the Mayor was unavailable, the Deputy Mayor was sick, so I got the call up to represent all of us with the COTA Tasmania walk through the city, making awareness to elder abuse. We had about 50 community members, leaders throughout the city walk through the mall. We had a wonderful lady there, Sally Ann Richer, with the bagpipes, and it actually brought in a lot of attention. So there was no missing us. We had all our purple gear on, and then we made our way back here to the City of Launceston and had a lovely reception. And we had many providers there. Bridget Wilkinson, the CEO of COTA Tasmania, spoke passionately. And she is a wonderful human. I've known Bridget my whole life, so anyone leading that organisation, we are very lucky to have Bridget leading that organisation. 1 in 6, sadly, are affected by elder abuse, and COTA Tasmania have many programs that they can offer advice and help to anyone that is experiencing elder abuse. So it was wonderful to represent all of us there and see the amazing work that COTA does. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Further councillor reports? Okay, moving forward through to agenda item 14. 14.1, we have councillor questions on notice, which are published as a part of this agenda. So we'll move to 14.2, councillor questions without notice. Councillor Harris and Councillor Gibson next.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I noticed, and we have talked about, I think, previously, that the new Lindsay Street and Invermay Road traffic signals have commenced operation. And my question is in regard to the evaluation of the success or otherwise of the traffic signals. Whenever I have been through the intersection, there does seem to be more traffic lined up across the bridge and down Tamer Street than we were previously seeing. We seem to have moved the problem of traffic lining up along Lindsay Street trying to enter the old roundabout, giving way to their right, to now having got rid of them out of Lindsay Street on a regular basis, but created the problem of more cars coming down Tamer Street, either from the city or in fact from Boland Street as well. So I just need to know or ask, is it to be evaluated, and is there any fine tuning of the sequencing of the traffic lights being planned so that people can perhaps expect to understand that while they might be caught in a bit of traffic jam today, not in the future.
Great, thank you, Councillor Harris. We'll take that on notice and we'll ensure that we work with the correct executive leader and team to ensure that that is monitored, and any feedback that we can get will ensure that's relayed. Yeah, great, thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. I've got a grab bag of questions across a variety of topics. The first one is regarding questions on notice asked by members of the public. In line with our council values, can we please include officer names? We seem to have got to a situation lately where we're just referring to officers via their titles. Is this something that, in terms of reflecting our people, being a transparent organisation, are we able to include officer names? That's my first question.
Thank you. Take that on notice.
Question 2, I note a response to Mr Ganninen's question on notice seen on page 24, question 4 specifically regarding our apparent return to ICADA, and it says that Council has tasked the Economic Development and Community Development teams to plan the proposed ICADA trip, ensuring that we can maximise benefits to both parties. Obviously understanding that there is significant community interest in any return to ICADA. Are we able to afford our community an opportunity to be part of that planning process? Question 1, and can councillors receive an update on where we're at with that ICADA proposed trip?
Cool. CEO, take that on notice and ensure that it's circulated.
Thank you so much. Question 3, I sent an email to Deputy Mayor and Councillor Harris, being our representatives on the UTAS committee. There is significant concern at the moment with regard to the reduction of course offerings in the north, specifically courses that were touted as untouchable courses when we provided significant parcels of land to the University of Tasmania. Commitments were made with regard to ensuring that course offerings in the north and specifically arts offerings in the north were to be retained and built upon. Obviously, perhaps that email was not able to be tabled as part of that final meeting. Perhaps it was more ceremonial rather than constructive. But what I would like is for this council to do what it can to ensure that the retaining of courses and appropriate staff are continued to be monitored and looked at. So my question is, are we able to invite the Vice-Chancellor and or the Pro-Vice-Chancellor to an open meeting of council to ensure that any reduction of offerings or staffing at the northern campuses of the University of Tasmania are not against or in opposition to the value that this council has on ensuring a vibrant and multi-course Launceston campus?
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Now, CEO, we'll take it on notice, but an update that has already been initiated.
Thank you through the Chair and to Councillor Gibson. That is correct. We have already reached out to UTAS, inviting them to a workshop at this stage, not specifically a council, to give us an update on all things UTAS.
That's brilliant. Thank you. Really appreciate that. My next question is one that came to me last night, quite concerning. I'm not sure if it indeed is anything other than gossip, but there are significant concerns among the arts community that all of our preliminary work with regard to the Princess Theatre redesign may indeed be in jeopardy with regard to the watercourse work that was undertaken in January, which may have very significant ramifications to the design of the plans that have already been published with regard to the placement of the toilets. So the question is, are there any unexpected issues concerning the Princess Theatre redevelopment project? If the answer is no, great. If the answer is yes, does this mean potentially that the Princess Theatre will remain open longer and than initially touted as the end of this year, whilst that work needed to remedy those watercourse issues can be undertaken?
CEO, take on notice. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. And my final question concerns a response to my questions around personal information protection. Really appreciate the detailed response that was provided by the Governance and Legal Officer, the Senior Leader, People and Culture, and the Team Leader, Governance, and the people who are currently in those roles. Specifically with regard to the personal information protection policy, which is well out of date. I'm wondering, when is that policy going to be updated? It's a very important policy, significant imputation to council not having a policy that is approved and appropriate. Where are we at with the review of that policy?
CEO and Governance, any further update or take a... Yes?
The policy has been updated and it's been reviewed by the senior leadership team, and it's now on the agenda for the executive leadership team to approve.
Great. Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Questions without notice, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much, Mayor. The pop-up in the mall, just the passing comment before, could I have, or could we have as much information as we can in relation to that? That's the first I've heard of it. Others may have heard about it, so I do apologise if anyone else has heard about it, but I would like to know, what is all that about?
Sure. So Comms and Council have been working on opportunities for the community to come in, and it was decided this week that the appropriate time for that might be the Friday after a council meeting, so every 3 weeks. We'll have opportunities for councillors. We've got a banner printed out with your profile pictures from the website, and it says ask the councillors, and we'll be providing opportunities for councillors to come along to connect with the community where they feel appropriate, where they can, their schedules align, and there'll be further consultation around that, but tomorrow is just going to be the first one that we trial, 11 till 12 in the Brisbane Street Mall.
Thank you.
Cool, thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Sorry, so is that your invitation there for us to come tomorrow? Because we don't know anything about it, so it's happening tomorrow?
Yes, happening tomorrow.
And you're wanting more than...
Absolutely, if councillors have the ability to come and connect with the community.
So, and was it intended to share with us that it was happening?
This has just come about this week.
No, but you're booked in tomorrow. You have to book the space.
Yes, we did that yesterday.
Yeah. So is there comms... My question is, are there comprehensive comms coming to councillors before this initiative starts tomorrow?
Communications?
And I can certainly provide more information, but the news line, we just were able to slot this in here at Canberra.
Yes.
So we wanted to get this in a bit earlier than we would have done if it wasn't for the conference. And everyone's welcome. Everyone can come on, and I can certainly provide some further information to all of you later today.
Great, thank you. Further questions? Okay, we'll move through. We have no notices of motion that have been identified as a part of 15. Committee reports. We have at 16. 16.1 is the Northern Youth Coordinating Committee report from the 6th of May. Recommendation being that council receives the report. Somebody please to move. Deputy Mayor has moved. Seconded. Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor.
Just noting the report.
Fantastic.
Details there.
Thank you. Councillor Harris. Anything further around the table? Anything further to close? Okay, noting the report, accepting the report, receiving the report. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. 16.2, we have the Homelessness Advisory Committee report. We have the recommendation being to receive that report at 16.2. Somebody please to move. Professor Raze? Somebody to second? Councillor Kai. Councillor Raze, anything to report?
Thank you very much. Just to point out about, we had an update from Tasmanian Police about the new PACER unit in Launceston, which is an extension from the rest of Tasmania. And basically, it stands for the Police, Ambulance and Clinician Early Response Team. And that's actually so important now as we consider many significant number of people experience homelessness. They have got underlying mental health disorders. And to have this rapid response team in which it combines police and clinicians and paramedics to respond to any acute mental health emergency, that's been a great benefit for Northern Tasmania.
Excellent. Thank you, Professor. Councillor Kai, anything further? Anything further around the table? Councillor Gibson?
Thanks so much. I just wanted to stand to say that this is not the kind of report in terms of the depth and detail that we are wishing to receive from our advisory committees moving forward. It was made very clear when we endorsed those committees that we're going to continue that there needed to be some strategic reference, that there needed to be some depth, and that there needed to be some rigour to the kinds of reports that are coming to committee, coming to council for consideration. So I would ask, moving forward, that reports around such an important issue as homelessness in our community are regarded as such, that we take on board all the learnings of our review of council advisory committees, and we add a little bit of rigour and we do some proofreading of any reports that are going to come. Otherwise, it would just be that you attach the 6 pages of minutes and say that you note the minutes. There's absolutely no point whatsoever drawing out 8 dot points from the meeting minutes and regurgitating them without any strategic reference or any focus around what we're trying to achieve through the objectives of that committee. So we made that point perhaps before new arrivals have joined us. I want to reiterate that that's the approach that we took with those advisory committees that were retained. We want to see that action from here on in, because the standard of committee reports that are required need to be greater than this moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Further contributions? Anything to close, Professor? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. At 17, we have Connections and Livability. 17.1 is the Arts and Cultural Grant. Before we do get to the recommendation, this is something that's been a little bit different out of what we perhaps have been used to. So maybe if we could just, if it's okay through you, Executive Leader, have a little bit of a report on how this came about and what we're looking at today, because it's an exciting prospect, but it's a little different to what we're used to.
Thank you. Yes, this report, this grant has come about. It was adopted as part of the 24-25 budget, and it was for a total of $40,000 to be specifically focused on supporting the arts and creative sector in Launceston. It was, we don't have a policy specific to this particular grant, but there is a there is a grants policy. The way that it has been administered is with guidelines that are specific to this activity for this grant, and it has the selection process and criteria have been specific to this, and the process has been as per all of the other council grant rounds. So although it's a little bit different, it's a one-off grant. There is no further budgeted amount in coming year, and so the team have taken the position that they would do this round taking the same process as they have with other grant rounds. They have an overwhelming response to it, and there are going to be perhaps some disappointed people today, but it was very heartening that there was such a great response and that our arts sector is alive and well.
Great, thank you for that update. So the recommendation is that Council approves the published arts and cultural grant applications to receive the recommended funding from the arts and cultural grant budget, and also notes the unsuccessful applications. Somebody please. Oh yes, 17.1, sorry. Thanks, Deputy. So we'll do Mudlark, that one was. So we'll do that one first and then the Deputy can rejoin us. Okay? Moved by
Sorry. I should have declared starting point Neighbourhood House.
Oh, yes.
My apologies. I will step out for that. Starting point Neighbourhood House. It's not listed up. My apologies.
Well, we can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. So we're still okay. We can do those two together, but we could have done them separately. You didn't have to leave just yet. Okay, so we'll do starting point Neighbourhood House and Mudlark. Somebody please to move. Councillor Kai, please start the conversation. Seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Kai, would you like to speak to those two specifically? Councillor Pentridge? Any further contributions around the table? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. Starting point Neighbourhood House and Mudlark have been approved, so that goes through as carried. So the other two councillors may join us. Okay, so now we're doing the remaining balance of the table, which is Calm Down Kanga, the Sawtooth Artist Workshops and Tendrils second stage development. Somebody please to move the remaining balance of the table. Councillor Dawkins, seconded. Councillor Kai. Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you. I mean, so many noteworthy projects in here and perhaps even more that missed out. Acknowledging this process is new and different and I'm sure will be improved. But just to say to Rook, you know, they obviously had enough points to be able to be in the table but not enough funds to be able to fund it. So that's very disappointing for that organisation, very worthy. But to everyone else, congratulations.
Thank you, Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Kai, any further contributions around the table? Anything further to close? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Looking at now, we've got 17.2, which is the concessional entry to councillors' waste disposal facilities. We've got the recommendation being that council approves the participating charitable organisations and their recommendation of concessional entry values for 25 and 26 as tabled in this agenda. Somebody please to move. Councillor Harris has moved. Seconded. Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is something we have done each year where those not-for-profits who are out there in our community are able to and are often the recipient of other people's unwanted clothing, furniture and other things, and unfortunately not all of it is suitable to either reuse or regift to sell in their clothing shops, and so there is a certain percentage that has to go back, that has to be directed to our landfill. In order to assist these not-for-profits, provide a very valuable service to our community in such a cost-effective manner that there's no way that council could ever provide such a level of service to those in our communities who are doing it tough. This is our small contribution to those groups to help them get rid of the waste, if you like, at no cost to them. There are parts of the agreement which does require those people who are accessing this service to be taking steps to in fact reduce the amount that they do send to landfill each year, which is a very important part of this whole project, because we do want to see much more of recycling and reuse of our resources in our community rather than just dumping it in a hole in the ground. So this whole process has been somewhat well established. Those who are on the list have gone through a certain degree of scrutiny, and I am very pleased to support it here today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Pentridge? Fair enough. Any further contributions? Councillor Palmer?
Yeah, just to say that Starting Point Neighbourhood House are one of the organisations on the list there, and I did declare my interest as I sit on the committee and remove myself from that decision. So just in case that's got any, I'll do it again now.
Okay. Yep, that's fair. A question, Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. Certainly, I'm a long-time supporter of this program. Just the understanding of the budgetary constraints, whereby in the previous year, where the budget was already hit and further subscribed, there's some delineation with regard to it will be deducted from the next allocation or something similar. Are you able to succinctly outline what that actually means in practical terms?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for that. So essentially, when you are given the support through the program, when you do your last entry into the waste centre, sometimes you'll be over. If it's only a small amount, it can be absorbed, but we found that a lot of the times, particularly more recently, there's been larger amounts. So we're proposing with, and this was also in the new policy that was adopted earlier this year, that amount would be then coming off the amount that you received in the following year.
Thank you. Further questions or contributions? Councillor Gibson?
Thanks. I will make a contribution, and that is that in recent years we have certainly seen an incredible amount of work undertaken in this space to ensure that those community organisations that service our community so well are also working to reduce the amount that they are themselves sending to landfill. And I think the requirement that there is a sustainability plan, that we monitor that plan, that we work with them to achieve best outcomes in terms of reduction of things going to landfill is testament to the team at Council. It's also testament to the fact that we've got a strong policy, strong guidelines, strong assessment rigour that's clearly articulated and approved by Council, that includes some Council laws, which is always important when you are dealing with ratepayer resident funds. There's a clear process to understand how the money will be administered and used, and that is certainly the case here. What I want to do, like Councillor Harris did, was to recognise the huge contribution that those organisations make to our community, and that again, this is a way through our community grant subsidy here that we're able to further support the work of community, further support the work of those who are doing it tough, further support vulnerable pockets of our community that many of these organisations commit to servicing. Importantly, some are religious, some are independent, some are Rotary, some are Lions, some are service organisations, some work with youth, some work with elderly, some work in northern suburbs, and most importantly, many, if not most, don't delineate who it is that they help. And I think that's the really wonderful thing about this program. It's grown in terms of the financial contribution that this council makes to it. But importantly, the requirements for the organisation in terms of their commitment to waste reduction has strengthened. And for me, that's the most important thing. The 5% increase in the budget is appropriate and should be supported today.
Thank you. Further contributions? Anything to close, Councillor Harris?
Only that as Councillor Gibson was speaking, this relates to something you mentioned where we were a part of a winning tidy town, and part of this, I'm sure, will play our part in that, in keeping the rubbish off our streets and keeping us, in fact, one of Australia's best environmentally tidy towns. So happy to support it today.
Thank you. Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. Okay, we've got the Carvilla Master Plan. 17.3. Now, before we get to that recommendation, open to the floor. If there were some speakers from the public, this is the opportunity to do so now, before we get to any recommendations or move for debate. Thank you.
And
My apologies. I've lost my copy of this talk, which I had ready to go because the printer wasn't working. There we are. Right. My name is Anna Povey from Trevellyn. I'm an ecologist and leader of Friends of Trevellyn Reserve. I know that you all understand that Carvilla bushland is really important, that it is one of the last remaining patches of threatened Eucalyptus amygdalina forest on Cainozoic deposits in the municipality, and that it supports an unusually high diversity of species, including some 30 orchid species and 7 threatened plant species. I'm here to urge you to take the strong decision as a council with a sustainability focus and an environmental tidy town to protect this bushland rather than the proposal to continue cemetery expansion. The important bushland on the site is not confined just to the official flora reserve, but extends across the whole 25-hectare area. The master plan proposal would eventually clear 1/3 of this and fragment the remainder. The clearing of 8 hectares here would mean the loss of something like 8,000 trees, millions of insects in those trees, plus millions more in the understory and soil. 800,000 understory plants. Several hundred birds, mammals, reptiles and frogs. This is all an interconnected ecosystem that can't be replaced by planting a few trees later. We cannot overstate the damage of that clearing to the remaining bushland. Smaller remnants are less viable, with some species dropping out as they no longer have sufficient resources to support a population. The edge effects of wind, sun and weeds come into what had been the middle of the patch to the areas identified as highest conservation value, causing degradation to those. It's likely that over time potoroos would no longer be able to survive there. Even the patch that has been left for the most threatened orchid here, which is found almost nowhere else in the state, would be separated from the bulk of the bushland, likely leading to decline. You simply don't get to keep what you currently have, if you make a remnant significantly smaller and more fragmented. The North Barker report of 2019 makes this point. After the previous bushland clearing about 10 or 15 years ago, the council could have implemented space-saving measures for the cemetery, such as limited tenure options, multiple occupancy, upright graves and more compact site layout, as is normal in many countries and Australian cities, but they didn't. We don't want anyone to fear that we are pushing for compulsory reuse of old burial sites, but there are other options that could be made available, and denser use of the site could be pursued by council. There are plenty of options for future burials. There are no options for the bush. Now is the time to implement space-saving options and protect the bushland from further clearing. We ask you to reject the master plan. This is about the living, not the dead. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers?
Thank you. I'm Louise Scarborough from Trevellyn. I'm a member of the Australian Plant Society Tasmania, and most of us are volunteers in reserves, maintaining them and preserving them, the reserves of coal, and also for the Tasmanian Native Plant Garden at Heritage Forest. This cemetery is not the only place with strong cultural significance at Carvilla, because the bushland too is of great cultural importance to our community. That's due to its special status as an endangered forest type and also for the physical and mental health and well-being of the local community. Every day, many people walk here, and it's hugely valued by children who have a chance of natural play in a way that's not available from curated parks and not in graveyards. We would protect the bushland. I think it's important for the joy of them finding wild creatures and little Tasmanian native plants right in the middle of the suburbs. The bushland's also highly valued by naturalists and botanists from around Tasmania, and some travelling even from the mainland for this special place. Our wildflowers are not big and showy. They are colourful and unique, and small but exquisite. I've found in the Plant Society that more and more people are recognising their importance and they're becoming more popular and appreciated. Council has about 50 or 60 reserves, 10 of which are bushlands, but only 2 of which have high natural values and are in good condition. Carvilla and Cambridge Street reserves. And Carvilla is the only one that you can walk through and not see any houses all around you. You can get that feeling of bush, just as before all the settlements around. It's these Cenozoic soil deposits that give this variety, this huge natural values in these 2 reserves. And of course then lots of insects and lots of birds that come. By the time 1/3 of this bushland is cut down, of course, I'm probably not here and others not here. But what we've got to do is look to the future. We've got to act now on this special place for our children and grandchildren. Huge changes have occurred over the 120 years since Carvilla Cemetery was established. This special forest at Carvilla used to extend from Epping Forest right through to Launceston. Since then, over 70% is gone. 70% has been cleared for agriculture and houses. Almost none of that forest type is in public reserves. It's on private land. Even just a few decades ago, there were huge areas of these forests in Prospect Vale and Kings Meadows. The locals would tell us that it used to be an extensive wonderland of wildflowers. But due to vegetation clearance, Carvilla is almost the only part accessible now to the public. We're down to that last of it. So now is the time to genuinely protect the remaining bushland. Now is the time, and the people to do it are you.
Thank you. Further speakers?
Hello, my name's Henry. I'm a 26-year-old resident of South Launceston. I think of this small patch of remnant bushland as nestled in suburbia as medicine. When the noise of the world builds up to an overwhelming sense of unsureness, when bombarded by algorithms and materialisms, I take myself to Carvilla. This is a community space of recreation where I connect and work with community through the Native Plant Society. I have gained an invaluable amount of information and friendship through this space. Carvilla is also where I find solace and inspiration in the amazing diversity of plants that have found themselves living alongside us on this planet. I need this. We all need this to some degree, what Carvilla has to offer. We are a stimulus-hungry species, and we need what this reserve has in its intrinsic beauty. This slice of intact, timeless beauty is something that we can't build back. To look at the multitude of colours, shapes and sounds, and the moments when all of these blend together is when my mind is silent. And I think children need this most of all, and it's something we're losing more and more. We need that reconnection with the environment, and we need the flowers and overall abundance of life that Carvilla contains. It should be a part of Launceston's legacy, a place to be proud of, a place to appreciate and share the distinct species that inhabit our home, which, if lost, can't be replaced. The rapid decline in biodiversity in this country is alarming, along with the lack of course correction on this issue, and the repercussions this disrespect could bring about are difficult to face for my generation. But this reserve represents an opportunity to improve our relationship with this environment. These plants and animals are key to understanding our connection to this place we inhabit. This reserve has a value and power that is hard to quantify. But walk through this reserve when it's speckled with colour during spring and summer, and you will struggle to not be proud of the place we all call home.
Thank you. Further speakers to the item?
Thank you.
Rosalind Ives, West Launceston, and just a starting point, I was involved for 8-9 years working with students with high disability, high needs, and the bushland at Punch Bowl was a Adopt a Patch. There's still a sign there, says Adopt a Patch, and we adopted a bushland space. We also worked at Cataract Gorge, and we used those spaces to fulfil the most important part of that child's education. It wasn't whether they were in a wheelchair, it wasn't whether they were clumsy or had medical needs, it was because it was the love of the natural spaces that provided them with their best health. And I can prove to you the success of some of those students now who are in their 30s, who now come back to me and say, thank you for what you provided for us. That was in Launceston, okay? So from me, I was at a presentation yesterday of a book by Jane Rawson called Human/Nature. Think about it, Human/Nature. The response to my previous questions about revisiting the proposal setting out a future plan for Carvilla is an example of how human needs and usage do dominate and displace nature. The response showed a total lack of knowledge of what intact bushland reserves require to survive, for species survival. These natural spaces are in decline, not just here, but within Australia. It isn't just about human need for burial, it is about the usage of nature for health and well-being for all species. Human usage and human activities have voice. Endemic flora, plants, and endemic fauna, animals, do not. It is disappointing but understood why a councillor thought this particular piece of reserve so insignificant to some, but so vital for the habitat of flora and fauna, which is in such a fragile balance with current climate extremes now and into the future, might be planted back. Any change within or around the flora reserve will negatively compromise the health of this habitat. Should this master plan gain approval, as it is the flora reserve, this flora reserve cannot survive. A pause or alternative in making a decision could be applied today and would provide hope for this precious piece of bushland that is unique to Tasmania. Please consider a pause, maybe by covenant protection, to allow greater understanding of how this complex biodiversity system works and can be better protected. Council would be applauded for this greater attention to their greening policy.
Thank you, Ms Ives. Any further speakers? Okay, there being none, we'll move forward to the recommendation. Yeah, before we get to that recommendation, Deputy Mayor? Yeah, we'll follow the process.
I did ask
Yes?
whether there was a potential for us to sort of expand the recommendation, so I'm just wondering whether that could be put up for...
So Deputy Mayor would like to move a recommendation with amendments?
So what we've done there is added both, I have attempted to add two other items. There's one is continue to engage with all relevant stakeholders connected with the Carvilla, including the Friends of the Carvilla Reserve. Receives a further report outlining options for consideration of identified Carvilla buffer zones. I'll speak to those in a moment. So just to add further to this to try and keep this matter still live for conversation.
Okay, so just to ensure that we're clear, so the agenda published recommendation is that Council adopts the Carvilla Memorial Park Master Plan, which was attached to the agenda, and notes any further developments of areas identified in the Master Plan, option 5A, will be subject to further consideration and approval by Council, including environmental assessments and planning approval. So we now have a further dot point 3 and 4, engages with all relevant stakeholders connected to Carvilla, including the Friends of Carvilla Reserve, and receives a further report outlining options for consideration of the identified Carvilla buffer zones to a permanent reserve. I'll just give councillors a moment because we haven't seen. So that's being moved by the Deputy Mayor. CEO, any further clarification required? No.
I think we might be missing perhaps the word become after to become a permanent reserve.
So we've got to move. I just find a seconder first. Once that's... So that's a reflection of your intention, Deputy Mayor?
Yep.
Okay, so that's been moved, seconded by Councillor Harris. Let me get my ducks in a row. Okay. So a further question to start, Councillor Harris.
Yeah, just on this, one of the things that doesn't seem to be addressed by the master plan, and hence my question, is what about the land tenure issues and I guess ultimately reuse of existing grave sites to enable us to... We don't seem to have addressed that, and it's, for me, almost fundamental and perhaps ought to be item 5 on the list, and hence that's why I just wanted to ask that question. Is such a question outside a master plan's remit? Because it's not about the geographic area. Well, I guess it is, but I mean, I just want to ask that question, why we're not looking at the tenure of graves, because at the moment I understand they are unlimited in usage, which means we're going to be looking after them for thousands of years. And that, to me, is a situation that we should be at least discussing or addressing, because ultimately that may well be the solution. We've already seen in Hobart that a school's been built on top of a graveyard that was 1850s or something like that in Hobart. So I just wonder whether that can be part of a master plan or if it's actually outside a master plan's normal remit. Happy to not include it at this stage.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Business Leader Carvilla. Ms Gibbons.
Thank you. Through the Chair, Councillor Harris. Certainly legislative requirements will certainly govern in relation to any reuse of graves that are already there. So since 1920, since 120 years, 1905, those graves have been sold in perpetuity, so meaning forever. So the current legislation would require a full exhumation process through the health department. We just can't go and lift up graves. It'll be something that would have to be governed by legislation in relation to that. So when looking at the master plan and all of those considerations and how the community is engaged in the site now in perpetuity, we've looked at what has been proposed we felt was the best option moving forward.
Just Councillor Harris.
Or whether that says whether master plan can include.
It would something, I would say that's a separate decision to make at whether we are stepping into the space of interring human remains and how we actually then deal with those for families.
A further question, Councillor Gibson?
Thanks so much. Two questions with regard to the amended motion. I guess it's not amended because it's what he's put forward. So the motion before us receives a further report outlining options for consideration of the identified Carvilla buffer zones to become a permanent reserve. So the suggestion, as I understand it, would be that Councillor Mackenzie is seeking an adjunct process. Whilst we would adopt the Carvilla Memorial Park, we would consider and note that the Carvilla buffer zones have significant value and that we should initiate a process to look at them becoming a permanent reserve. That's my first question, just to understand the methodology around point 4.
Yeah, my intention is that if you look at the master plan, there are actually areas of land beside the current flora reserve which actually are not going to be utilised for cemetery purposes. My sense is that if we've already culled them out, let's put them into some formal thing which actually preserves them for the future. So that's the objective of that.
Great, and I heard that objective when we toured the other day, and in theory I support it. I guess, can I just have an understanding of what impact that has on the plan and specifically what impact that has on the future use of the particular zones that are identified in the plan?
Through the Chair, Deputy Mayor, if I'm understanding you correctly, in your alternate recommendations, you would be supporting the plan, so you would be supporting the proposed expansion areas of 5A, and then everything that is not identified in the plan, you are seeking to then a report back to Council how that can be then encompassed as an extension to the Flora Reserve. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yep. So basically for Councillor's decision is what you've got before you is a 100-year plan. So, which is actually probably going to be beyond that with what we've provided. So for councillors to step into that space, that is then stepping in for you to say that that site is now complete, and then anything after that is then moving to a different location. And by that stage, when we're talking about the stage 2 area of 5A, we're talking could be 50, 70 years away. Due to the cremation and burial rates, they will continue to lessen. In 120, 30 years, burial could be a very, very small percentage, and that could be just for cultural purposes. So does that answer that, Councillor?
Thanks. My second question, it does answer it, thank you. My second question is engages with all relevant stakeholders connected to Carvilla. I guess I don't really understand what that's seeking to do, because we've already done it and we already do it and we already have good relationships with them, is my understanding. So what is the point of 3 and how functionally does the mover see it playing out and for what purpose?
Sure. So my purpose is that clearly we've heard a lot from the group that are present here today. Mine is to sort of still continue on, because we're still a period of time off before 5A is going to be required. Number 2 talks about the fact that we've still got to go through a substantial assessment process to actually get this to happen. mine is to combine 3 with 2 to ensure that that ongoing conversation with those people continues as we go through to approve or to look through the environmental assessments and planning things so that we continue to then and therefore improve our knowledge.
Great, appreciated. And just to ensure full transparency, at point 3, are officers able to outline how we already engage and are already working with relevant stakeholders connected to Carvilla?
Through the chair again, Councillor Gibson, in relation to point 3, part of the recommendations of the master plan is actually creating a feedback loop, because it's certainly a key stakeholder group is the Friends of the Flora Reserve, but another significant stakeholder group is the community who require death care services. So whether it's a collective, point 3 is a collective, not just the Flora Reserve, it's collective of stakeholders. That needs to continue because that information is going to provide guidance over what we need to provide our community and when and what it looks like. So exploring those sustainable burial practices, as members of the gallery mentioned today, and what the need is of the community. So I think it's a collective feedback loop, which is a recommendation of the master plan.
Thank you. And that was, I guess, my point, because it's already kind of contained within there. So my question would be, whilst I certainly agree that highlighting it is appropriate, is it fully needed?
That's the reason to highlight.
A further question, Councillor Pentridge.
Look, I'll try and make this as humorous as I can because I'm a bit confused. Chasing rabbits down rabbit hole burrows, which is what I seem to do on a regular basis, particularly involved with this establishment. I can't believe any of this. I mean, I can recall when this proposal came forward to agree to develop a master plan, and I spoke against it because I said, once we get the master plan developed, and some idiot somewhere is going to grab it and say, look, we've got to run with it. But everyone assured me that it was just a master plan. It was just there to highlight the future. Well, the future's well into 25 years plus. Our own staff are telling us, right, that with the change in burials, right, it could even be longer than that, right? And I was just wondering if anyone's listening up there, any consultants need a few extra dollars, tell them to give our CEO a ring, and we'll get him to do some reports. Why in the love of God have we gone down this path? We talk about consulting the community. Well, we've got a few people here that aren't very happy. We've obviously not got around to consulting with them, or are we just ignoring them like we seem to on a regular basis, the members of this community? I mean, I just think this has been a complete and utter waste of time and money, and now we're all here discussing it, right, trying to put make it valid. We should never have had this report. We don't need it. We've got better things to do with our time than waste it on this. And I won't be supporting it. And I think we've got to stop doing this, other than the fact that we need a new bridge, and we can keep doing these reports to add to the thousands of other reports we've got and keep putting them in the river. We won't have to build a bridge, we can cross it with reports. But anyway, this is silly.
Thanks, Councillor Pendridge. So dissecting that conversation as a question, what would happen if we didn't have a master plan? How would the momentum and trajectory of Carvilla look like? That's sort of where I get that question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Pentridge. Appreciate your honest opinion. In relation to the master plan and the provision of death care services to our community, we would find we'll get to a point that we wouldn't be able to find the provision of burial services within our existing site and without actually nominating what we're doing. So the master plan allows us to plan for the future, and this report has helped us through community consultation. In relation to listening to the community, everyone, we certainly did that through the consultation phase, and the multi-criteria assessment process allowed us to work at how we can still leave as much as we can of the bushland area and still continue to provide death care needs.
Thank you. Okay, no, Councillor, it's not. We're not speaking just at this particular moment. We're still doing questions. If we're okay with questions for now, we'll move to the mover and the seconder. Okay, so we'll go to the mover, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Again, I'm sort of caught between, I think, wonderful work that our team are doing out there at Carvilla. I've spent a lot of time out there with them in lots of different aspects of the services that provided to our community in there. I'm also taken and moved by the group of people that I've spoken with, and Anna in particular, with the time that she spent with us on more than a couple of occasions to talk through the importance of this bushland area. So I'm sort of caught between two things. Unfortunately, Carvilla was designed and it was a crematorium. It is actually a cemetery, and that's what it was actually put in place for, and I think might have been gifted to us on that basis. I don't pretend to fully understand the nuancing other than what's been explained over a couple of journeys through the Flora Reserve and surrounds with Anna over the last 2 or 3 months. Other than I do understand the importance and, understanding orchids and having been through some of these areas, and I see that bushland type activities down at Bridport through the wildlife reserves up there and how important that is to the ecosystem. So I'm trying very hard with what I'm trying to get the best of both worlds out of. The issue that we've got is that we've got a period of time where we're going to need to be making some decisions potentially about this. This outlines that timeline, and one block is sooner and another one is still quite a long way away. So we need to be continuing to do these work throughs. From what I can gather, 5A, we can't do anything there anyway unless we do number 2, which is actually further reports. So we're limited in saying, okay, that might be the plan, but the reality of it is we can't do anything there until we've gone through and done further things. Now, I note the 2019 North Barker report that was referred to by Anna, and it's referred to in our, I think, master plan as well, and how that sort of evolved and what that's actually said. And again, where wildlife roam, how plants sort of evolve and how those ecosystems. Anna has tried to explain that to my very basic understanding about how by taking bits out it actually affects the whole. And so I get all that. So I'm deeply concerned about that aspect of it. I'm comfortable that we've got a master plan, which doesn't actually mean that it actually has to happen. It just means this is where we're going, so we can actually work this through. And that's why my number 3 was there. So we continue with that engagement process, and whilst it might be almost saying that's what the master plan is doing, it's just really highlighting the fact that we need to continue to talk to groups like this. We need to talk to our residents about those who actually require the purpose to put their family members in there. And the fourth point that I was trying to make is that within the design features there's a lot of green stuff there which actually doesn't look like it's going to be used for. It's got lots of little dots which I think are all to do with the flora in there that already sort of been ruled out of being used for future burial services. My thinking is that if we're serious about that, let's just grab that, and it may well even be the flora reserve, because I'm not sure what its actual legal status is. So number 4 was really to go through and really look at that and say, okay, well, if we're going to not do anything with that, let's lock it up so that we actually don't do anything with that into the future. So mine was putting that covenant over it to actually preserve the bits of green and the existing reserve so that we actually make a positive statement about the fact that we're not going to do anything with that particular area of land in Launceston. So that was my point 4, was to actually really hone down and at least we preserve the rest of it. I still think the ones in 5A are still up for grabs based on what number 2 says, is that there is still the opportunity for 5A to not recur. So therefore what I'm really hoping is that 3 does is it continues that conversation so we get the best outcome for both Carvilla and for the reserve that we're talking about. So that's the intent. Now, whether I've done that very well and whether that's actually going to happen, I don't know, because I'm trying to weigh some very difficult things in my mind as to how we best do this. I acknowledge and I agree with the master planning process and the work that's been done. And if I look at what you're doing within Carvilla and the bits that we are using, you're doing an amazing job in improving how that looks to the community that actually needs those services. I mean, I think the site of Carvilla in the last few years has significantly uplifted in the way that it actually presents to our community. So I want to endorse the work that have been done by our team. I want to acknowledge the work that's been done by the people from the Flora and Fauna Reserve in highlighting to us the importance of this block of remnant bush. And I think listening to the commentary about this did stretch from all the way from Epping Forest through to here, and having driven up and down that road, having lived at Fingal Valley in my formative years and driven up and down that road a long time, I haven't seen the changes. So I put that forward. I'm interested in other people's conversations on this so that we can actually move forward.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Harris is the seconder.
Thank you, Mayor. I might just reserve my opportunity to speak at this stage and hear from some of the others, but I would want to ask a question that could be important, and that is, I've been told that this area has some form of wildlife preservation covenant or similar across it, as a registered zone or otherwise. Are we able to explain if it has, and if so, what does it actually mean in regard to this? Because I can't seem to find it in the report, but I have been told it on multiple occasions. So.
Yes, certainly. So the Carvilla Memorial Park, the entire site, is under conservation management. That certainly, is that the answer to your question? And is there something, what does it mean? It basically means in relation to the day-to-day management, and for us as the day-to-day management authority of that site. And like any planning process, it may mean the fact when we look at point 2, for example, is looking at the different relevant approval processes that will be required, forest practices plans and so forth. So there's a different legislation as well that would have to be abided by.
Just to be clear, so it doesn't prevent clearing of the land or otherwise as a conservation plan. It simply says that it's under this planning and you've got to go through a process should you decide you want to clear in the way that I guess a forest practices plan may well do something similar.
To the best of my knowledge, that is correct.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Contributions around the table. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. I too want to say how much I've appreciated hearing from our community via the various means that have been afforded during this process. Obviously, the process started quite a time ago with it being underpinned by one of our Tomorrow Together platforms. I think 2024, the agenda suggests, but obviously, recently there's been lots of passion and the opportunity for councillors to afford tours where we have had the opportunity to further expand our knowledge and further understand the passion that members of our community have in this space. And that is acknowledged, and a lifetime of professional work in this space is acknowledged by Anna and other members of the community who have come forward. What I want to say is that I think Councillor Mackenzie, Deputy Mayor Mackenzie, is trying to find a way forward to ensure that the master plan is able to at least proceed, noting that there are already significant checks and balances contained within it, by further adding or highlighting those processes, especially the feedback loop, by adding point 3, engaging with all relevant stakeholders. Perhaps adds weight to that. And I think point 4 enables some more work to occur with regard to the buffer zones, which we've learnt and know are just as important as the actual reserve itself. And I certainly appreciated the knowledge that we were able to gain on that walk through. The process, though, has been an outstanding one from my perspective. The Tomorrow Together initiation of it was outstanding. The way that councillors endorsed the draft plan before it went to community ensured that there was an appropriate process that had real strength around its governance, the way that we afforded formal and informal consultation with regard to the plan, and also the way I think that we are noting that perhaps in the gaps of other levels of government who manage and have fundamental control over the future of death care in the state, that we are considering some of the things that perhaps they're not. I note that some councillors have very strong views on what the future of death care should be. But that's not actually what we're being asked to do at this point. We're being asked to consider the relevant regulations, the relevant frameworks within which Carvilla currently operates, and we're looking to create a master plan into the future that will take into consideration all of those things that will and perhaps might occur. And I agree with lots of those things, and I agree that there are going to be significant changes. What I also agree with is what the report says, that the Carvilla Memorial Park is a significant portion of land that provides a particular service with regard to death care, but that it also is renowned and should be preserved with regard to the natural elements that make Carvilla what Carvilla are. And I do think that the master plan does respond to that notion well. Perhaps by adding point 4, we're able to ensure that we're able to do it better than just well, that we're able to protect some more vegetation that will ensure that Carvilla's future ecological regard and also its offering to our community are protected, enhanced, saved. I do think it's already there, but I do think that by adding 4 particularly, it will add an additional level of rigour to what point 2 was already going to do anyway. So I'll support Councillor Mackenzie's additional points. I think they're already covered in what was asked of us in point 2 and in point 1, but I do think that it provides an additional level of surety to our community that we do value, and that it provides some additional value to the ecological components that make Carvilla Carvilla.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Further contributions? Councillor Kai? Councillor Dawkins?
Thank you, and please forgive me, I am far from my best today. I came at the end of what was an absolutely hideous flu, because this is very, very important to me and to the people in the community who for many years I have listened to. I acknowledge that this site is a site of multi-use, and I love the way that we've opened it up more to the living than the dead over the time that I've been looking at how Carvilla operates. It's not somewhere that I spend a lot of time, though I do have relatives interred there. I do spend time at another graveyard in a different municipality, perhaps a little too much, but that's how I like to honour my mum. So, notwithstanding that the future of this site and being able to expand its use to include more recreational activity is very important to this community, I think it's also incredibly important that we take a pause and understand that this is exactly how we got to the point we are in the climate crisis. We chip away, a little bit here, a little bit there, until we have ecological collapse. We told scientists 50 years ago, when they started talking to us about climate change and environmental degradation, we said, it's too big. It's all too big for us. We can't understand it on this global level. We don't understand the science. We don't understand what you're talking about. Please show us in local terms, in small terms, what this means to us. This is a perfect example of what environmental degradation means to a community and how it occurs. It occurs by starting with a large tract of land which holds many species of flora and fauna, and little bit by little bit, we chip away at it for community use. And of course, we'll always have a use for forested land. Everybody in the community who holds these little tracts of land, exactly like this, these little bits that are left, are looking at us as a leader today. They'll be looking to us to say, well, if they can clear their land, then I can clear my land too. And that's exactly what will happen. So we're saying here today already, we've talked about the accolades that we've been receiving, the sustainability. We talk about our climate action plan and how proud we are of it. But this is a living example of what we do when faced with a difficult choice. When faced with a difficult choice, we look for the clearest, practical way to be able to try and find a balance. But unfortunately, with climate change, ecological degradation, there is no balance. That's kind of the point. And that's how Australia is second highest globally for biodiversity loss. This is how we got to this point. Because these little local decisions that we make, dozens of them being made around the state, hundreds of them being made around the country, thousands in the region, millions around the world, is how we get to the point where we can't tell our children and their children what's going to be left for them. All of these collective decisions, that's how we get to the point where we're not sure what the colour of the world's going to be. We're losing our colour. We're losing our flavour. We're losing that sense of abundance of a world that I wanted to leave my children, which is exactly how I ended up here. Like Councillor Pentridge, there was something that drove me to stand up in a position like this. I'm an introvert. You know, I don't want to be here. But in lieu of somebody else, it's got to be me. And when we ask the question, if not who, it's us. It's always us. And that does not devalue anything about this plan or about its intention, but we've got to make a point. It seems so facile to me that we can stand up and say, look how good we are at conservation, look how good we are at climate change, how important it is to have a trophy that shows that we understand sustainability. And at the same time, when faced with the very question, we say it's okay. Don't worry about it. We can lose this bit, we'll lose this bit, we'll lose... And you know what? In the end, there's nothing left. So I don't want to live in a concrete jungle. I do understand that this is a place for the living, whilst honouring the dead. But I cannot support a plan that is going to continue to remove this incredibly important, diverse piece of forest.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Kai?
Well, I can't support this master plan as a whole, and I don't know how the process works, but I was thinking with 5A, I could support S1, the first section where the waterway is, but not S2, where it separates the two sections where there are the protected flora in those reserves. So I'm at a point where if we were able to add another clause on there saying that we could accept this master plan, but only with S1 but not S2, then I can't support this master plan.
So a question, CEO, as to what an amendment like that would potentially look like if possible.
Thank you, through the chair. From what I understand is Councillor Kai is seeking to move an amendment, which will then need to be dealt with separately outside of the motions. Councillor Kai, I don't have any pre-drafted words, sorry. I'm trying to do this on the run, but I assume you're looking to make an amendment to recommendation 2. Notes any future development of areas identified, or are you actually looking to put it in 1? Adopts the Carvilla Memorial Master Plan attached to this report for S1 only. Is that what you're seeking to do?
Yes, so I do understand we are needing some more space, but even if we adopt S1, we still have quite a few years to go before anything else needs to be done. But that was just a thought. And I wondered how the process would go if we were to go down that way. Because I find S2 is too important to be included with this and have it removed.
Just seek some clarification on that, Councillor Kai.
Sorry, through the chair, thank you. As we try and word this as we move, Councillor Kai. So as we understand it, we would be looking to, or you would be looking to amend recommendation 2, where it says areas identified in the master plan, option 5A, S1 only.
Yes.
For the clarification of the room, is it possible to get that clarification of what S1 is for those who might be following along? I can see some councillors conversing over that, but for clarity of the room, page 25 of the master plan, for those following along.
We also got brought up onto the screen.
Yep. Gotcha. Yep. Oh, 100% does. Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay.
Oh, is it? Sorry, it might be a different page numbers. Sorry, in the agenda it might be a different page.
In the agenda, we have page 18. Which one? 25 of the... Excuse me. So for those following along, 515, page 515 of the agenda, page 25 of the master plan. There we go. Sure.
What we'll do is add number 5, which will be amends the Carvilla master plan to remove stage 2 as a future expansion option.
Can we also add a covenant to the rest of the area? Because if you have a look at where this area at the moment is a protected area, and that area as well, where you've got them separated, it will die off. So are we able to add a covenant to that?
If it's protected, we already can't touch it.
I know, but in the future, this might go ahead later on. I was wondering whether we can add a covenant to that area there, to S2.
So that one there, that'll be the covenant.
Oh, so that will be...
That'll be gone. So that will all be reserved.
So we don't need to add another covenant to it?
No. So that by doing that, we're saying all of that is protected. We're just doing that.
Right.
That's what that says. If you're happy with that, I'll get it up on the board if that's what you're happy with. I think your intention is to say we don't want to do anything here.
No, because with this section here, like I looked at it, and I went for a walk up here where some land's already been cleared.
The CEO is just finding the alternate motion or the amended motion with Councillor Kai.
Things are going to start dying off either way, so if we were to protect that area, then that would, yeah.
That's what that'll do. Cool.
So that would be a covenant?
Yeah.
Right,
So
because I'm still
completely right.
learning.
Yeah, it'll be right. We'll get up on the screen.
Okay.
Not just the buffer, but the S2 as well. S2 and the S2.
So I think that's what the...
We need a covenant on all of those.
I will ask the CEO, but he just explained to me that once that's reserved, that will all be protected.
And we need to make sure. Because at the moment, we're talking about...
They won't be here for
None of it.
Sorry, point of order. We've got so many different things happening here. Could we please, Mayor, have a little bit of control on what's happening?
Sure. If the public could please return to their seats. And just for an update, we're just formulating the wording of Councillor Kai's alternate motion.
So
or
with
amended
respect,
motion.
Councillor Kai is able to have any alternate motion or any amendment that she wishes. The process needs to be that she puts forward the words and then, if need be, we wordsmith them so that they're actually legal or appropriate. So could we ask Councillor Kai to please read to us what her amendment is, and then the process will flow from there.
Councillor Kai.
The CEO's wording it up for me to remove S2 from the master plan. And I think from my understanding, CEO's explained to me that once C2 has been removed, that whole area will be protected, so we don't need a covenant on the buffer zone or any other section. Would that be...
No further input,
Would that be
please.
correct, the CEO?
Thank you. Through the Chair, as advised by Councillor Kai, the amendment is seeking to remove stage 2 from the Carvilla Master Plan as within your agenda papers. And as you can obviously see, the governance team are working up what that wording will look like as a proposed amendment, not the motion at this point in time. It should be on your screen very shortly, of which then the amendment, if as per Councillor Kai's request is correct, will then need a seconder before it can be debated.
If it fails, we go back to Hughes. Oh, 100%. They shouldn't be doing it on the floor on the fly. Yeah.
I'm going to move a procedural motion. This is ridiculous. We're doing all of these changes on the fly. The governance team are under pressure now to put words on the screen. I'm going to suggest that we lay the item on the table and that we break for lunch.
I'll second that.
Okay. So, all those in favour? Those against? Mayor against? Just get on with it. But anyway, we're breaking now.
Table, does that mean we wait for the next council meeting? No? Oh, right. Okay.
So we've got 30 minutes adjournment because Councillor Gibson has moved that we break for lunch, and it's been voted and moved by the table, minus the Mayor, and we will break for 30 minutes. Okay, councillors, well, we're meeting back after our adjournment. And just for clarity, the motion that was brought forward to adjourn is the procedural motion. There is no motion to lay on the table. That is the procedural motion. We come back after an adjournment, so we will now just pick up where we were having that conversation under the Local Government Act in the meeting regs. So, Councillor Kai, you have brought forward an amendment. That amendment has now been worked through governance from your words and your will and your want to move through. That is now on the screen. I'll give you just a moment to look at what that amendment looks like and what it speaks to, and if it has captured your amendment. Okay, so just clarification from the officers through you, Executive Leader.
Thank you, through the Chair. I think it was just to clarify that what it does do is actually remove it from the master plan, that it's not identified at this time as future interment space. In relation to future use, that will be a further decision at Council at another time.
Councillor Kai?
Order, we need a seconder for the amendment that is being put forward in order for there to be discussion.
Seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Kai. This is just speaking to the amendment. Everybody can have a go again, but once everyone's had a go, we go back if it passes.
So
and then the speakers I've got listed don't speak again.
So is this the time to put the covenant on all across there and down that little strip where the protected area is, which is down from S2?
Today that's before you, I have to hand over to the CEO, but you are, we're bringing a master plan for Council for consideration in relation to future land within the City of Launceston municipality. I would imagine that would need to be a further decision and further consideration by Council in relation to its use.
Okay, thank you.
So speaking to
the
amendment?
Yeah, well, I'm quite happy with what we've put up there, and I do hope that my fellow councillors, colleagues will support me on this. Thank you.
Okay, a question, Councillor Gibson?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, in simple terms, could Councillor Kai please outline what she's hoping to achieve with the amendment?
Councillor Kai?
Yes, so I went on when I looked at the master plan here, so just down this little area here, there are those orchids that are endangered and that needs preserving, and where the 5A S2 is up here, if we ever to build on there or start clearing that land down there, this separation from here is quite far from the others. And I don't know if when you went on the site visit, where they started clearing, the bushland starts to die off. So if we start clearing that area, which is A2 there, then this little area that is protected and preserved at the moment will start to die off. So having A2 there practically means that eventually this little area will be gone anyway. So I don't see the point of rephrase. I do see the point because it's very important. But if we don't keep A2 there, this little protected area will disappear in time. So not because we're not protecting it, but because the clearing will actually cause these plants to slowly die off. So we walked all the way through to up the top where there has been some clearing. And if you have a look where the clearings are done, they've said clearing are done here. But as you look, all the bushland and all that are just dying off. further and further in. So if we ever to clear that section, what's protected we say we're protecting it, but the land itself is not going to protect it and it will die off. So I'm just trying to see if we could protect the whole area down here as well. So it's mainly this area to me that's very important. And if in the future, like I said, I'm repeating myself, but I think you get it right. Maybe someone else might have a better way of explaining. Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. The subsequent question is the wishes and will of Councillor Kai captured in what governance have been able to put together in terms of what you've heard wanting to be protected? Is that what is able to be achieved through the words in yellow?
Through the chair, Councillor Gibson, obviously it's a step away from the master plan that was presented to council. We certainly do understand, and as through the whole process, have heard from those people that the community that are passionate about the area. What this change and amendment does gives surety to the community that on the site that we have probably 50 years in relation to future interment space. It doesn't give any surety to the community about what happens after that point, but I'm sure would be a further discussion of council into the future.
And my final question with regard to the amendment versus buffer zones, so particularly stage 2 versus buffer zones, how are they in simple terms for the community who are listening in who don't have the graph and the chart in front of them, how do buffer zones, as captured in point 5, and the area that Councillor Kai wants to protect, how do they differ?
I'm just trying to clarify in relation to your question. In relation to what had been proposed in 5A stage 1 and 5A stage 2, both of those had buffer zones to the flora reserve already factored into the plan. We also were aware of certain endangered species, and that has also been captured in the plan, something that we don't release to the community of where that is located for its protection. In relation to the bottom point, that's obviously a further investigation, and as that's what the Deputy Mayor's asked, is a report. So then we would need to, or through another Department of Council, understand what the impact would be to the ongoing future of Carvilla Memorial Park if it was determined that that area was deemed unavailable for future use.
But sorry, to be clear, the buffer zones are already identified and listed in the plan.
Yes, in the current master plan, what we had identified, certainly I know there would be disagreement, as we know, within the community that that is not enough, but we did identify buffer zones around the flora reserve.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Pentridge is the seconder.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to, I won't go into this long-winded, but thank you for assisting some of us who don't fully understand procedure. And your help is invaluable, and all of us. We don't understand procedures, and if we're out of line, then I apologise. But I appreciate Susie was trying to put a point forward, and no, she doesn't probably know all the right procedures, and neither do I. So thank you for your assistance.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Further comments on the amendment? Yes? Yep, Councillor Dawkins, then Councillor Professor Raze.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Clark, for bringing this forward. This does seem like the only compromise that a number of us would accept today. I would have voted against the original motion, but I'm now comfortable with the amendment that I can vote for it.
Thank you, Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Professor Raze.
Thank you very much. Well, we had a wonderful passionate discussion. And it just shows you the difficulty sometimes when we have a master plan to think about 30, 40 years ahead and how many problems which it can arise. I am when I came to the meeting today, I was in a dilemma because I really, we respect our decision. We should offer them a peaceful place to be buried. we recognise Carvilla has been an important actually place for individual and for community, and to gather people, to remember the deceased one. And my mother is buried there too, and I feel the passion and the importance of that for the community. At the same time, we have to think ahead. And what will happen in the future if we need more space? And it's that's quite realistic to think like that. And you have done an excellent job in putting this master plan. But sometimes I wonder whether we have done a little bit too much. And sometimes we might have to do a little by little, because what happened, we open up the whole space and we create so many concerns from the community who are really passionate about our bushland, our plants, about our flora. And that's why I was really hesitant. Would I support the whole plan like this one? I said, well, do we need to go that far? Because you have opened up the whole space and there is no guarantee, actually. It will be safe. In a few years' time, they might say, oh, we need that bit of bush as well. So I totally support Councillor Kai. All we need, actually, just that small piece of land, and leave the rest as it is. There is no need to be, thinking about or dividing it. It should be all the same. And as you said, we are protecting it at the same time, and that will help our volunteers. They have been doing this for years in protecting it, and I think that's probably the best compromise for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor. Further comments? Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much, and I also want to thank Councillor Kai, who very eloquently articulates what she's trying to achieve, and I commend her for it. However, I think the best approach in this instance would be to reject the master plan, because essentially you can't be just cherry-picking bits out of a plan. It's no longer a master plan. It's just, it completely kind of defies what a master plan is about. So I won't be supporting the amendment based on that premise, but I certainly congratulate her for the work that and advocacy of what she's trying to achieve.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Further comments, contributions around the amendment? Okay, well, anything further to close, Councillor Kai?
Yeah, just a quick one.
Yeah.
I would just like to say that by rejecting it, I feel like we're sort of stuck in a sense where at least if we have S1, that gives us an extra 30 odd years or so. Is it 30 odd years, Eve? Into the future?
Yep, certainly through the Mayor. It could certainly well be beyond that in relation to it, so yes.
And yeah, and that'll give us plenty of time in the future to look into that. Trend might change, people might not want Beryl anymore. So for now, I think this also gives the people of Launceston a security to know that at least for the next 30 or 40 years, there's, well, people, how old am I? So yeah, so if we want to be buried, we've then at least got that option that there is still an area for us. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor
And I'd like
Kai.
to thank Eve and everyone else for all the hard work they've done on this, and our speakers that came and spoke today as well. Thank you.
Okay, so putting the amendment to the vote. So all those in favour? Those against? Those abstaining? Okay, Councillor Palmer abstaining, Councillor Gibson against. The other councillors remaining are for, so the amendment becomes the substantive motion, and we go back to the conversation around now this as the motion, in which the Deputy Mayor has had the moving speak option. Councillor Harris reserved his right, but we've had Councillor Dawkins, Councillor Gibson, Councillor Kai and Councillor Raze have spoken already. I'm glad I wrote all of that down. Okay, so looking at that now, Councillor Palmer has an opportunity to speak, Councillor Harris has an opportunity to speak. If any would like to, yeah, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, my reason for abstaining, I just think it's just really, really messy. But this is my thoughts and, yeah, this is my thoughts on the whole thing. Carvilla. I thought Henry from the gallery spoke very, very well, and I couldn't agree more. He's the voice that we need to listen to more and more, and I really, really agree with your words and everything you said. In my view, it does appear to be overly detrimental to the endangered flora. Carvilla, the floral reserve, is home to a lot of rare plants and threatened plants because everywhere around it is so heavily developed already. So this isn't my strength. The floral reserve is definitely not my strength, but I do appreciate it. I do love it. My family loves getting out in it. My children, my 28-year-old son is all for it. My 16-year-old, my 14-year-old love getting out in nature. I want to see more of it in Launceston. So my investigation is that it is the last stronghold for many rare species, well worth protecting, and I believe we need to explore alternative options. That's my take on it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Harris?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, my fellow councillors, for the conversation. When I delayed my opportunity to speak, I wasn't quite sure what may unfold during the rest of the debate, and I am very pleased where it has landed. I live about 500 metres from this site. My mother, father, uncles, aunts are all interned in that site, and it is somewhere that we do visit, not regularly, as in every week like some people, but certainly we do go there to contemplate, and it is a part of Launceston, and that's what it was designed for. I believe the amendment to only allow stage 1 to be proceeded with at this stage does provide sufficient time and perhaps give us time as a council to address the issues that we've identified, including the state government legislation on land tenure, as well as other things that may well shape what Carvilla and a cemetery may look like in the next 20, 50, 100 years compared to what it does at the moment. So very happy to support the amended motion as it is. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. So, Deputy Mayor, as the mover of the original, you now have the opportunity to close, which is strange.
Yeah, it's been a very long-winded thing, but again, it's been a very important topic to discuss today. So I thank everybody for their input, including our officers. And I still want to keep coming back to what a great job I think you've done on the master plan, and I think in general what you've done at Carvilla. So in no sense of the imagination of what we're ending up here today with is really taking away from, I think, what you guys do out there. Again, to me, all we've done is we've taken a patch out, which again, I think goes into 10, which is the remnant bush that you said, Councillor Kai, would be destroyed if we use that bit. So I'm very comfortable that we've got somewhere to go in the short term anyway with S1. And so let's see what happens into the future.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That is... those against? You know you're voting against what you spoke on.
I think both are confused because I was confused as well. So now you're voting for...
Voting on what's on the screen. What's on the screen? Yeah. So all those in favour, that's all councillors present, unanimous decision. The motion is carried. Okay, so moving through, we've got special event sponsorship, Australian National Under 15 and Under 19 Badminton Championships, from flora and fauna to badminton. 17.4, the recommendation is that Council approves the published special event to receive the recommended sponsorship amount for 24-25 special event sponsorship budget. Somebody please to move. Councillor Harris. Seconded? Can we please have it a seconder? Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is special event sponsorship for the under 15 and under 19 badminton. It does bring a large contingent of interstate visitors to Launceston, and we did have unspent funding for the current financial year. Now, it's not necessarily that we should just spend what's in the bucket. However, this particular underage championships, because of the large number of interstate visitations and nights of that will be undertaken by those visiting in Launceston, I see there's significant benefit to our city, and hence that's why I hadn't gone through the process. we were able to come up and it qualified for a full request of theirs at $30,000, so the 83%. So the paperwork's there. So my preference always would be to see such requests well in advance of happening in a couple of weeks' time, as this particular one is. But nevertheless, very pleased that the National Under-15 and Under-19 Badminton Championships held in Launceston can be supported by this council. Thank you.
No, I have to agree with Councillor Harris, and I think anything to do with youth and sport should be supported by us. I'm in total agreement. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pension. Now I've got a question, Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, thanks. $30,000 is not a small amount of money. All of the details are contained within a closed confidential document. Can an overview of the request and indeed number of bed nights, the significant spend, some of those things be outlined, please, to our community, because $30,000 for an event that's going to be held in less than a month's time is not common. In fact, I've never seen it ever before. So how did it come about in terms of the request? What are some of the other financials? What is the expected financial return? Are there any other government supporters? Are there any other financial sponsors of the event?
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Executive Leader? Okay. I'm just going to get some further officer advice.
Of course, as well, Mayor, if the officer is unable, there are 3 councillors who presumably were part of the assessment who would potentially have some of that information.
Apologies, councillors. I haven't been a part of that panel, and to get the correct advice for you, I've asked the officer involved. She's on her way up now.
In the meantime, is there any further information from those sitting on the panel as councillors? Councillor Palmer or Councillor Harris?
I think the number of people, as I said, shown as interstate is 600. And I can't find the number of bed nights, but it was in excess of 3,800 from memory. It's just eluding me at the moment, which is, of course, probably more than you would actually get for something like an AFL game, which is only over a shorter period. So it does have a significant financial benefit and boost to our local economy. Anyway, now the officers arrived. I've padded long enough. I'll let them answer.
Anything further, Councillor Palmer?
Yeah, I'm just not sure. I don't want to say anything I'm actually not allowed to say in open council. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I've got some information in front of me, but I'm not sure if that's allowed or appropriate to speak about. So I just would seek some advice before I did. Yeah.
Apologies, councillors. The officer has just gone to get her statistics from that report.
Are there statistics in the report that would have been assessed that councillors have that they might be able to?
They actually should be in that report.
Yes. And we just wanted some clarity around what's allowed to be shared and not. I think Councillor Gibson's question was quite realistic as to share the information around bed nights and so forth, as Councillor Harris, but perhaps if Councillor Palmer has any reservations around any of that information, might be able to express it now.
I think I'll just wait. Yeah. Better to be safe.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Gibson. The report has been made confidential just because it has personal information in it. Just going through the application, some of the numbers include active members 16,000. Just try and get through very quickly. Estimated number of expected attendees for the event 655. 650 people attended last year. Apologies. How many visitor bed nights this event will generate? 3,850 is the estimation. Using the visitor bed night, they have automatically calculated that at $954,800. Funding has been applied for through Events Tasmania of $95,000. Doesn't say that here. Oh, I beg your pardon, it does. It has been successful. And the total event cost is $300,000.
Great, thanks for that. So a 10% contribution from the City of Launceston. How did it come to us and why so late? And is it that they are not entitled to the City of Launceston conferencing winter initiative as well as this sponsorship?
It came through our regular channel of the special event funding late, because that's when they contacted us. They didn't give a reason. Yeah.
And my other question around, are they seeking or are they entitled to the winter conferencing and delegate support package?
I believe they would fit under that program as well. They applied under the specials, but yes.
Sorry, I might just add to that due to the nature of the level of visitation, the amount they would have been eligible would have been far less than the 30,000 that they asked for that event.
And was there any consideration by the committee that the request was perhaps too significant? I mean, there are very few things that receive $30,000, particularly less than a month before they're happening. So it means from a sponsorship perspective, our ability to influence additional bed nights, to market the destination, to achieve all of the things that are what we want to achieve through a package like this are kind of happening anyway. What other conversations that are occurring have occurred with the event organiser around maximising our investment of $30,000?
There wasn't any additional commentary around that from the assessment panel on whether or not it was a good investment this shorter time frame or not. It's just that it met the criteria. They had a solid application.
Great. I'll expand the question further. Tourism profile demonstrates positive tourism benefits through the promotion of Launceston, building our profile and reputation. What are we going to be able to do in less than a month to ensure $30,000 is well expended?
Sure. Well, we've been working with them on obviously Launceston having a presence on their website and continue to work with them on building out their collateral and having a presence on the day, and working with our partners, Visit Northern Tas and Launceston Central, to make sure that the visitors, when they arrive here, have a positive experience.
Thank you. So in terms of asset usage, received a very high score of 72. What are some of the City of Launceston owned and operated assets that the badminton championships are going to be utilising?
So the criteria for that certainly mentions City of Launceston owned and operated facilities, but also references facilities generally in Launceston. So they're going to be participating at the Elfin Sports Centre.
Thank you. Other than the badminton championships at a state-owned facility, what other City of Launceston inclusions are part of the itinerary?
There's no venues being used as a part of the badminton championships.
In terms of the add-on program, which councillors obviously haven't seen, what ways are we going to be influencing that itinerary planning through our tourism department in the next few days before the delegates start to arrive, to ensure that we maximise our investment?
So we'll work closely with Visit Northern Tas to make sure that there's a landing page set up on their website so that when the visitors are here for the championships, they're able to head out into Launceston and enjoy the city through using that platform, which is our current destination website that we use to market Launceston.
Great. So in terms of the program, we don't know that they're just going to be having, for example, a food van or food vans at the centre. They're going to be encouraging them to disperse through winter through restaurants. Is that the plan?
Sure.
Is that their
yes,
plan?
absolutely.
Yeah. So in terms of utilising and activating Launceston as a cultural, entertainment, sports and recreation venue, was there a program contained within what the assessment panel assessed to know that there can be, a distribution of the players at night in our hotels, in our pubs, in our clubs, at our theatres, or are they going to be having a roast and veg at the venue?
Yeah, we certainly don't have the detailed plan, I suppose, of all of the visitors that will be in Launceston for this event, and that's probably not something that would normally form part of their event application. I think that the point you make around receiving an application for funding with a short lead time may be something we consider as a part of our updated event framework when we consider, as you said, the significant contribution, that perhaps we need to build something like that into our guidelines.
Great, thanks. Final question, and of course an updated event strategy would be useful in this instance. What is the date of the particular event? It doesn't reference it anywhere in the open agenda item. How many days is it going for? And for 3,850 bed nights, are the organisers working with the Visitor Information Centre around potential yield that we can derive from this particular investment.
Just one moment. So the event start date is on the 14th of July, and that's in their grant funding application that was shared in the papers.
The confidential document. Yep.
That's right. Yeah. And I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
How long it's going for.
Yeah, so and then the event end date is the 20th of July. Great.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Thank you, Angie. Was there any further information around that from Councillor Harris or Councillor Palmer as committee members? Now noting that the sort of stats and figs have been able to be expressed. Any further conversations or insight? Okay, thank you. Right, so with the questions, we've got Councillor Harris as the mover and Councillor Pentridge as the seconder. Councillor Harris? I didn't cross you off, did you? Oh, you both did. Yeah, fair enough. Any further contributions? Yep, Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. Obviously, 3,850 bed nights is pretty significant for the City of Launceston in winter. It's, what is it, the 19th of June, so they'll receive a funding agreement, let's say, on the 20th, and the event will happen on the 14th of July. Pretty tight in terms of a funding agreement, pretty tight in terms of us actually being able to get something out of a sponsorship agreement. But nonetheless, it scored very, very, very highly. So the funding panel have obviously worked closely to ensure that those bed nights are the thing that we're banking on. I think it's really important that these significant investments come with a policy and a strategy that's approved. It's very disappointing that the current event strategy is overdue, that this request, relying so much on tourism, on nighttime economy, relying so much on activation of Launceston, is coming to us less than a month before an event. I'm absolutely bewildered that you can achieve significant returns on an investment of $30,000 in less than a month with no actual strategic alignment. Bizarre, strange. Nonetheless, 3,850 bed nights is significant. Let's just hope that Launceston gets to benefit from them not having breakfast, not having lunch and not having dinner at the location of the event, that they're actually able to circulate. We seem to have no detail around what they're actually going to be doing other than playing badminton at the one location. But let's hope that 3,850 people do not all go to Wendy's for a hot dog for lunch, but rather, while they're down in that part of Launceston, they're able to circulate into the city, and that we're able to stimulate some economy during winter, which I think will be welcomed by Launceston, welcomed by retailers, welcomed by nighttime economy.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Further contributions? Anything to close, Councillor Harris?
No, only that to say that I do think sporting teams do tend to incur more than just bed nights, that obviously getting around, as we know in Launceston, usually requires a hire car, which then enables them to go to the venue, leave that, come into town to see what's around, go and see our tourist attractions up at the gorge, participate and spread the money. And certainly it has been my experience over quite many years that whenever we've had national championships, you always see these teams of young people walking up and down the CBD, proudly wearing their various colours of their team tracksuits. And I do hope that badminton does that, as well as provide the local badminton community with a positive boost, because badminton is a good sport and is in fact able to be played by all ages. So I thank you and look forward to my fellow councillors' support of this funding.
Putting it to the vote, all those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Thank you, officers. We have nothing identified for QV Mag in this agenda today, but we're going through 219, which is Community Asset and Design. 19.1 is the NTCA Sports Complex Redevelopment Project Update. The recommendation being that council notes the update of the NTCA redevelopment project. Somebody to move. Deputy Mayor has moved, seconded by Councillor Dawkins. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I think, look, this is an updated report, really is all we're noting, I think, is what's come in. I guess we note that there is a funding request out there for funds to assist us in continuing on that development. So really, I'm just noting this as a report received.
Thank you, Deputy. Nothing further, Councillor Dawkins? Anything around the table? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present. Motion is carried. Thanks, Debbie. 19.2, we have the St Leonards and Waverley Neighbourhood Plan, Stage 2 Community Engagement Feedback Summary. Recommendation is that Council receives and notes the attached summary dated the 25th of May and receives the notes through the written submissions received during the community consultation period. Somebody please to move. Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, it is interesting to note that this is to receive and note, not necessarily to endorse, but it does note the progress that's been made with the Stage 2 consultation dated May of this year. And this is something that is proceeding. We would like, of course, to have a final report for us to endorse, but we are aware there has been a delay in that, which has been pushed out, and whilst it has been given a further 12 months to be completed from our consultants anyway, I'm led to believe that it is much more likely to be reporting much quicker than that, which will enable us to continue to move this very important document in actually having a proper neighbourhood plan for St Leonards and Waverley, and stop us having the conversation, I guess, that we had for Mount Pleasant and Oakden Park earlier today, where land of sufficient size had not been allowed for in the development, somewhat ad hoc, of the various subdivisions by different subdividers. And so that is the need to get the big bits in place in a neighbourhood plan, and certainly I look forward to seeing the final report, and the sooner the better. And I look forward to my fellow councillors just endorsing this recommendation, because we really are only receiving it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Anything further, Councillor Pentridge?
In the interest of moving on, I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Any further contributions? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. Thanks, Claire. 19.3 is Infrastructure and Engineering Grant Submission, April and May 25. Recommendation that Council receives the information contained in this report and approves Council funding contributions if future budget years, if the applications are successful. Somebody please to move. Councillor Harris. Seconded. Somebody to second to start the conversation? Deputy Mayor. Councillor Harris.
Thank you again. Yes, so this is to understand what our council officers are doing on our behalf, is how I would interpret this report. Receives information contained in the report and approves that if we are successful in getting those funding contributions for the 3 projects, that we then make future allowances in our future years' budgets for the applications to be implemented. And the 3 projects are the Disaster Ready Fund for the Launceston Flood Mitigation Plan, where Council will be providing, as has been talked about before, a project manager for the term of 3 years, amongst other financial contributions. The second one is for a vulnerable user program, as mentioned by, I think, Mr. Shaw earlier today, about a new unsignalised pedestrian crossing and footpath on Inner Street near the Kmart. This is where there is no public footpath that needs pedestrian ramps. Whilst it does include 95 metres of footpath, there is a fair bit more than just the 95 metres of footpath. It includes traffic island refuge, the pedestrian ramps, line marking, curbing, new signage, just to improve that level of safety in an area that in the past was probably much more industrial, and people have been just putting up with walking on the edge of the road and towards, or be with the cars coming behind them at times. And the third one is much more need and has been discussed as recently as earlier this week under the Vulnerable User Program, the Cemetery Street signalised pedestrian crossing, to enable students and others who use the new Willow Street campus of the shed at UTAS to be able to simply cross the road using a pedestrianised crossing. So it'll be walk up and push to get the green man to cross in much the same way as people do in Elfin Road, just near the grammar, down from the Grammar Junior School, and similarly occurs at the top of Queechy Hill, where they also push to cross there between the aged care facility and the IGA supermarket. So that is what is planned with these particular grant applications. It is important that Council does access whatever grants it can when it meets the criteria. Unfortunately, it inevitably will delay the work being done, and that's my biggest concern on this new work that is required for Cemetery Street, because I believe it is required now, and I would like to see it done in our next financial year, but it will probably require the successful grant. But even if that grant is unsuccessful, I think Council will still need to do something to ensure the pedestrian crossings are installed, and as a part of that, we will probably need to consider the access into the city park from that side, and whether the single gate opening that is there is actually sufficiently big enough to enable hopefully the quantity of people that will cross through that crossing. But I just bring that to, happy to bring this motion today so that people can see what our council officers are doing. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just only noting there that point 2 is that we're approving council funding on this in the event a future budget if the applications are successful.
Thank you. Contributions around the table? Councillor Petridge?
We've had these conversations before. Now, really, this is to service the union. Why are the ratepayers of this community being asked to build things for the union? I mean, God only knows we're giving them everything for nothing anyway. That building, I mean, I listen to certain words that are being used, and they're simply not accurate. That building's been going on there for quite a few years. This didn't, it was always going to be a situation where we had students. Let's make something clear. The safety of any students, it's a horrible street, right? And as mentioned by my colleague here, Cemetery Street's only just got worse since the lights, right? Which is another conversation, right? Now, something needs to be done, and I haven't got a problem with that. It's our kids. So how about we get the uni to contribute? Instead of constantly funding all these things, every man needs help. I think we should be looking at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Petridge. There's a question, Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. In my papers, it did reference the fact that the work with the uni already does indicate that the preliminary work that we're doing with the university suggests that, but was that the case, or is that the case?
Sure. Just for some clarity on that one, please, Senior Leader, Infrastructure and Engineering.
Yes, Councillor Gibson, that is the case. We are actively working with the university, and we have discussed this as recently as earlier this week, actually yesterday afternoon. We have no formal arrangement in place for funding of this crossing, and we're waiting until we understand the outcome of the grant application.
Mr Mayor, wouldn't it be appropriate if, in actual fact, I brought the uni up, and I must admit I read it, or had it read to me somewhere in August. Won't we put in the horse before the cart? Shouldn't someone be telling us, before we commit community money, that there's some lights that are definitely needed in the interest of public safety? Shouldn't we know how much are they contributing?
Thanks, Councillor.
Would that be appropriate?
Thanks, Councillor Petridge. So just, Erica, just around the conversations and how and if that has been something that's been discussed?
So the university does have a requirement to, through the development application, to provide a crossing at the location. The development application doesn't specify what that looks like, so our expectation would be that we discuss that. I haven't checked and I can follow up, but I believe that the Vulnerable Road User Program, one of the key aspects is actually for local government, so we have to be the applicant for that grant program as well. I recognise your point.
Thank you. Further contributions? Anything to close, Councillor Harris?
No, nothing to close.
Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Okay, so we've got now at 19.4 the proposed fee waiver request, road occupation at the Health Hub. We have had a speaker to this one already, but I would just open up. I don't believe there's anybody on the floor now. So I'll get to the recommendation. That recommendation being that council notes the request and does not agree to remit any fees associated with the road occupation. Somebody to move. Councillor Pentridge, seconded. Councillor Kai. Councillor Pentridge.
This is once again something that I consider atrocious. If you read all this documentation, and if you read what the spoilers have written in here about it, about knocking it back, this is a public hospital, or a hospital. As one of my colleagues has pointed out, it's only for those that can afford to pay. But nevertheless, it's still a facility for our community, right? And God only knows we need more and more of it, right? And isn't that good if people that can pay can go to a private facility, maybe the poor buggers that can't can go to the Launceston Central and get treated in a reasonable amount of time. But when you read this paperwork, I think it's atrocious, right? I mean, first of all, and it's well noted about how I feel about certain people in the past, which is not into that, but we had a senior person that acted as our CEO for quite a few occasions, made a commitment that the fee would be waived, right? We're disregarding that. We can't do that. If senior people in this organisation make decisions, then we've got to wear them. And it's inappropriate. And the other thing that concerns me constantly in this whole establishment, a lack of understanding of reality. When cranes and heavy equipment needs to be moved, it's not about putting it in the parking spot between the two lines. You know, we are risking people's lives by not giving people the space and the time to operate the machinery, to do the work that needs to be done, which benefits this community. So I think he deserves it. I mean, it was 2 weeks. He was originally told. He was told that it would be sorted out. Right? It was 2 weeks out of time. I think it's unrealistic.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. So if I can just digest what you're saying, are you foreshadowing that if this fails, that you will be bringing forward an alternate motion that we do support? That's what I'm hearing that you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. So if this fails, Councillor Pentridge has foreshadowed that. Can you do that as the mover, though? Can I have some guidance from governance, please? Susie's the seconder. Okay, so you can. Okay? But you can't move an amendment, but you can foreshadow if it fails. Yep, okay. A question before we get to...
I just think it might be useful. I'm just wondering whether the officers could just give us a bit of a... I mean, I appreciate you've written it, but just...
For the CEO?
Just step us through the process that's occurred, because clearly, if we've already sort of tacitly said that we're going to give a waiver, then that's that, in my view, we've made some commitment. The reality of it is that we have a policy, and I just would like to follow through how that's been applied. Yeah.
CEO.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you, Deputy Mayor, for that opportunity to provide councillors, I think, with just some high-level background as to how this has gotten before you in the agenda. I think would be very useful, and I certainly do acknowledge the questions that were put earlier by the property owner in question and Dr. Newell Wilson also. In 2023, this council voted on a policy to start charging people to use road reserves. The report you have for you in very simple terms is a result of the policy that this council voted for. At the time of voting for that policy, unfortunately, for whatever reasons, adequate resourcing was not put against making sure that policy was administered and, more importantly, enforced. That has changed. In the last few months, we have resourced it accordingly. What you are now seeing is the results of the policy in which you voted for 2 years ago, and of course that creates a bit of nervousness when you start to enforce decisions that council have asked its staff to enforce. That is why you have this report before you. Yes, we have correspondence from Dr. Muir-Wilson from, unfortunately, 2023, and we can't find where we've actually formally responded back, so I do sympathise with him in that respect. We cannot find any formal correspondence in where any officer of the council has offered or provided a fee waiver. In fact, we can find the invoice, which in fact was provided to his contractor who has undertaken the construction on site. Subsequently, when we tried to enforce the contractor for failing to apply with council policy, we've got an email that's been forwarded to us that says it appears this has popped up again, of which has then brought Dr. Muir-Wilson to the fore with his frustration, which I understand. I think it's also important to highlight that our officers, in doing the work they are doing, and our new staff as part of our team who are proactively working through the policy the council asked them to do, when it was identified, and particularly given the nature and the time in this one, our staff proactively reached out to Dr. Muir-Wilson, so there was no surprises. And we have the email correspondence to support that. And our staff, being the senior leader of infrastructure, sitting up here with us as well, spelled it out very nicely for Dr. Muir-Wilson, and his correspondence back and forth was also equally very respectful, and we offered to provide more information should it be required. Arguably that was provided on Friday of last week, but it was also the timing in which this agenda was made public for transparency purposes. So the reason you have it before you is because we are literally enforcing the policy in which you've asked us to do. No officer of the council, including myself, has delegation in order to provide any waiver. If the council chooses to provide a waiver, in which it has done historically, particularly to Dr. Muir-Wilson around his planning application fees for the construction of his new private hospital, that is purely the discretion of this council.
So second question, have we applied this policy to other people using the road reserve since that date?
Through the chair, the Deputy Mayor, yes.
Okay, further questions? Councillor Harris and Councillor Pentridge.
Just a question on the timing and the dates involved. Yep. We started this new tax, if you like, because, as had been rightly pointed out, other cities do it, and it does, in fact, inconvenience our local residents, and it also puts a value on what sometimes people see as having no value and want free parking or free use of the road. So when did that come into force? When was his original DA approved? And more importantly, when was it commenced?
So without reviewing the exact details, I understand the DA was approved in around 2021. The building permit was approved in mid-23, which was when, and at mid-23, the council elected through the new fees and charges structure to start charging at that point. Occupation on site, my understanding is it commenced in November 23, and the amount of the fee is due to the length of the occupation. So the fee waiver that we were talking about is a weekly fee of $632 for over 70 weeks.
Thank you. And just a follow-up question. My recollection was we implemented some form of cap or weekly maximum cost. Was the $632 a week hitting the maximum cost, or is that the uncapped fee?
We did introduce a cap. Without reviewing the fees and charges, I believe that is around $1,000 a week. So this permit was not impacted by the weekly cap because, as I said, the amount of the fee is based essentially on the length of the occupation duration rather than the size of the occupation. We did have other fees that were reduced due to the introduction of the weekly cap and invoiced accordingly.
And just finally, would we, as a result of introducing this fee, have written to any people who might have development approval or building approvals that were likely to be impacted so that they were aware of the pending fee that they may not have been aware when they had their building approval given?
So there is a planning permit condition that I believe applies to all planning permits that says that if you wish to occupy road space, and this was even prior to the introduction of the fee, that you had to contact council. We would not have proactively contacted every single development application to see if they wished to occupy our land. But with adequate resourcing at the moment, as Sam mentioned, Ryan here is actively working in engagement in that contractor space.
Further question? Councillor Pentridge?
The question I'd like to ask is that when this decision was made, that the waiver shouldn't be granted, who actually made that? Our staff?
So just to be clear, this isn't a decision that's been made. This is just a recommendation. Just want to make sure we get the words right. So when this recommendation was put forward...
when this recommendation was put forward not to waiver the fee, who made that decision? A staff member, a senior staff member? Was that some sort of a... I mean, see, what I'm concerned about here, just to make a point, you know, I'll surprise you. We're here to service our community. We're talking about medical facilities. We're talking about someone that's putting a lot of money into a project. And heavens forbid, let's not really make any money, right? But really, we should be supporting our community or supporting individuals who are doing things that support our community. And you can't get much higher than our medical facilities. So I just sort of think, when I read some of this paperwork and read the recommendations of somebody, you know, it's all pretty one-sided. Let's not let them get away with anything. Thank you.
A further question, Councillor Gibson?
When a fee schedule is endorsed by the council, what direction does that give to officers with regard to ensuring compliance against the fee schedule is met?
CEO?
Thank you. Through the chair, if you had a specific example, I could probably give you better detail in my response, but in essence, once a fee schedule and or a policy is endorsed by the council, it is the officer's job of the council to enforce that.
Thank you, CEO. Further contributions, further questions to speak? Councillor Gibson to speak.
Thanks so much, and I want to thank Councillor Pentridge for moving the item because it's appropriate that he moved the item that says that we do not agree to remit any fees associated with the Wellington Street DA. And that is the case because Council, in fact, approved that particular policy. The dates are listed. It was workshopped in 2023. That is, it was workshopped with this council. It came to council on the 4th of April 2024. That is, that it came to council meeting of this council. Fees and charges are approved annually. The last lot were approved by this council. At the time that this was considered, it was the case that there were many projects in the city that had roads, parking spaces of the city closed for renovation. Some were hotels. One was a health hub. One was a multi-focused Tasmanian health insurer. One was a university. One was an expanding hotel, motel. One was a shopping centre. Recently, one was a chicken shop. You know, it's all manner of things. And they all bring and derive amazing value and contributions to the City of Launceston. Now, I totally understand that perhaps, despite moving the item, Councillor Pentridge might have a view that's different to the fees and schedule charge that the council officers are responding to. My question is, retrospectively, what is going to happen to all of those people that have paid the fee or that we're about to invoice? It can't be that you can close one whole lane of the street for as long as you darn well like in order to build on 4 additional rooms to your premises. It can't be that you'll build a chicken shop and close 7 car spots of the City of Launceston for as long as you want, without it costing you anything. The road reserve fee that was implemented was something that was implemented for a variety of uses. It means if you're wanting to hold an event on the road reserve, if you're wanting to do work, that means you need to close the road reserve. If you want to have a darn party on the road reserve, you have to apply and pay for a fee. So it's consistent, it's fair, and so that people know what they're doing, and so that officers don't need to make ad hoc on-the-run decisions around allowing you to close off one part of the street to do something that you want to do for as long as you want to do without them having any power to do it. So I totally understand that Dr. Neil Wilson is going to be needing to find ways to remunerate the charge that will need to be paid, but that is what every other developer has had to do. Now, if, as he suggested today, he's going to charge a Launceston City Council fee, be that as it is. Let him do that. That's certainly not my idea of building goodwill, building community capacity for the people that can afford to go to that particular medical clinic in Launceston. That's not our problem. What is our problem is setting a fee, a rates and charges, a fee schedule, sorry. What is our problem is setting a fee schedule that our officers are able to implement and adhere to. That is our job. Their job is to deliver on what we strategically set for them to do, and that's what is happening in this instance. In fact, that's what you're recommending to us. That's what you've moved. So that's what I'll be supporting.
Councillor Professor Razay.
Well, after listening to Councillor Gibson, I think we have to be careful here. The council role, and as a councillor, is about serving our community. And we have to have consideration about how we can serve it. We have a regulation and we have to implement it. I totally agree with you. But we have also to differentiate it about the services in the community as well and what sort of development. For example, are you comparing the health hub to like building a hotel or like a shop? I think you have to differentiate between them. Here, the health hub had expanded dramatically, especially over the last year, and provided massive, services for the most needy things for our hospital. And just to remind you, even like a recently built Medicare urgent care center in such a short time. I agree with you, they had funding from state and federal. What about our local government? Are they going to contribute somehow to support these services? So of course, you have to stick with the rules and apply it equally. But we have to differentiate between some services, especially health services, in which the community are really in desperate demand with, and other services. And that's what I feel sometimes we have to be pragmatic, realistic, and at least, is there any chance, for example, like to consider, like even, like reduce fees to this, like a development like that, for example? Sometimes I agree, if we are like stubborn, either this or that, well, that's not the way to run services, isn't it? It's about negotiation, a rich compromise, and if you give them a little bit of leeway, they might come as well to you, and then you can reach agreement, both of you will be happy. So I'm not saying like totally, like you either pay it or not to pay it. Negotiation, reach agreement, perhaps we can reach common ground to support everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Professor Razay. Further contributions from the table? Not yet. No, I've got another hand up, that's all. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I do just have a question, and it was just about the development application fee. I do recall that we did provide some form of credit in regard to that. Are anyone able to provide us with the details of the nature of the fee? Because from memory, they were started on one and then started building another one, and we just used the one fee for both.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Just deliberating up here. Senior Leader might have a little bit of insight.
And we don't have the exact amount to hand. Council did elect to recently provide a remission of a fee actually associated not with this specific aspect of the health hub, but the private hospital, noting this isn't a private hospital development, this is the health hub proper on the southern side of Cleveland Street, whereas the other side is the private hospital. I don't know what the amount was, but you did definitely elect to waive an aspect of the development fees associated with that. That's not part of road occupation.
No, thank you. And look, it is something that, from memory, it was in the order of 30,000, and I think you're right, it probably was on the other side of Cleveland Street. So council has shown itself to be compassionate in that area, but we also have to be, as Councillor Gibson has said, we set a rule and we set a instruction for our staff about applying those rules fairly and evenly across there, then everyone will be treated the same. A private hospital or a private medical centre is a money-making exercise. Do not ever think at any point in time they do this out of the goodness of their heart. They do it because it makes good business sense. And for that we are grateful, because if we don't have private investment, we would then all have to be subject to the public health sector. And that has enough issues of its own. So I feel we have been supportive. We are talking something in the order of $44,000 here. That's 70 weeks at about $600 a week, rough maths. So I feel that if you spend in excess of $120 million on your private health facility to pay for the inconvenience to thousands of people who go down Wellington Street for the past year and a half, is a small price to pay, and to ensure that your contractors minimise the time they spend with the road closed, just because they can. And that's part of the reason why we introduced the fee, and part of the reason we saw the amount of time that the road over here in Cimetière Street with St Luke's was closed was much reduced compared to what they originally asked for, simply because we had put a value on our use of our road as citizens of this city. So I support the motion as it is to deny that we waive the fee. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor next.
Simply, we set a policy. We said we're going to do something. We've done it. We've done it across the board since that date. For us to change the view on why we did it is, in my view, not appropriate. I think we just sit there and say that's what we decided to do for the reasons of trying to minimise the impact on our road systems, and therefore, as Councillor Harris said, reduce the amount of time that developers spend on our road surfaces. Having been down there and nearly run off the road yesterday because somebody didn't realise they had to chicane around there, I understand how difficult it is down in that area. I'm a great fan of Dr. Muir Wilson and what he's done down there. Absolutely, what they've done has been absolutely phenomenal. So this is not about him. This is actually about a policy that we as council put in place, and all we've been asking is our officers to actually just fulfil what we've asked them to do, which is follow up and say, well, that's what we agreed, and that's what happens.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further contributions? Okay, Councillor Pentridge, to close. Make sure your mic's on, Councillor Pentridge.
If the law's not correct, the law must be abided by, he said. But if the law is wrong, change it. Now, what I can't believe and what I'm hearing here is we're supposed to be here, this council is supposed to be here for the main purpose is to give somewhere for our staff to come on a regular basis, but to act in the interest of our city. What is everyone missing here? I can't, without being disrespectful, Mr Mayor, you let me down, you let me run off at the mouth, and I didn't fully understand, as Councillor Gibson has brought to my attention, that I actually supported it. Well, I can assure you I don't.
No, I will say, I'll just stop you there, just for procedure. There's often opportunities when we have to put something forward to get a conversation going. So I do want to say, and I enjoy the gameplay that's gone on, but that doesn't mean you've supported it by putting it forward.
Well, I'm hoping that we are getting a conversation going, and I'm hoping the community is listening. So when they pay an extra fee to go on, and even when they are paying, they can thank this council for it, because we're going to have another $44,000 that we can squander right, at their expense. That's the whole point. The money that he has no choice but on charges. And the other thing that I find absolutely ludicrous is that have any of you people hired a crane recently? Well, I've got some good friends that own them, and I can assure you, baby, they aren't going to be parking those cranes that are not working. Not at something like $3,000 or $4,000 an hour plus. To suggest that we're going to speed things up is too silly for words. But then that's not the only silly thing that's said in this place. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Pentridge. Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour of the recommendation, which is to not approve the fee waiver? Those against? Okay, yes, sorry, that's fine. So the recommendation that's been moved and that's being voted on... Put your hand down, Councillor Pentridge, for a minute. You have it up for the wrong reason. The recommendation that we're voting on right now is that Council notes the request and does not agree to remit the fees associated with the road occupation. Consistent with policy. So those who agree with that? Those against? The motion is lost and the foreshadow comes forward from Councillor Pentridge with the recommendation now, with the motion being now, that we do waive the fees. Confirmation from the CEO and Senior Leader? Yep, just for clarity on that one, Councillor Pentridge, it is to do with this recommendation, which is the $44,000 which has been brought to us today, not all fees. Yeah. There should be some alternatives that have been prepared. This doesn't say absolute. But maybe it might be absolute too.
Sorry, so the vote, are they the results of the vote?
5-4?
No, they're just working through that.
So against was Mayor, Raze, Palmer, Kai, Pentridge. Okay. Yes, we'll just check that through governance now as well.
Sorry, I was focused on the vote. To revenue to fee.
So what happens when that fails in a minute? We won't have absolute.
Let me bring it back in another way.
Today?
It won't be today.
Okay. Oh, no preempting. Okay. No, that's fair. That's fair. Sorry, getting a little ahead of myself. No, that's fair. Okay. So now we have the foreshadowed motion, which is now the substantive motion, which is Councillor Pentridge's recommendation to remit the fees. And we speak again. And it's the 44,000 that was proposed. Just getting clarity, it's not my decision. CEO's got some further information on that. While we're waiting for government through the chair, sorry for that, Councillor Harris was earlier question. Yes, $47,460 was for previously. Okay, councillors. So we've had Councillor Pentridge foreshadow what's on the screen. Do we have a seconder? Somebody to second? Councillor Kai? Just let me ensure I got my right. Okay. Councillor Pentridge.
Thank you all for listening and very good. And I want to make it clear again, we're talking about this particular occasion in the fact that there wasn't a lot of time between when conversations were had and the policies go into place. We're talking about 2 weeks. And I think in all fairness from here on in, I'll go along with what my colleagues are saying. There should be one rule for everybody, but at least now he knows. And I'm appreciative of everyone's support. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. As the seconder, Councillor Kai?
Yes, so I was more thinking on the side of the fact that he had a conversation with our acting CEO at the time, and Shane's not here anymore, so we don't know whether Shane did or did not verbally agree to this, and I feel like we need to sort of uphold whatever Shane's promise would be. Now, I was just wondering if this needs the majority to go through, and if we don't get the majority, would we be happy to do a portion and see if just procedures again? I don't know how the processes and all that go, but that's just a question.
Thank you, Councillor Kai. And just working with the CEO on some further commentary in response to that question there with acting CEOs and conversations, and then also on with governance around what that procedure is to then go forward and change.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd probably take that as Councillor Kai would be foreshadowing a potential additional motion for a different amount should this one not receive absolute majority for the fee waiver. In respect to comments made, and certainly Dr Muir-Wilson made a very public statement earlier today that he believes a former senior employee of the council offered a waiver. As I indicated earlier, we're not able to find that in any written record. That's not to say that it may or may not exist. If certainly Dr Muir-Wilson was able to provide that, that would be fantastic and make life a bit easier for us. But I certainly can confirm that the former employee that was mentioned earlier, we do have email records suggesting that he was of the view that a fee needed to be charged and it needed to go to council for any waivers to apply. So there is certainly documented evidence that that employee that was mentioned earlier was very well aware of the process. It's just very unfortunate that the process didn't seem to actually gain any traction and get where it needed to go in a timely manner.
Thank you, CEO. And just around Councillor Kai's for clarity, are you suggesting or foreshadowing that you would like to see, if this motion fails, that you would like to see a percentage or a value then waived instead of the 44 full amount?
Yes, please.
And what does that look like?
I feel like half is good, 50%.
That's always been the rule of thumb.
Yeah, meet halfway.
And apologise for being wrong.
Yep, okay.
Point of order, that is inappropriate. Apologise for being wrong. What do you mean by that? What is the actual point of that comment? Mr Mayor, that commentary is inappropriate and disrespectful to our officers, disrespectful to governance, and completely goes against what is seen as appropriate from a colleague at this table.
Councillor.
No further rebuttal. Okay, thank you. So we'll work through this motion now. With that in mind, with Councillor Kai, as seconded. Further comments around this current motion? Around the table. Any further contributions? Deputy Mayor.
Look, I'll stand and I'll support the motion, even though I voted against it. I have an in-principle view that we're doing the wrong thing. But having said that, we lost that to the majority of members, and I don't really want to hold this up any further, so I'm prepared to accept the majority vote.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Gibson.
Look, I think that what this does is open the floodgates for people to come to us who are currently occupying our road reserve to build hotels, to occupying our road reserve to build extensions, occupying our road reserves in future to build supermarkets, to build anything. You know, we're going to have someone on Elfin Road who's building a clinic. Where does it stop? This is poor governance. It's on the run. You're just dropping figures out of anywhere. 50% if this doesn't pass, 20%, half. This is appalling, absolutely appalling. And I tell you what, the recognition that our officers have passed have held it up. They didn't hold it up. They tried to workshop with us and they got this kind of response. The actual insertion or suggestion that previous administrators are to blame for this nonsense is absolutely wrong. What it is a reflection on us. The thought that you can just create a figure out of space is completely ridiculous. And in terms of all of our training from a governance perspective, should not be allowed today. And I would actually question whether under Section 65 it is permitted. If you don't agree with this policy, you vote the policy down. You ask for the policy to be rescinded. But don't cast assertions around previous administration when we as a council asked for this policy to be enacted. Disgraceful.
Councillor Gibson. Further commentary around the table? No further comments? No further questions? Councillor Pentridge to close.
I think I'm disappointed to hear what's been said. Sorry, I'll say again, I'm disappointed to hear what's been said. I think it's been taken out of context. It's a universal rule that if there's a dispute, you go halfway. That's the way it's always been. It wasn't a figure plucked out of the sky. And in this particular case, all the other comments about hotels, I think, are totally inappropriate. We're talking about a medical hub that looks after this community. That's what it's all about. And more to the point, it's a medical hub that will be paid for by the people that use it, right? Which will free up our other public facilities for the people that can't afford to pay for it. So this drama or this show, maybe I'll take some lessons in acting and I'll be able to speak as well at some other future day. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Okay, putting it to the vote. So just to be clear again, the vote is on the screen, that this is to remit the amount of $44,296. Those in favour? 6. Those against? Dawkins, Harris and Gibson against. Just checking now with governance around the absolute majority because, again, this is on the fly. So just checking with Leanne around if an absolute is required.
Yes.
Yep, so it fails and goes where? Okay. No decision. And what implications does that now have on what happens with this request?
Thank you. Through the chair, we can either take a subsequent motion, if there is one. If there is no subsequent motion, then the policy still stands and therefore the invoice and the fee still stands. I have no doubt that the person in question will more than likely write back to council, which will then likely trigger another report back to council, where we'll go through the same thing again.
Okay. Okay, so that's moving on. No decision made by council. We move forward through the agenda. Now that we're all excited, budget 20, delivery and performance at 20.1, budget amendments. We'll start off with the recommendation being, this is also an absolute majority. This is changed to statutory estimates as they're published in this agenda. So somebody please to move the budgetary estimate changes as published. Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor.
The majority of these are really where officers have looked at expenditure that we've incurred in areas and determined that where they thought they might have been operational at the start, they're now capital, and so transferring operations from capital operations. And in the converse of that, there are things where we thought were operations are actually capital and transferring back the other way. And I think it was a matter of about
121,591,
something like that. So that's what the majority of this is about. I think there might be some other adjustments that have been made under the delegation to the CEO, just outlining things that have been moving within the template of capital and capital, I think.
Thank you. Councillor Harris, anything further?
Nothing further.
Great. Around the table, any contributions? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. 20.2 is fees and charge amendments. Recommendation is that council approves the published fees, which will change the previously adopted fees and charges for 25-26 as listed in this agenda. Somebody please to move. Deputy Mayor. Seconded by Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor.
Again, I think firstly there are a couple that weren't previously known at the time. The curb side challenge for 240 litre. So there were a couple there that we didn't know at the time that we set the fees, so it's now setting those fees. There are a couple of amounts that just needed to be changed, and I think there was maybe one that wasn't even remembered. So what we're doing is just updating the fees and charges of something we've approved previously.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Harris? Quick question?
Just a quick question on TBD. That means to be determined, potentially. Top of page 184. And if so, have we an indication of what that might be? Would it likely to be double or, in fact, a figure less than double? I'm just... right, okay.
Yeah, correct.
Just please reiterate that for anyone that's following along.
So, yeah, the first part of the question, Councillor Harris, TBD does stand for to be determined. The second table there in the report is the fees that were adopted, noting there are some errors in there. There was an older version uploaded to the agenda. So the first table within the recommendation is the new fee to be adopted. And they're lining up the fees with the waste charges, which are soon to be discussed.
Thank you. No further contribution? Cool. A further question from Councillor Kai.
Yes, so with 583, the lost ticket, it's 1950. Could you explain a little bit about that? Thank you.
Yeah, certainly can. I don't have all the technical details, but based on the computer system that's used for charging the parking fees, when the officers tried to upload the new fees, they determined that $17 couldn't be entered. Now, I believe it's something to do, it's a combination of two fees that are charged, so that when those two fees are put into the system, they amount to $19.50. So the fee adopted by council of $17 couldn't be charged. So it needs to be amended to $19.50.
Thank you.
I hope that clarifies.
Further conversations, questions, contributions? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We've got the rating framework at 20.3.
I'm just wondering, is this the appropriate order to do this? If we can do one of the others first.
Look, Deputy, thank you for asking that question. I have reviewed how we've ordered these in previous years. Last year we had the rates and charges policy, followed by the framework, followed by the statutory estimates. The reality is that the next three items are all linked, and we could do them in any order, but I don't think we can have one approved and then not have it flow through to the other two subsequently. So you can do them in any order that you like, but one, we're approving them separately, but they do flow through and are intrinsically linked.
Cool, okay. Right, so rating framework. Recommendation that council by absolute majority adopts the published rating framework for the financial year ending 30th of June 2026. Somebody please to move. Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor.
I'll stand because I'll talk probably relating to all three of them in the one hit, to be quite frank, because they all do relate back to each other. We sent out to the public, I think, a draft budget some months ago, which was inferring that we potentially were going to come up with a 6.7% increase. We've workshopped that on at least 2 occasions, maybe 3, where we've been back to the well and talked about this ad infinitum in regards to things. My view in regards to the conversation at the time was that I thought the 6.7 was too high. We've been talking about where we as local government should be looking and saying, how can we drive some savings in what we do? My sense was that we'd had a better year in 2025 as we're going, so therefore there's some flow-on benefit from this year of being a better result. Not quite as good as I probably thought it was going to be, given a couple of adjustments we've just made. But having said that, and we've got a longer-term financial plan that we've got to bring back to council at some stage into the near future. So my sense was, let's put ourselves a challenge. Let's reduce the amount that we're going to charge from 6.7 to 5.7. Run a deficit budget according to the books, which is about $700,000 or thereabouts, but not be happy with that. Is to really then put the onus back on management to say, somewhere along the line, let's see what we can do to reduce that $700,000 back closer to zero through our efficiencies and things that we can do during the year. So that was my plan in regards to how we did this. It meant that the community wasn't being forced to take the 6.7. I think the other thing that's really relevant as well, and included in our papers, is the average rate increases that the City of Launceston have done over the last few years relative to other councillors of similar size. And I think we are the second lowest outside of Devonport in regards to what our average rates have been since COVID. So as a consequence of that, we've actually been pretty good to our community for a number of years now. Every year's a bad year. Everybody's having tough times, we know at the moment. And for us to put a 5.7 is still going to be significant in a lot of people's eyes. I note in there that you say that's average, the median property is 5.2, I think, somewhere in there I read. But somebody's obviously paying a bit more than 5.7, that would mean somewhere else. But the reality of it is we as a council have our cost index. As quite rightly said in there, there are a lot of initiatives that we have as councillors have advocated for during the last year and beyond, which says we need to do more here, here and here and here, which I'm listened to others during workshops saying, I don't want to pull back from that because that's what I've been advocating for. So on the basis that we're not prepared to step back from some of those initiatives we've been driving for, we're left with what we're left with. So my thinking is that we have actually challenged ourselves by saying we're going to actually only charge 1% less than what we think we need to break even, and then further challenge ourselves to take into account how we can drive through the systems changes that the CEO is driving through the organisation to try and actually reduce that loss back to a zero situation by the end of next year. Now, whether we're as good as that, I don't know, but that then will reflect out and how we're going to go into our long-term financial plan, because ultimately the city needs to be sustainable going into the future, and therefore we can't afford to be charging less than what we need to actually make things work. Now, some might come out and say, well, we've got to take some of the services away. That's fine. You just tell us which ones. And I think that was the question by the officer. You tell us what you don't want to do anymore and we'll take them out, and then that'll fix the problem. But I didn't actually have people jumping out and saying we've got to do this. But I think the efficiency on what we do and how we do it is something that we can do something about, and I know we are doing something about, and how we can improve what services and how we deliver those services to our community. So therefore, I'm comfortable that this is on the higher end of where I'd like it to be, and I'm sure the officers as well, but I'm comfortable that this is something I think we can achieve.
Mayor, just some clarification on that, just from, as I say, CFO, our executive leader here of delivery and performance, around some of those comments.
Thank you for all of that, Deputy. I'll just clarify one point. The general rate increase is for 5.7%. That's on the fixed charge and the general rates. The bottom line average payment increase that you'll see for a rate pay is that 5.2%. So that includes waste management charge, fire levy, etc. Just thought it was important to clarify that.
Great, thank you. So I've got Councillor Harris and Councillor Pentridge and Kai.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I stand to support the 5.7 like the others. At the initial discussions of 6.7, did feel that it was too high. Unfortunately, I wasn't at the workshop that occurred in May, so I didn't hear some of the debrief of what went on there, but I certainly had some discussions when I came back. And I think it's really important to realise for our ratepayers out there that if we have a deficit budget, but we aim to try to break even, then some things will change. And I think the changes will come particularly through things like changes to our existing service level agreements. And there's one that's most obvious to me since the day we introduced our recycling. We used to have rubbish collection every week and everything went in the bin. Since that time, we've introduced not only recycling on a fortnightly basis and FOGO for probably over 50% of our ratepayers, we still collect your bin every week. Now, most people tell me they don't fill their bin up. However, there's no sense in us making a unilateral decision to suddenly only pick up the rubbish every fortnight if our contract with our contractor says we'll pick it up every week and pay them to do so. That would simply be a false economy. However, it does identify as work processes change, as council changes and as our community changes, we have to look at everything we do to say, how do we do it from this day forward? How do we do it more efficiently? Just because we always did something is no reason to continue to do it again. And so I am very supportive of this rate increase, and I would love to see that, in fact, if it was 5.2%, that the increase is. But at the end of the day, on the actual dollar of what you're paying, as said by our executive leader, if at the end of the next 12 months we actually have a surplus, because that probably means we've been winding back programs or changing our work and working more efficiently, and I hope that is the way we do it rather than simply because we couldn't fill our staff positions. Because as we've seen just in the previous discussion, if you don't staff the positions when we make a new policy, then there are consequences of that, and we have to staff towards trying to work towards us having staff having a job to do, but also being supportive and clear in what they do. So for me, happy to support this motion. I'm sure the headline will say 5.7%, when in fact 5.2 is probably a more accurate one. There are many people who will say that's still too much. Unfortunately for council, one of our set costs is our staffing, which has a 5% price increase in salary costs, and it makes up around about 40% of our budget. So that's a significant proportion that will go up by nearly the 5.7%, will go up by 5%. So that's without everything else that we have all experienced going up, including, as some of the other speakers had said earlier today, about construction costs and various other costs to council as well. So I think it is a balanced and well thought out budget, and I do not want to see us getting into some sort of Dutch auction where we come in at this time of the whole process and try to just implement a new lower fee because it might sound politically more expedient. It is interesting to note that even at 5.7%, the increase on the average ratepayer will be less than $100 a year, or about $2 a week. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. So I've got Councillor Kai, then Councillor Pentridge.
Our colleague Councillor Walker is not here today, but we agreed that even 5.7% is, like Councillor Harris said, is still quite high. So I'm going to read out some of the points that Councillor Walker, who's not here, I'll actually start with. I would like to move a amendment to see if we're able to drop our rates down to 4.9%. So each 1% is equal to 700,000. So even at 4.9%, we are looking at deficit of around 1.2 million compared to the original 6.7. So the difference between the 4.9 and the 5.7 is about $560,000. And also 4.9 is still an increase, and it's still above inflation. So even though council employees are getting a 5% increase on their wages, I don't think the public is actually getting this 5% increase. And and it's just less of a shock to struggling households if we are able to leave it at 4.9 rather than 5.7. 1.2 million is not a lot of savings that we need to find. So this is from Councillor Walker. I'm just going to read off here. 1.2 million is not a lot of savings that we need to find, but it will give us the motivation, it will give us a target to find it. None of us want the budget in deficit, but also we do not want to continually spending beyond the rate of the cost of living. Council has an annual budget of $150 million, so we are really looking for less than a 1% saving on expenditure. Launceston needs to set an ambitious goal during this challenging economic time. We need to work internally with staff and departments to find efficiencies across the organisation. And we need to work with the community to find ways to be more efficient. And the money that we are given every year, it could mean collecting rubbish less often or mowing the park less often. These are just simple ideas, but we need to start the conversation and build ideas together. If we work with the community, we could find the community will support us and the goal of 4.9 will be achieved. So that's from Councillor Walker. And I would also like to say that now is not the time for overspending. Now is not the time to add to the financial burdens of residents and businesses. And I stand with Councillor Walker to keep the financial pain to a minimum. We can work together through the year to bring the organisation into alignment with community and their expectations. So can I move a motion to change that rate increase to 4.9 instead of 5.7, please?
Thank you. CEO.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you, Councillor Kai. This one's not as simple, unfortunately, as a tweak and an amendment, because as you can appreciate, the modelling has been prepared as per those three reports based on a 5.7% general rate increase. So the intent is understood. However, the numbers that you would then be voting on, i.e. cents per rate and the dollar, is all reflective of 5.7. So our best advice, and our team are working on some words now, would be to vote against and to receive and note what has been prepared and ask or request that more modelling be prepared based on a 4.9% rate increase, which would come back to the next council meeting, because obviously in all of these recommendations that you've got in front of you, we would need to change all of those particular rates and the dollars across all of those categories to reflect the 4.9%. So we're just working on some words now as to what that would look like.
So in the meantime, though, so Councillor Kai can still bring forward and councillors could still vote for or against it. I don't know, I just want to say, was there an interest in 4.9? I don't know. No, I don't think there is, so I'll just let it
Can
vote.
we have a feel of the table? So if I
No,
move...
I know, that's what I'm just saying. We're doing all of this work for something that
So for clarity,
is just being asked on the day again.
For clarity of the meeting, there's obviously a move to an amendment, so therefore we need to have the amendment for transparency purposes put before you so you can make a decision. It shouldn't take us too long, and then of course that amendment will require a seconder before it can be debated.
Anyone like a 5 minute stretch legs or breaks, or just sit here and wait?
Sorry, thank you through the chair. While our team are doing that, I just wanted to discuss what I was going to raise for item 20.4, which clearly relates to the budget equally. And again, this is out of respect of Councillor Walker, who's had multiple discussions throughout our processes around efficiency dividends. So I did have for consideration a recommendation 4 within that report. Appreciate we're not at that report yet, but that was to the effect, as discussed at workshop, that Council requests the administration to establish an efficiency dividend framework for further consideration by Council. That's just reflecting Councillor Walker's sentiments through the process.
All right, we're going to have a break until 1:45. So 5 minutes, we're going to adjourn. Do I need to vote on that? No, you can do it. I can do it from the chair. So just working through the governance, we will bring the motion proposed from Councillor Kai as a foreshadowed because it has so many flow-on implications through annual plan and rating and budget. So that will be foreshadowed. So we will continue to work with 5.7, noting that there's the foreshadow literally sitting there behind it for 4.9. So we'll go through 5.7 first.
Point of order, I don't think that you can do that. If someone's moving an amendment, it's an amendment.
Okay, governance, CEO.
I really feel that we need qualified advice to work through the implications of making the change.
So I think with respect, you have to find a way to ensure that someone who's moving an amendment can put forward their amendment. So I'm not sure what that looks like. We know that other councils this week and other municipalities have done just that. So we need to, I think, pause and check because an amendment is an amendment.
So one way around it is if we move from the second or 5.7, rescind, and we make 4.9 substantial, the shadow 5.4, that fails, and then the 5.7 comes back into play is another option.
Mr. Mayor, someone's still on a flight walking backwards, so I can't see the right listen. I don't know that Susie will do it.
No, Susie doesn't have to rescind. It would only be Deputy, oh, there we go. Deputy Mayor is not going to rescind.
Oh, it's all right.
Just while we're working through that, I'd just like to make a comment that we have 3 weeks with this meeting coming forward to be dealing with an email from this morning of somebody who's not here is incredibly disrespectful to the staff. It's incredibly disrespectful to the table and it's really disrespectful to the community. We had a community member come in here today to say what a waste of time, in his view, some of the antics of this council are being, and here we are again, sitting, waiting, talking through something that has been only talked about today, 3-week meetings, give our officers the opportunity to really digest our thoughts, our queries and our concerns. And this is really frustrating. We've got people who are unwell that have taken time out of their recovery to ensure that they are here for really impactful decisions. And I'm not just singling one person out just because I look that way. There are people here that have made the conscious choice to come today to try and make the best decisions for their community. And I feel like today has been really embarrassing. I've struggled personally with the process and protocols. I thank the people who have sat left and right. And I thank the experienced councillors that have helped drive through this. But this is embarrassing. And I really want to take this as a learning opportunity to move forward, because this budget has been coming not just for 3 weeks, but for months. And there could have been proposals put forward through officers in which they've had the time to have really done this due diligence. And even the fact that we're here at 5.7 from 6.7, I think is a fantastic showing that we've listened to the community and we've already changed something. But I just want to really put that back onto us as councillors and community leaders, that this has been a tough day. And I look forward to continuing to work in our space out of the meeting to ensure that we're talking about efficiencies here. And here we are sitting here quiet with nothing to do while we put our officers through the ringer to make changes for what they've put weeks of work into. So I just want to really make that personal reflection as we now just wait for a moment. CEO?
Thank you, Mayor. We're just getting some updated words on the screen now, but they will be to the effect under Recommendation 1, pursuant to Part 9 of the Local Government Act of 1993, adopts a rating framework consistent with a general rate increase of 4.9% for the financial year ending 30 June 2026, full stop. All of the other printed recommendations will be removed out of the agenda, and then subsequently I will be advising to pull other agenda items off of the agenda because I will not be providing you qualified advice based on that amendment should it be successful. Thank you.
Motion where councils can attend meetings remotely. Was that approved or was that not?
It was supported, not through ALGA, and that was just for ALGA to take that forward to the next step. That wasn't something that would make direct. We can't make that call. I think that has to come through the Act.
I was just thinking something like that would be perfect for situations like you want to lose control of that for a moment. Yeah, so that happens.
I'm sure the conversation's still bubbling away, but in terms of decisions or policy going forward, I don't think it's got traction at the moment. That's not to say that the local government minister, what that looks like in the next couple of weeks or months, might not have more sway or more interest in that. At the moment, yeah, just drink more on that.
Okay, councillors, we'll turn our attention to the screen. With the recommendation from Councillor Kai now having been moved, we look for a seconder that council by absolute majority adopts a rating framework consistent with a general rate increase of 4.9 for the financial year ending the 30th of June 2026. So moved by Councillor Kai. Somebody please to second. Seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Kai? Yep. Councillor Pentridge, then Councillor Dawkins.
As I understood.
Thank you. Councillor Dawkins, then Councillor Harris.
Thank you. Whilst I respect the will of any councillor who wants to reduce the financial burden on anyone in the community, this is not the way to do it. This is absolutely not the way. If we look at all of the times, all of the previous, council considerations of this matter, we've had workshops, we've had so many discussions about this. And we're actually taking a moment where I believe we showed the community that we could reduce the rates and we can sit with a budget in deficit and strive to improve that bottom line as the year progresses. But to then further reduce it on the fly like this, I think it belittles this table. I don't think it shows great understanding of how good governance works, and I cannot support it.
Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Harris.
Thank you. I won't be supporting the amendment to 4.9. I think we have had a budget process that is robust. It starts before Christmas, and it terminates here in the June meeting. To understand, this is all about political grandstanding, and 4.9% compared to what is an effective rate of 5.2 as provided by our chief finances over there, equates on an average block or average rate bill of $2,000 of $6. We have wasted a lot of time for $6 per ratepayer. There is a process. If Councillor Walker and Councillor Kai and Pentridge wanted to really input on that, they should have been raising these issues rather than leaving it to the last moment. As a consequence, we do have a budget process to help us. Of course, we'd all like our rates to be cheaper, but I do think to try to do it on the fly, to then have every other calculation have to be redone is simply outrageous and not something I can support, and I will be voting against this motion today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Further contributions? Councillor Professor Russell.
Look, I came to the meeting. I always campaign, we have to consider our community struggling financially, having tough, and that we have to be, considerate. Many struggling, even half of our population can find sometimes food once a week. The expenses increasing all the time. I argued in the past as well about the 6.7. I said it's just not the time to do it now. And it has been cut down to 5.7. And even with that, I was thinking, last few years it has been 4.5. Is that too much? But we have to be considerate as well. The way probably we have done it like this, like trying to change it quickly without consideration about the impact on the budget, etc. So although I was for even more reduced rate, but after hearing that 4.9 and the rate is 5.2, we're not that far away. I feel more comfortable with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Professor Razay. A question, Councillor Pentridge? Okay. Further contributions? Anything further to close, Councillor Kai?
Yes. Councillor Walker said that he has been flagging this for the last 6 weeks. And to be honest, I will apologise for putting this on the spot at the moment, but we all don't get our agendas till Friday, and for me it's Monday. So for us, before Monday, I didn't know it was on the agenda. So it might have been on the next council meeting. We don't know. So I will apologise for putting it here, but also I think it's unfair to say that we spring things on the spot, because it's not like we know the agenda 2 weeks beforehand, do we? I mean, we get the agenda at the same time that the public does, which is Friday night. And for me, I can't really read off the screen very well. So mine's printed out and I picked this up on Monday afternoon. So really, I've had 2 days to try and sort something out and talk to someone about it. And Councillor Walker has said he's been working on this, flagging it for the last 6 weeks. And he was going to come today, even while he was sick and really unwell, but eventually this morning he said he couldn't make it. So then I've had to improvise and do what I can, and as a new councillor, I have to admit, yes, my process and procedures of doing all this isn't that great, so I've got a lot of learnings to do, but I still feel that to say that, for me to spring it on the spot, it's unrespectful, disrespectful, whatever words we're using, but it's really not fair. I feel like maybe we should, as councillors, might get the agenda a bit before the public does, and might be helpful. I mean, publics come and speak on 1 or 2 items that they're interested in. We have, 800 pages, thousands of pages to read. So from Monday night when I pick this up, I've got Tuesday and Wednesday to read and be here by Thursday. And if you've got kids and you've got businesses to run, there isn't a whole lot of time to try and organise anything. So in that sense, and I think I've said too much. Thank you.
Just for clarification there, Councillor Kai, around councillors' abilities to have a look and know what's coming up on the agenda. CEO.
Thank you, through the chair. Just to note also that we actually provide our agendas 5 clear days when the regs actually state 4 clear days. So City of Launceston is actually a bit of a leader in the sector in terms of providing agendas more in advance than what we actually are required to do additionally. At workshop, and then those that attended last week, you'll appreciate we've also now included a bit of a forward planning session in terms of giving councillors an idea of what's coming up on the horizon, both for workshop and for council. And then equally at the workshop, the week prior to council, we also run through scheduled agenda items, which we did do last week. And it was made very clear that budget was coming to this meeting. It was made clear at a number of budget sessions that we had. And I also note that our finance team offered, in addition to our workshop sessions, additional budget sessions for councillors, and I appreciate some of you did avail that session and found value in it to meet with our team and ask pertinent particular questions and get an understanding also.
We've closed the item. Okay, so that all being said, putting it to the vote then, the 4.9 recommendation on the screen. All those in favour and those against? The motion is lost. We revert to 5.7 as moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Harris, and I've had Councillor Pentridge and Councillor Kai speak. Okay. So back to contributions of the table. Deputy Mayor. Sorry. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you.
I was just reading
I
the
love
names.
that role. Take me back then, gee. All right. So for me, I want to be really clear. The budget went to public exhibition, recommended at 6.7. Like many other councillors around the table, I was adamant that that was far too high. And listened to the deputations that were received, listened to the community and passed that on through the formal and informal opportunities that were presented. Some councillors predetermined their position, sent emails suggesting that 6.7 was the rate that they would be supporting, but even they now are needing to change their view and work towards what is recommended by officers. And what is recommended by officers is something that I think our community can withstand, and importantly, something that I, as a member of this council, will be ensuring that our cost savings from operational savings are arrived at over the next 3, 6, 9 months. There will be no deficit. We as councillors will be making darn sure that through our notices of motion, which we expect officers to reply with, I'm sorry, there is no budget. This is not practical in the last 12 months of this election group. They are the kinds of responses we will be needing. We as councillors need to ensure that our financial accountability is such that there is no deficit. Because I tell you what, I can find the savings now from the list that's included. I can tell you some of the things that needed to be cut. Things that have just been dreamt up on a whim, notices of motion where just strange nominal figures have been set aside particular budget lines. 500,000 for this, 90,000 for that, 50,000 for that, 20,000 for that. I can go through and tell you where there's no governance, there's no accountability, and where there will be savings. I won't do that now, but what I will be doing over the next 12 months is ensuring that we bring that budget back into surplus. And our expectation is that all executive leaders, whether you've been here 1 month, 2 months, or many budgets before, that you will assist us in ensuring that operational savings are found. Not just on headline items, not just on things that you think will get buy-in from councillors, but on all areas of the organisation. And for me, that means random spending across the organisation, replacing of this, moving people to there, replacing new cars with Volvos, doing this, doing that, needs to stop. We need financial accountability, and we need to ensure that we are able to meet our cloth. And we need to reduce. And we all need to take responsibility for it. So our expectation will be, moving forward, that we all collectively take responsibility for reducing the spending and ensuring that this budget, with a budget recommended for a rates increase of across the board, 5.7, but also understood to be different across different categories, is arrived at without a deficit. An organisation of this size, for goodness sake, if we can't find $750,000, we may as well shut up shop. So I'll be taking responsibility to ensure that every time something comes to us, that's the reply. My expectation is that officers won't just be approving new roles, won't be just approving capital expenditure, won't just be approving new walls, new toilets, new carpet, new clothes, new everything, but we all take responsibility to cut the spending more than ever before. We need to show our community that we are able to manage a budget, and I think the deficit that is derived out here is something that we can all darn well achieve and bring it into cost neutral. So let's do it.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Further contributions? A question, Councillor Pentridge?
I suppose the question should be, do you agree that the level of comprehension between staff that have spent their lives in these walls and new elected members who made the mistake of thinking that we were elected to represent the community or the people? I'm not saying the rest of us don't, but my style of representing the community is not from an intellectual level, it's from a practical sense. So I think when you hear some of the comments, I don't agree with the comments earlier on that we've had plenty of time, because there's been a deliberate, continuously since the budget was originally announced, and everyone, the majority of people felt that it was far too high. Now, at the end of the day, it's been an orchestrated attempt, but not shout us down. But we're not in a position to argue intellectually. More than happy to challenge anyone. When they can argue their way, let me argue my way. May the best man win. But really, the way we're doing it, we're not experienced enough, right? And I'm looking forward to Councillor Walker coming back, to when no doubt he'll be listening to this today, to when we remind him that he's not as good at what he's doing as he thinks he is, because he hasn't followed the right procedures. And, but I commend Susie for trying to do the best she could for a colleague. And, but I'll leave it at that. I have to support 100% what Danny's just said, and I agree with him wholeheartedly. And I think we can have those savings, and we've just got to start working towards it. I'll leave it at that.
So the question is there, CEO, around looking for savings. It's from an administrative point of view, it's seemed to be achievable with the dividend, whatever words have been used over the last 3 months.
Thank you. Through the chair, I mean, my comments have been very consistent through workshop for those that have attended around building an efficiency framework. I think you'll also recall that the entire executive team of this council have been nothing but supportive in doing that. And in fact, I'm very proud of the work that our team have done in the most recent months in actually identifying efficiencies and using innovation. And we've done some really good work in a short period of time, which has delivered some amazing results to this organisation and to the City of Launceston. So I have full faith and I have full confidence. And I would like to echo Councillor Gibson's comments earlier, that full responsibility of this budget sits with the elected council. Full responsibility. It is the officer's job to enact the budget that has been approved. And any assertion otherwise, I will take professionally offensive.
Further comments? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I stand to support the 5.7. And look, I do have to say, and I really want to put it on the public record, that our council staff, I believe, gave us so much personal time, so many different workshops, so many emails, so many phone calls, and answered every single question that I possibly could have had. Mm-hmm. So that's my personal view. They did everything they could to help us understand what on earth we were looking at and reading, and how we could not increase, because none of us get any joy, absolutely no joy in increasing the rates. No one wants to do that. I know my family, we don't want that to happen. Of course we don't. I don't think anyone would. But I can't stand here and say, well, let's just keep the rate where it is because, I've been speaking about urban greening. I've been speaking about the Christmas carols. I've been speaking about park tracks, events in our city, our playgrounds, services to our building assets. So if we want to make our city grow and develop and look for the future, we do have to increase it ever so slightly sometimes. Of course we do. Otherwise we just stay in the same spot and, our kids aren't inspired for the future because everything stays the same. But if we want to increase our beautiful city and the services that we have, we need to look at the fees and charges and the rates every now and again to look to the future. So I just really want to say to the council staff, I do honestly believe that you've done everything you possibly can to help us every step of the way. So I don't want you to leave here today, feeling as though we're having a crack at you. I'm certainly not. Just want to say thank you very much from myself. I do really appreciate it. And I'm comfortable with the 5.7. I spoke about it in workshops. The Deputy Mayor spoke about it. I was one of those people that spoke about it. If we want to, urban greening, Christmas carols, pump tracks, all those sorts of services, if we want events in our city to grow and develop, if we want people to come into our city and get out to the different areas in our municipality, then we've got to spend a bit of money. But, that's my take on it. 5.7, I'm comfortable with that. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Further contributions? Not sure anyone's left. To close? Deputy Mayor?
I think we should just vote.
Fantastic. Okay, putting it to the vote then. All those in favour? Those against? Pentridge Kai against? The motion is carried. 1, 2, 7. Okay, councillors, we'll continue forward. At 20.4, we have the statutory estimates, the budget, which is a recommendation by, again, absolute majority, 6 and 1, that council adopts the published estimates, the 50.3 that comes in as a part of this agenda. Somebody please to move. Deputy Mayor. Seconded by Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor.
I think these are just all following on now, so I'm happy just to move it without any further speech.
Cool. Thank you. Councillor Harris.
I won't speak either at this point.
Any further contributions? Nothing further? To the vote. All those in favour? Those against? No. All councillors present. The motion is carried. 20.5, we've got the rates and charges policy. We've got the recommendation being that council adopts the revised rates and charges policy as set out in this agenda. Somebody please to move. Deputy Mayor. Seconded by Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor.
Same comment as the previous.
Councillor Harris. Around the table. Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. We move to 20.6, related party disclosure policy. Recommendation being that council adopts the related party disclosure policy included as attachment 1 in this agenda. Somebody please to move. Deputy Mayor. Seconded. Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor.
I think, again, this policy's been put together based on LAGAT recommendations anyway, so I'm very comfortable that we follow suit.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Harris?
Yes, only to say I agree it is something that we need to consider so that people are aware of existing relationships that you may have when you're making a decision on behalf of the council. So I think having this LGAT will help tidy up an area that perhaps has been a little tardy. And I think it's a very good move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Further commentary around the table? Contributions? Nothing? Yeah, Councillor Gibson?
I think it's important to note that there was not identified any problems with our previous policy.
Sure.
For me, that's important. In fact, we were already doing a lot of what is now seen as required in the policy. What this does is catches up and ensures that there's transparency across the sector, which I think is important. But for me, it's important to note that the independent auditor's report did not identify anything untoward or improper with our processes and systems from a Launceston perspective.
Thank you. Nothing to close, Deputy Mayor? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We've got an MOU with the State Emergency Services in the City of Launceston at 20.7, with the recommendation being that council notes a payment for the 24-25 financial year to be made to the State Emergency Services, and it authorises the CEO to continue executing that MOU. Please, somebody to move. Councillor Harris, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Harris.
The State Emergency Service plays a critical role once an emergency is, or even in the prevention of an emergency, and it is very important that Council has an agreement with that organisation, and including the funding of such an agreement, funding of such an organisation. So very happy to move this today.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I think really what this is doing is just going to formalise a process which we currently undertake anyway. It just now makes it more transparent to everyone.
Thank you. Further contributions? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We've got 20.8 with a minor municipal boundary adjustment here with the Meander Valley Road Travellers Rest. Recommendation being that the city, I won't make a joke actually. The City of Launceston notes the decision of the Meander Valley Council at their meeting on the 21st of January and agrees to support the application for a minor boundary adjustment, 25 and 51 Meander Valley Road. Shown in blue on the agenda. Been moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Harris.
Thank you. This is just a minor boundary adjustment to move the boundary to replicate where the actual property boundaries are. I'm unsure in my reading of this exactly why this came about. I suspect it was before subdivision had occurred and either an error was made where the line was drawn or simply we had the boundary and it was there. But nevertheless, these type of amendments are sometimes necessary to make it much easier for the landowner to only have to deal with one council and not two. And it's not a takeover by Meander Valley of Launceston Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Further contributions? No, no Deputy. Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Strategy and innovation at 21.1, we've got the Launceston Central Services Agreement. Before we get to the recommendation, I might open to the floor for comments or questions. If there's any proposed public commentary, otherwise we'll continue moving through the agenda. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'm Alina Bain. I'm CEO of the Launceston Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for hearing from me today in support of Launceston Central. The Launceston Chamber of Commerce has been in existence for 175 years and it represents great, strong collaboration between our businesses and between our regional bodies here in Launceston. Our vision is for Launceston to be one of the great regional cities in Australia, in the world, to do business. And we work every day to make this happen through advocacy, connectivity and visibility. Our members span a range of industries from professional services to agriculture, construction, advanced manufacturing, tourism, education, logistics, retail and hospitality. With regard to Launceston Central, the core of our shared relationship is a shared vision to generate demand and drive revenue for the great city of Launceston. And this means, of course, more customers in our shops, more diners in restaurants, and more people using professional services and more confidence to invest and employ. We have complementary but distinct roles in relation particularly to the membership landscape. Launceston Central stakeholders are predominantly ground floor retailers and hospitality businesses, and our members include many of the services-based firms or the first or second floor of our wonderful buildings in our city. We are all of our members and stakeholders are heavily reliant on a vibrant CBD for their own business success. But these aren't competing groups, they are complementary contributors to a thriving economic centre. Launceston Central and Launceston Chamber of Commerce, two sides to the one coin. In our view, Launceston and business is better for having Launceston Central. They fill a need that others cannot. They are private enterprise. They're a business of themselves and they act like it. They are agile, outcome-focused and informed by lived business experience. And they are better received by businesses because they are a business themselves. And we rely heavily on them for intel about business conditions in and around Launceston. From a quick check-in with them about business conditions before a Sky News interview to a more considered discussion and conversation about workforce. We have a shared interest. Launceston Central consistently demonstrates that they are responsive and relevant, and that's what our city and our businesses need. The team understands what it's like to be in business. They do it daily because they are in business. We are not duplicating, we are partnering with them. And it's not the case that if Launceston Central wasn't there, that the Chamber would pick it up. That is not the case. Our remit and skill sets are different and complementary, and so are the day-to-day needs of our members and our stakeholders. And when we do collaborate, which we do, the city gets better outcomes, better strategic visibility, shared advocacy and targeted activism. So from Amanda to Maddie to Gab, the Launceston Central team has been an outstanding partner for the Launceston Chamber of Commerce. We are collaborative. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers?
Mayor, thank you. Robin Smith on behalf of the Hospitality Business Coffee Republic in the Brisbane Street Mall. I'd recommend option 1 to the councillors today to consider. It's a 12-month and it would give you a chance to look at what I've already suggested before is to bring the organisation within council. Placemaking, public relations, marketing, the strategic plan I think is in draft form. I think it's important that those shared objectives are brought together in this organisation. I think, and I read the officer's recommendations, but they do talk about duplication, fragmentation, which is of concern. They talk about overlapping roles. They talk about fragmentation of financial resources, and that's the officers themselves saying, not me. The Hobart Council ran a survey looking at the loss to retail trade for their one major department store that they lost, and it was between $80 and $100 million a year. We're looking at losing the very same store potentially, and I think that is very important. We also have the new place plan coming along, and I feel that judging by City Heart Stage 1, it didn't seem to integrate very well with respect to council, and it wasn't, particularly the mall didn't have any, it didn't have the events that it was supposed to. It was supposed to have 12 events, and we didn't even have really much of an opening party after the City Heart Stage 1. So I hope for better with City Heart Stage 2. Why is the organisation outsourced? I can't work it out, nor can explain. Is there an independence that's needed? I don't understand it, but I do know that savings could be made by bringing it within. And I think the officers do have the ability that it is to work on that with their placemaking team to run it within house. So 12 months would give you a chance to reconsider. And these options 3, I think, has a section that doesn't appear in the recommendation, which is quite odd. You'll have to work that out yourself. But on page 229G is a section that doesn't appear in the first recommendation as it leads. So you can work that out yourself. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Okay, well now, with no further speakers, we'll move to the recommendation. The recommendation being that Council approves entering into a service agreement with Launceston Central Inc. for the provision of services on the published basis in this agenda. Somebody to move? Councillor Gibson has moved. Seconded. Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. And yes, I certainly move what is included in the recommendation, that is for a 3-year plus 3-year option with regard to this important Launceston Central partnership. It has been a partnership every step of the way, and I think I would like at this opportunity to really congratulate Sarah McRobbie and Karishma for the wonderful work that they've done in ensuring that we're able to come to a point where the agreement is strategically aligned with our strategy moving forward, and importantly that there are KPIs which are able to be arrived at from both our perspective and importantly Launceston Central's perspective. This has come about after a variety of different models have been considered, a variety of different studies have been undertaken, and the Council has determined that the most appropriate fit for Launceston at this time, at this particular level of resourcing, is to have an organisation such as this, external to the organisation of Council, that is able to provide an incredible array of services and bang for buck. And whilst I always value and appreciate Mr Smith's contribution to council affairs, I would challenge our council to be able to provide the nimble, effective services that Launceston Central do on the budget that is being asked of us to consider today. It is simply because of their small nature, of their ability to partner, of their ability to be able to work with Contra, their ability to be able to add logos, their ability to be able to work with the not-for-profit sector, their ability to be able to work and respond to council's needs, that this organisation is able to pivot and change and alter and drive and innovate and deliver for Launceston. Of course, their ability to manage events, their ability to promote, their ability to advocate, their ability to partner is what they do best. And it is testament, excuse me, to them and to the people who've gone before them that their reporting already is of a standard like no other organisation that this council provides financial accountability to. Their reporting and their ability to share with us across all spectrum of their organisation has been of the highest standard. And I think actually many of the draft KPIs that were presented to them just this time last week, and which will continue to be formally reviewed and included in point 2, where the CEO finally signs off the agreement, we'll see that many of the things that we're asking them to do, they've already been doing. What this does is clearly documents what it is that we are expecting moving forward. And that will continue to evolve and change as the needs of Launceston continue to evolve and change. Importantly, strategically, there is greater alignment than ever before. And it's really wonderful. We've got new staff who have come on board who will be able to add value, even more value, to the arrangements that are in place with regard to Launceston Central. They've already proven in recent years how they can take a small bucket of money and return dividend over and over again for Launceston, and I'm sure that will be the case. There have been many instances where working with other parts of our organisation, such as economic development, where they've been able to further add value to our work. And I think that will only continue to evolve as we continue to strengthen our own strategic plan. I want to acknowledge it is a big bucket of money. It is a big bucket of money. And when you're funding external agencies, there needs to be accountability with regard to the money. But those of you who have been here before will remember that this money was previously paid for, at least 4 years ago, it was previously paid for by only 8 blocks of Launceston. Now we know that our inner city heart is now greater than 8 blocks. A strong CBD, a strong central core means a strong municipality, means a strong region. And so it's for that reason that we've moved to funding this organisation 100% from across the whole rate base, across the whole budget. And I think that's appropriate. I'm really excited about this. This isn't for me something that is, it should in any way be negative. This is a celebration of how far we've come in this space, around the legacy of City Prom before it, around Launceston Marketing and now around Launceston Central. And this is about us collectively working in partnership with an organisation that can deliver great results for us strategically, great results for Launceston and the region broadly through the contribution of our cash, and it will go a very long way and should be supported.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Dawkins is the seconder.
Thank you. Yes, giving certainty to an organisation that has, at every twist and turn in the time that I've been on council, adapted, understood what we've sorry, it's happening again, requested of it and been able to deliver that. There are so many people working in this space in a small community. You know, you work with other tourism operators, events teamed on council, other people who have a stake in this. But I think this organisation understands that landscape, as well as understanding the changing nature of retail and how we utilise our city centres. So it's not without challenge. It's never been without challenge. And the next 3 years is a great time to prove that you can adapt to our strategic aims. Our new strategic plan will hopefully be passed in the next item and work with us to activate the precincts that are so important to us.
Thanks, Councillor Dawkins. Further contributions around the table? Councillor Pentridge.
Well, I don't agree. I'm with Mr. Smith. I think option 1 should be is by far the best option. I would welcome the chamber, and no doubt Launceston Central would appreciate all the nice words. I would suggest, just as a conversation piece, that we contribute some money to the chamber, and Launceston Central can become part of that organisation. Right? I'd like to see what the members of the chamber, I think there's 240 of them, would say to that. They're doing such a great job. Launceston Chamber is supposed to be representing Launceston. Right? Now, look, I'm not going to go on and on because I do accept that these ladies are very competent, and I'm sure they could be absorbed up in this wonderful organisation somewhere. But I'm totally against this community, and I represent the northern suburbs and the ratepayers, not the CBD. I don't believe, and I think there's another option. If everything they do benefits the CBD, we'll let them pay for it. Because the community, and I get tired of hearing how it's only $5 a week for this in rates, $5 for that. Why don't some of you go out for a walk and talk to some of the community? There's a lot of families out there don't have $5 a week, especially when they've got to eat the kids. Right? Now, really, we constantly just waste money. This is an opportunity, right, where if you want to save $600,000, you can do it in one foul swoop, right? Or save some of it, give a third of it to the chamber, and let them take over this organisation and run it. Or increase the levy back on the CBD, who are going to benefit from it. Because I can guarantee you one thing, that the northern suburbs and the people that I represent aren't getting anything out of this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Further contributions? To close, Councillor Gibson? Councillor Kai?
The recommendation of option 2 and option 3, could that be explained?
Okay, we'll throw to the officers over here. Executive Leader Strategy and Innovation, Ms. Lewis.
The recommendation is as printed, which is the recommendation is as printed and is in line with Council's previously adopted position. The alternate recommendations provide Council the means by which it could either consider entering into agreement for a 12-month period, and during that 12 months having a review and coming back to Council on the various management delivery options and the mechanism by which that could be achieved, which also requires you to rescind your previous resolution, which can only be done by an absolute majority of Council. The subsequent options allow you to enter into a 3-year agreement with a review prior to the end of that third year taking place, or enter into your 3+3 agreement or an alternate recommendation. So those are what those alternate recommendations set out, what you could consider, and the mechanism by which you could achieve that outcome legally.
So I have another question. So even if we went with option 2, which is the 3 years, there is still the possibility of adding 3 years on top of that, even if we went with the first 3 years, is that correct? Or do we have to make that decision today now, whether to go with only the 3 years, which ends in the 3 years, and not the option 3, which is 3 years plus 3 years?
Yeah. So option 2 is entering into a 3-year agreement with a review prior to the end of that 3 years.
So does that mean if we went in with option 2 and we enter into 3 years, at the end of that, we can add another 3 years if we're happy to do that? Or does that not give that option unless we pick option 3?
The substantive recommendation, the one that's in front of you, is the 3 plus 3.
Right, okay, thank you.
I think Susie, Councillor Kai is asking what's the difference between 3 years in a review and then adding to it, and what's the guarantee of the 3 years plus 3 years?
So the 3 years plus the 3 years is the resolution that is the recommended resolution. Option 2 is just a single 3-year period with a review prior to the end of that 3 years.
So what I'm just asking is, let's say, I know at the moment currently we can't take option 1 because I don't think council's in a position at the moment to take that internally, simply because we do have, our plate is quite full. But in the long term, if we were to save money, for example, and if council gets a bit more organised than what we are at the moment, I do believe we have like 5 other groups that we are also paying to do similar things as what Launceston Central is doing. And I'm thinking, well, 12 months isn't quite enough time for us to gather all this together. But then I don't think just cutting 1 or 2 out is fair, or like not keeping Launceston Central. But in 3 years' time, if we're able to combine all the other 5 groups that we are paying $600,000, $300,000, $800,000 to consolidate into one group that can do everything, it will save ratepayers a lot of money in the long term, where I find that with your option 2 and 3 are my 2 options to go with. But if we go with option 3, it means that in 3 years' time, I know we do a review, but it then gives them another 3 years as well. But I'm hoping in 3 years' time, maybe by then, those 5 different groups that we are paying a lot of money to do, they were overlapping. So they're all sort of doing similar, but a little bit different here, similar, but a little bit different there. It's a lot of money. So I'm just thinking in 3 years' time, if council can get their act together, consolidate everything, get it all together, and maybe we won't have 5 different groups that we got to pay. So I was thinking if we go with 3 years, by then, if we feel that, yes, we still need Launceston Central, do we then still have that option to continue another 3 years in option 2? So 3 years, and then still have that option to do what we would have been done in option 3, only without the
promise of it now.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So option 2 would allow the agreement to be entered into for 3 years, and prior to that end of that 3-year term, a review undertaken and come back to council to give you an outcome of what that review was and what those other options might look like. That's what option 2 would do. Option 3, yes, it allows for that review to take place, but it also provides a 3 plus 3 agreement. That's correct? Yeah, that's correct. So it's providing you with that information, and if that review essentially confirms that the arrangement that we're in at this present time is the best arrangement, you could extend it by the further 3 years.
Right, thank you.
Is that correct? That's correct.
So if I would say that I would recommend option 2, I mean, how does this process work? Like, I've tabled how I feel, that if we were to save ratepayers money in the long term, I think 3 years is plenty of time for us to gather all 5, 6 different groups that we are all paying for to doing similar but different, similar or different, to maybe consolidate into either one group, or by then council, we've got a lot of new staff, which is doing a wonderful job. Maybe we could bring it internally in 3 years' time. If we know that in 3 years' time we need to get something done, we could start a bit earlier than, I don't know, a quarter before the end of financial year or something. So that's just my opinion. Thank you.
So, Councillor Kai, again, are you foreshadowing something, or are you trying to make an amendment? What?
The thing is, I'm not sure, because we've got three options here, and I think the recommended option is option 3, which is the 3+3. The recommended for option 1, which is just 12 months, I don't think that's enough time for us to get things together and consolidate what we need to do. So I would recommend option 2, but I don't know the process of what I need to do.
Well, let's walk through it. CEO?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor Kai, what I suspect is what you're trying to achieve is foreshadowing, because there is already a mover and a seconder for the recommendations as printed within the report at recommendation 1. So in the event that that was to fail, then obviously you would be foreshadowing option 2 as printed within the report.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. A question, Councillor Harris.
Yes, just to explain the process that will be undergone under a 3+3 year contract towards the end of that initial first 3 years. And is there a understanding or a commitment to fund the second 3 years, regardless of outcome of any review?
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, the the current decision of council is to actually approve or negotiate and approve a 3+3 year agreement. So in essence, a 6-year agreement.
Does that answer? So it is effectively a 6-year decision that we're re-endorsing today? Okay. Some still puzzled faces? No? Okay. Councillor Gibson to close.
Thank you. Certainly appreciate the contributions around the table. I think it's really important that we understand, first of all, that there are commitments that we make to regional organisations that deliver regional outcomes, and then there are contributions we make to an organisation such as this, which has a really clear purpose, and the purpose is outlined in the attachments. Importantly, it's to implement destination marketing campaigns to promote the city centre, to activate the key precincts through events, installations and seasonal programming, to support business engagement through collaborative initiatives and communications, to provide data insights and report to inform council's further decision-making, and to advocate for the city centre and support stakeholder relationships. So this is not about supporting natural resource delivery of the estuary. Nothing to do with that. This is not about conferencing and events in northern Tasmania. Nothing to do with that. This is not about promoting northern Tasmania as a tourism region. Something to do with that, linked, but very different. Because the tourism offering of northern Tasmania includes an island, includes a wine route, includes all sorts of things that are outside the central heart. Irrespective of whether this is a 1-year agreement, a 3-year agreement, or a 3+3, there are very clear deliverables. And as is the case with all contributions to all organisations that we make, at any time, through any process, council has the right to review those contributions. That is the way it works. That is the way budgets work. It's the way that it all works. What we're doing is trying to give this organisation the best success it can possibly have by setting it up for 3 years, setting it up for longevity, setting it up to deliver meaningful, impactful deliverables for the community and ultimately for us, the council. We're 100% funding the organisation. Unless they're able to go out and get additional revenue, secure additional contra, secure in-kind support, what they are able to achieve for the financial contribution is incredible. This is not a new budget ask. This is something that we have been preparing for the last 4 years. And we've been preparing for it because we fundamentally believe that a strong heart of the CBD means a strong CBD, means a strong city, means a strong region. Without a strong, thriving CBD, you have nothing. Every report that we have invested in tells us that without a thriving CBD, and ours is not 100% thriving, we know that, and we all play a role to achieve that, but this gives us the best opportunity at this time. Absolutely, there's more that can be done. There can be more partnering, there can be more strategic alignment. But, you know, this is something that we should be proud of. You know, earlier this year or last year, we were all celebrating the incredible results that this organisation makes to the city on the world stage. Also, shop occupancies have increased as a result of the initiatives of this particular organisation. A strong CBD heart is what I stand for, is what I want. And this organisation, through its tenacity, its ability to pivot, its ability to partner, its ability to strategically get on with it, is what we should be funding. It's why I'm supporting it today. It's why I'll continue to monitor it every 6 months, as is our role of elected representatives. And I strongly suggest that those of you who are not supportive of the model need to really consider what it is that you are supportive of, because without a strong CBD, a strong heart, a strong core to our city, we've got nothing. That's what all of the data, all of the research, all of the information tells us.
Thank you. Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Kai and Pentridge against? The motion is carried. City of Launceston 10-year strategic plan, 21.2. Recommendation that the council adopts the City of Launceston 10-year strategic plan. See you soon. Thank you. Adopts the 10-year strategic plan. Was there any public commentary on this one, just to double check? Okay, there being none, we'll continue through to somebody to move the recommendation, please. Councillor Gibson, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. I want to start by recognising, first of all, the CEO, who, together with the teams of past and present, have worked really hard to ensure a clarity of focus around our strategic intent moving forward. I think it's been warranted, and I think it has been necessary. I think the plan has been massaged into something that is really tangible, is able to be delivered upon, but most importantly, is able to be owned by the organisation. I want it to be something that can be owned by us around the table, but something that can be, Councillor Pentridge, farewell, something that can be owned by the staff at all levels. I must admit, at the beginning, I was a bit nervous about it. I was a bit nervous around some of the words that if your work wasn't featured in the strategic plan, you know, what does that mean, and what should that be what you're working on? But I've come to appreciate that what this document needs to be is something that we can all own. And I feel like I own it. I hope the rest of the table feels like they own it, but most importantly, it's something that we can be accountable for and to. It's something our staff will be able to deliver against their own individual work plans, their own directory. They're not called directorates, their own areas, their own particular sub-areas. All of that will be able to filter down to ensure that people know clearly what they're working towards. So I want to thank you. It's appreciated. I want to thank Rosanna for her leadership in this space, and I want to thank you, Anna, for the great work that you've done in bringing all of the parties, all of the wordsmiths, all of the people together to this point in time where we have something that I think is outstanding, is perhaps a leader in the space, I reckon. I reckon this strategic plan is something that we can hang our hat on as being a sector leader. And most importantly, it provides some clarity around where we are going and where our financial contributions need to be placed moving forward. It sits against a background of other strategic instruments which are either in development or will be amended or revised in coming months. I think that's appropriate. And I want to thank those members of the community and those members of our staff who have had buy-in to the process through their consultation phases as well. I think it's outstanding, and I look forward to it being endorsed unanimously by the councillors.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I won't add too much more to it, but I think that even with the last item, that effectively everything is designed to fit back into the strategic plan. So how does CPROM, so it's not Launceston Central, how do they fit back into our strategic plan? That's really part of this whole deal. We've done a lot of work. I love it, and I'm very happy to endorse it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further contributions, Professor Raze.
Thank you very much. Again, I commend the council for this 10-year strategic plan, which is, I think it's wonderfully done, and it will give us a roadmap of how we can see Launceston in the future. I would like to point out one of the important aim of the council will be improving health and well-being in the community, and the strategy how we can achieve that through encouraging lifestyle. So I'm very pleased about this, and I'm hoping this strategic plan will turn Northern Tasmania, which is now considered to have one of the highest rate of chronic health problem, to become the most healthy community. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Further commentary around the table? Okay, to close, Councillor Gibson? Okay, put it to the vote then. All those in favour, all remaining councillors, the motion is carried. City of Launceston Annual Plan, progress against Annual Plan, actions for period ending 31st of March 2025, quarter 3 at 21.3. Recommendation being to receive and note the progress against the plan. Somebody to move, Councillor Harris, seconded by, may I please have a seconder? Deputy Mayor. Councillor Harris?
Yes, thank you. Happy to move this. This is just for noting, and I would note that there was a item on there. No, it's not. It's another one. Sorry, I was going to amend it, but I think we're right on this one. So happy to move it as it is.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Anything further around the table? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour, all councillors present, the motion is carried. City of Launceston Annual Plan 21.4. Recommendation being that Council adopts the City of Launceston Annual Plan, noting that the budget documents, including the statutory estimates, will be inserted into the annual plan following the previous adoptions that we've been through, and being presented to Council for adoption as a separate item at the 19th, which we've just been through. Nothing else there. Recommendation 1 will be made available for public inspection, and the Director of Local Government. Somebody to move? Councillor Harris, seconded. Councillor McKenzie, our Deputy Mayor. Councillor Harris.
Thank you. Much discussion. Of course, in a strategic plan, you've got 10 years, you break it down into 4 and 1 year chunks, I guess you could say. And from this, we have 34 strategic actions in our plan that really align with those strategic goals and objectives. So it's managing that up to that plan for 25 to 35. So this is really what happens now. And it's a fundamental part of any planning is to have an action plan for you to then implement, and then you'll see how you go against it. Inevitably, despite the fact you might have wonderful plans in place, whenever you do a review, if you've achieved 70% of what you plan to do, you will have done a remarkable job. Without the plan and without the actions, we've got to achieve about 15%. And so with that, I recommend that we support this today. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Mine's more just an overall, because it's sad that we're at this point in the day, we're not just going to spend any time on things which I think are pretty damn important, but we've had a lot of hours talking about lots of things today. So I guess really I'm happy to endorse this, but I'd really think that we should spend more time on it than we currently are, because I think we're just tired and want to get home. So I guess my perspective is just looking back and rethinking about agendas as we go forward to make sure that we can actually properly discharge our responsibilities in relation to all of the items, because I think there's some just get rushed through as a result of the fact that we've just had such a long day. But anyway, I'm happy to endorse this, but I'd really like to see this come back to us to have another look at it in more depth on a day where we're a bit fresher.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further contributions around the table? Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. And yeah, I probably agree with, no, I'm not probably, I definitely agree with what the Deputy Mayor's spoken about. because this is actually the work of the council. This is the work of the year that we have said that we think is the most important work of this council to fund, to allocate resource towards under those three pillars. Some, of course, is work that is continuing. Some of the work is new. Some of the work is taking a particular lead. Some of the work is working with other levels of government and other agencies and organisations. But all of it is trying to make our council, our municipal area, the best that it possibly can be. And I think, for me, it has been a juggle to develop the annual plan alongside the 10-year strategic plan, and I definitely understand that. And I know some of my questions along the way have it's been noted that that is just a quandary that we have to deal with over the coming 12 months. So I want to thank you for the respectful way that you've been able to kind of indulge me to at least have those moments of thought where we wonder how can we actually capture the work of the 10-year in the coming year and develop both of those at the same time. And I think pretty well we've done that. It's actually, we've landed in a really great spot. What I'm interested in is the accurate reporting against the work in ways that do not use weasel words or percentages that in no way properly reflect what on earth is going on. In the past, I've asked very direct questions about very specific policies and strategy work, and I've been looked at in the eye and told that that work is coming to the next strategic workshop, or that that policy will be endorsed in March, or that policy is coming, or that review of that framework is imminent. Sometimes the scores have even reflected those comments, and yet we still find ourselves in situations where particular policies that I've referenced during today's meeting are years overdue. So what I am suggesting moving forward, and what I think is reflected in our approach moving forward, is a methodology for determining where we're at across the organisation that A, is honest, that B, is reflective of where we are accurately at, and that allows the councillors to be appropriately in the driver's seat for the annual plan that they are endorsing and expecting to be delivered over the coming 12 months. And I look forward to further innovation in those reporting mechanisms. I look forward to further ownership of the elected cohort with regard to those strategic imperatives so that we can collectively derive outcomes for our community. Only when we're honest with each other, only when we're clear with where the gaps are, either resource or other, are we able to actually achieve the things that we set out for our community. And that is my hope starting today.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Further comments around the table? To close, Councillor Harris?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We go through our Chief Executive Officer network at 22.1, which is the status report on council decisions. We've got the recommendation being to receive that report. Somebody please to move. Deputy Mayor, seconded. Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor, any contributions? Any around the table? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Status report on notices of motion at 22.2. Report received is the recommendation to be moved by Councillor Harris, seconded. Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Harris?
This is the one I need to amend. There was an item that was a motion I moved, which has been taken off the list as completed in regard to the North East Rail Trail, where the original motion contained 3 items. One was to send a letter of support to the Dorset Council. There was something similar as the first bit, the words escaped me on, I was just looking for it. But the third one was to produce a report back to Council on the costs and others of that particular initiative so that we could fully understand what it is that Dorset were asking us to do. That has been completed on the previous lot of minutes for the 29th of May as all items completed, whereas in fact it's my understanding only the first two have been done and the third item is still outstanding. So we just need to add that back.
Thank you. The CEO's taking those notes.
Other than that, it is a list of where we're at with our various motions. So that's really where I recommend to everyone to keep an eye on your motions if you have it in there to make sure that we are still proceeding. But I'm not sure you asked me to speak, but perhaps I've got to sit down now.
No, that's okay.
No, I was speaking because that's why I brought it up.
Yeah, you
Yes,
were.
that's right.
I'm just making an amendment there as well. That's the 12th of June is supposed to be the date there, not the 22nd of May. Just for clarification, if that's okay with the move and the seconder, we might just ensure that that's corrected as we go forward.
Yep.
Okay. Okay with you, Councillor Dawkins? It's just the wrong date? Yeah. Cool. Anything further from yourself, Councillor Dawkins? Anything around the table? To the vote. All those in favour? Motion is carried. Okay, we do have a late item that has come through. 23.1. We need to accept the reasons behind the voting directions at ALGA 2025. Somebody please to move that we're okay to accept. The Deputy Mayor has moved that we will accept the late item. Somebody to second. Councillor Harris? Any contributions? No. We're just accepting the late item now. Those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried to accept, which means we move now to 23.2, voting directions at ALGA for this week coming. We've got the recommendation here being that Council, in respect to ALGA 25 and the Regional Forum in Canberra, receives the business papers in which we are directing our delegates to vote, and then we also need to appoint those delegates, there being myself, Councillor Harris and Councillor Britton, for those voting directions for us to be there. Somebody please to move. Councillor Harris, seconded. Councillor Palmer. Councillor Harris, anything?
No, only to say that it is important that when we do attend ALGA that we do have some direction, not only from the staff who give their thoughts, but also from any councillors who may well read these notice of motion, so that we are voting in accordance with our council's wishes rather than just our own personal thoughts.
Yep, for sure. Thank you. Anything, Councillor Palmer? Anything further around the table? Councillor Gibson.
I just want to say I really appreciate this is a huge amount of work that's happened really quickly. I want to acknowledge that it perhaps was not on people's bingo cards to be dealing with such a plethora of motions, and not all of them are necessarily straightforward or sound. So, really appreciate the body of work that's gone into this, and don't underestimate the work that's gone into see us arrive at that point. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. Okay, we're heading into closed council now. Thank you, Mr Smith. Closed council at 24. We are going to discuss the published agenda items till 24.4. Somebody please to move that we move into close. We've got Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Palmer. All those in favour, all councillors present, we move into closed council. Is it worth it with who's here? Yeah. You'll have. Okay, so we'll just swap the computers over and we will approve in open session that the table is correct record of what we spoke of in closed session. The hands are up already. Okay, so it's been moved by Councillor Palmer, seconded by Councillor Dawkins. All those in favour, all councillors present, the motion is carried. We close the meeting at 5:34, with the next meeting to be held here at 10:30 a.m. on the 10th of July.
Sorry, was there not further advice with regard to an item previously considered?
We want that in the minutes as well for the absolute majority. Okay, so CEO, I might let you run the process with governance.
Thank you through the Mayor, and yes, Councillor Gibson, as per discussion in closed around item 19.4, we now believe that an absolute majority is not required for that decision. We note the decision has been made. We also note that there are some absences of councillors who were present during that. So a further report will come back to the next council meeting outlining what occurred today, and therefore council can make the decision in open council with more councillors present.
Thank you. Meeting closed, 5:35.
And CEO wants to go